Wow, this bowl is really good today. I'm literally gonna cry. How can something be so good? I'm fully convinced this is the best kava bowl I think I've ever had. I can go back in and hug the woman that made this. I would. It might be a little creepy, so I won't. But I want to.
Here's what we're snacking on tonight. Cranberry juice. It's a little bit sour. I'm gonna add this. Let's try the egg. Now the egg, cracker, and dill. There you go. Spicy. Wow. Cucumber, pickle, and salami. Some cheese, salami, onion. That's really good. I like having the egg with the crackers. I'm gonna give you this bite. Say ah. Oh, I'm gonna have it for you. I love the onion with everything. This is the best olive. It's so rich in texture, flavor, and taste. So
let's start 2026 with a healthy mukbang. You can have this bite. That's my favorite way to make eggs. Cornichon, I finally figured out what they're called. One of my goals for 2026 is to eat healthier and get in better physical shape, because when you're in good physical shape, it also helps your mental health as well, not just your physical health. I've gained a couple pounds since living in Chicago because the food here is so good, and I feel like I need to try everything. This is just some cheese.
Sundays in our house mean that it's time to meal prep for the week. With my husband and I both tracking our macros, we need our meals ready to go before the week takes off. For my daughter and I, I'm making these turkey meatballs, and they are so crispy on the outside but so soft on the inside. They are a family favorite for sure. And then we just serve these over pasta with some sauce, of course. Then it was time to get started on my husband's meal prep. If you were here last week, then you know that this is his second week eating these chicken power bowls. Yes, they are that good, and I already have a recipe posted on my page for you guys. I don't just meal prep lunch for my husband, I also meal prep his breakfast. Overnight oats are always our go-to, especially these salted peanut butter chocolate chip raspberry overnight oats. They're super macro friendly and they keep him full for so long. Once I finished his overnight oats, I moved on to prepping us some vegetables for the week. My daughter's been loving zucchini, so I wanted to have that ready on hand just to pair with lunch and dinner. And then I had some leftover ground turkey, so I made some turkey burgers real quick. And you guys already know a Sunday is not complete without homemade bread. Only 2 loaves at the beginning of each week, and honestly, it's my favorite part. Don't forget to save this video and follow me for more meal prep ideas. Sundays in our house mean that it's time to meal prep for the week.
If your meal prepping is taking all day and draining your wallet, you're doing it wrong.
1 hour meal prep, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and dessert for the week.
Dumplings, boiled eggs, shrimp,
Dave's hot chicken, What about a good old chicken tender, Teddy? Hey guys. Hey y'all. I'm having a little mukbang of myself. I'm eating a half of a cupcake while I talk to y'all tonight. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm gonna do my own little mukbang. Not really, but I am gonna eat this cupcake though. Hello, everybody. How are you doing, guys? Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and all those different things. So I was gonna run through some mukbangs, but it seems like y'all don't like them. Most people are voting no, that they don't like mukbangs. So far, Teddy is the only one that says he likes them. There are too many unhealthy people. Well, let's see. Well, I started out with some healthy mukbangs. Let's see. I figured being on a GLP-1, the last thing people would want to see is people eating a
Hey,
bunch of fried
Bookies, as
food.
y'all know,
But you
I
know,
do partake in OMAD.
what if it's
So
a
today
healthy
I
mukbang?
made a
Andrew? What do you
barbecue
think?
chicken salad. This got cucumbers, green onion, corn, eggs,
Cool.
tomatoes, cilantro, and a barbecue honey chicken. So fire. I also put sriracha in here too, and I made a homemade dressing too.
Do I?
Y'all, I had this last night, baby. This shit was
That's nasty.
this is so good.
Yeah. I thought we were gonna watch some people eat, but I doubt we're gonna get through a lot of that because y'all don't, I mean, y'all sit here and watch me eat or listen to me talk about eating, but I was just scrolling through TikTok. I was actually watching some storm related videos at first and then somehow stumbled into a mukbang and I was like, I wonder if you guys like this. Honestly, Jen, I think it might be an ASMR. Is that how you say it thing? Where people like to be stimulated like by certain sounds. I don't even think maybe it might be the visual too. I think what does ASMR stand for? Is it audio sensory? Let me see. I don't even know what it stands for. I think it's about autonomous sensory meridian response. Relaxing, sedative sensation often described as a brain massage. Okay. Triggered by sounds like soft whispering, tapping, slow movements. Oh, maybe not. We can watch old girl eat some sardines. Only when I'm trying to punish y'all, like last week, or was it the week before that? When it's time to punish y'all, I bust out the sardines. Hello, Holly. Holly, I got your package. We're gonna do well, it's not an unpacking because I already unpacked it, but I'm gonna show you guys what Holly got me some time ago, but it didn't, for some reason, arrive to my PO box and then it got sent back to her. But now I actually have it, okay? And I'm gonna show you guys. So tonight is viewer's choice, okay? As far as what we talk about, I have some ideas and some topics that I want to randomly discuss. But if there's nothing y'all want to talk about, y'all just gonna sit here and listen to me talk about a bunch of random stuff and probably go over some storm TikTok, see what's going on around the country, and just talk about how I've been doing, how my weekend has been going. But if there is anything that anyone wants me to react to or a topic that is completely, it could be GLP-1 related or not. It could be weight loss related or not. It could be self-care related or not. I mean, we can literally talk about anything tonight. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to be in the mood to go live because most people, I think, across the country are preparing for the storm. Can I see by raise a hands in the chat or hearts or whatever, how many of y'all are in the path of the storm? Jen, I know you're in the Northeast. Has it started snowing there yet? I am in North Carolina, Raleigh to be specific. We are projected to get anywhere from 1/4 of an inch to an inch of ice. Not even snow. Not even snow. We're projected to get straight up ice. I think you guys in the Northeast are going to get snow, which is better than ice. But us, we're going to be getting some freezing rain in about 2 hours. We're going to start getting some freezing rain, ice, sleet, and all of that. And it's going to refreeze several times over the next couple of days. So I'm pretty much hunkered down. Teddy's getting snow. Teddy, you're in Texas. You Texans can't handle snow. You Texans can't handle snow. I love you, V, and it already started here. I love you too, Andrew. What did I do? Did I do something? Did I do something? Oh, aren't you in Virginia, Andrew? It's snowing in Virginia already? I'm in Cleveland. It's supposed to start anytime now. Are you expecting snow or ice? Tomorrow afternoon, 15 inches. Jen, I'm gonna need you to stay inside. Okay. I'm gonna need you to stay inside. Like the stream if you haven't already, guys. I'm gonna get snow and ice, 15 inches. That's diabolical. That's why I'm in the house. Exactly. Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Okay, West Virginia gets actually pretty cold. It's unfortunate to get this, like, for the weather to drop this low, this far south in North Carolina. Honestly, I probably would have been better off staying home in South Carolina because they're not going to drop below like 28, which I think 30 is freezing. 31 degrees is freezing. So technically that's still freezing weather, but it's going to be somewhat warmer in South Carolina than it will be here. But of course, y'all know me. What? You working tomorrow night? Y'all know me. I have a house sit starting on Tuesday, and I was supposed to drive to North Carolina on Sunday for that house sit. I didn't even know the storm was coming until what's today? Saturday. I didn't even know until like Thursday because I don't watch the news. I don't pay attention. I just so happened to stumble across a newscast on YouTube, and the title was what caught my attention. I'm like, how is there a massive storm sweeping across the whole country and I know nothing about it? It's 14 degrees here. It's 25 here, feeling like 17, I think. 32 is freezing. Okay. I don't like the cold. It's supposed to hit us 10, 20. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait, Nicole, is your brother still working? Thank you to him as well. I have posted on my community tab. You know, thank you to the first responders. Thank you to the people that have to work and the truckers delivering supplies. And Nicole's brother works in a salt mine, so we can have salted roads and things like that. So is he having to work? And Jim, why the hell you gotta work? I mean, yeah, like, why do you have to work? Jen, I don't think I actually know your job in particular. I know you work with pharmaceuticals. I don't think I know what your job is, so much so that you have to go out into the into 15 inches of snow. I ain't that much taller in my mind. I ain't that much taller than 15 inches. So it's like, I mean, you know, you're tall, so that's different. But me, I go outside. I don't care how much snow is on the ground. If it's above my ankles, it's too much. I ain't gonna lie. If it's above the top of my shoe, it's too much. It's way too much. Real field temp is supposed to be -32. Jen does run the world. You're right, Teddy. I should have. Yeah, that's a wonderful answer. She does. We know this. We know this. We know that. We know that. The people that have to work is amazing. Yes. I don't like the way this light is like reflecting off of my lip gloss. I'm wearing this. Sorry, sidebar. I'm wearing this Kylie Jenner, like sparkly, kind of milky looking lip gloss, and it has a shimmer that makes it look like my lips are white. Do you guys see that? Maybe I'm just tripping. Okay, I promise my lips aren't white. It's the lip gloss. He works 2:30 a.m. to 2:30. Oh, I'm a pharmacist in the hospital. The patients don't go home. Well, send them home, damn it. No, I'm just kidding. So how are you gonna now? Here's the thing though, like, how are you gonna get to work though? Are you gonna just stay overnight at work? Because that's what I know some people would do. They would just stay overnight, like in a nearby hotel or like that the company pays for. So how does that work? Do you have to commute to the hospital? Because I mean, if you're getting snow, it should be fine. Ideally, it should be fine. But here, people aren't going to be able to go anywhere. If we get the ice that we're projected to get and the rain that we're projected to get, even if we don't like the rain, if we get the rain that we're projected to get and it gets as cold as it's projected to get, there's going to be so much ice that people really won't be able to go anywhere. Anybody that has ever lived in the South or lives in the South knows that Southerners see a snowflake drop and all hell breaks loose. Everything shuts down. Ain't nobody going nowhere. You may as well just sit at home and make yourself some cocoa. But in the Northeast, New York, Philadelphia, maybe Boston, major cities up north, they still gonna keep it moving. They still gonna keep it moving like nothing's ever even going on. Hi, Journey of Life. making din din. So I'm listening, just multitasking. And Journey of Life says hello to everyone in the chat. I was going to compliment you earlier on your beautiful lippy. Oh, thank you. It's actually a triple combo. Like, right? I'm technically wearing 3. Sidebar. Let me be a little vain for a second. I'm wearing 3 different lip gloss at once, but I put at the last minute, I put this one on for like a shimmer, and I feel like it makes my lips look. Maybe I can adjust my light. Hold on. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Am I being dramatic? I'm probably being dramatic. I made my light a little bit warmer because I feel like my lips look white, and it feels like they're sticking together. Oh God. Okay, I'm just making sure I don't have frosting on my lips. All right, moving on. But thank you, Holly. Hey Pat, I thought you had icing from the cupcake on your lips. That's all I'm saying. Like it's not. I thought it was icing too, and I'm like, no, that's the lip gloss, right? Like, because I'm wiping it, and that's the lip gloss looking like that. Hold on, let me show y'all. Let me see if I can show y'all for a second. You see that? You see how white it looks? So at certain angles, it's like, see? Man, just don't roast me. That's all I care about. I might wipe it off if it bothers me too bad, and I'm about this close because I keep I keep trying to fix it, and it maybe I can fix it this way. Hold on. See, you see what you did, Pat? You see what you did? You see what you did? Maybe I can fix it like that. Did that help? I'm having a whole meltdown over lip gloss. Okay. I promise y'all, it's not frosting. I promise. It's the lip gloss looking white. Okay. My sister works in the hospital. They can stay in the hospital. Okay. Hopefully it won't be 15 inches by Monday morning. Yeah. But see hi Sydney, the problem that we're having here is that it's gonna take a couple days to melt. Like it's I wish we were getting snow. Oh, thank you. I took my time. Okay. Did my skincare. We're gonna have to do a members only stream about the tragedy that has been my skin over the past, I would say 8 weeks, 12 weeks. Y'all, I borderline ruined my skin, and I'm just now bringing it back from the brink. I thought I was having some sort of hormonal issue going on, and I'm not ruling that out. I still need to go see a derm, but my skin has been going downhill for weeks now. And I just got to the point where I had to take everything out of my routine and go back to the last time I remember having, clear skin. And that's when I was only using like 3 products. But we're going to talk about that on the members only stream, because the pictures that I have, you guys are going to be like, when did your skin look like that? I'm telling y'all, the camera clears it up. Like the camera doesn't make it look too bad. You can't even see the dark spots and everything. But the pictures that I have of my skin, we're going to talk about it. Members only. My sister's best friend, she's like a sister to me. She works in the hospital. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, iridescent. Okay, yes, thank you. That looks good. Okay, all right, perfect. Okay, so viewer's choice. You guys tell me what you want to talk about, or what types of videos you would like me to review or react to. And also, I can drop the link if anybody wants to join the panel and just chit chat or talk. Members will get priority because I can only have a certain number, or I don't want to have like a panel of like 12 people and everybody's just trying to talk at once. But maybe if 2 or 3 people want to come up at a time, or just one person, that's fine as well. If you haven't already, please like the stream. My dermatologist made me stop all of my skincare and change it when it comes to my routine. Yeah, it was bad. I had to just remove everything. I think I became a product junkie, and I almost ruined my skin. I think I did ruin it, and now I'm in like recovery. I think I did ruin it. I've been thinking that it was the products that your skin doesn't like. Our facial skin can be much more sensitive than we realize. I think I got product happy. I'm gonna, like, we can talk about it now, but I'm not gonna show the pictures. I'm only gonna show the pictures for the members because it's like that bad. But I can remember as far back as July when I went, or August when I went to Switzerland, that I really first started having problems. But you know what else I did around that time? I started changing up my products and also adding products in. I don't know if y'all remember when I did that very first stream where I did my skincare in front of you guys, and then Y'all started giving me product recommendations, so I started adding things. I think I just got a little too overzealous with the adding of products. So, and I also think that I might have been over exfoliating, using too many different acids too frequently. Like when I say I had to take everything out and start from scratch, and honestly, my skin was calming down after like 2 or 3 days. Now I'm at the point where the marks are actually starting to fade, but I think I couldn't fade them before because I kept irritating my skin. Like wait till y'all hear what I was doing with these acids, like the salicylic, the glycolic, ascorbic. Like y'all gonna be like, V, we did not tell you to do that. V. Now V, like especially Delilah. Oh my gosh, they were like, we didn't tell you to do all that. And I'm sorry, that sucks. You're overwhelmed your skin. I did. So now I'm down to, I just added an exfoliator back, but I'm only gonna exfoliate once a week now. Y'all are not gonna. I was exfoliating a lot. And I think I got, because it was my first time using exfoliating acids. I think I got way carried away with that. And then I think I ended up like clogging my pore. Like there was just a lot going on at once. I guess I'll never really know. So the only thing for me to do was just stop everything and go back to a time when I had no issues at all, which meant I had to go back to my original routine, which really wasn't broken. I just needed to tweak it a bit. So I had to go back to my original routine. And now, based on what my experience was, I'm slowly starting to add products back, but without doing too much. So I just got back to exfoliating. Okay. All right. So there were some videos that Reindeer wanted me to go over that I never got a chance to get to. I also want to talk about recently starting with the Oura Ring. This thing has been all up in my business. And when we have been doing the weigh-ins and breakdowns, one thing that was missing was me tracking my sleep. So now I got all the deets on my sleep. So we're going to talk about some of that. Storm photos. If you would like to send me any photos of you with weight loss progress, or what the storm is looking like in your area, what the snowfall is looking like, or ice, or if you just want to send me pictures of your pajamas. Okay. I'm wearing Hello Kitty today. Y'all can't really see. Should I stand up? Sorry, guys. I'm wearing my Hello Kitty jammies today. Okay. So if you have jammies on and you want to send me pictures to share with the channel, you can feel free. And let me show y'all my slides today. I'm being extra cute, okay? I have these UGG slides that are, don't judge me, y'all, because y'all be hard on me sometimes, okay? But I have these UGG slides that I'm wearing, okay? I think they're cute. Not the most comfortable to wear outside the house to me personally. Like the bottom is kind of hard, but I have these on and they're keeping my feet warm. They're keeping my toes warm. Okay. Oh, and we're going to also, we can talk more about the storm. Okay. Unless y'all are bored by that, but I'm fascinated. I actually am fascinated by the storm. And part of the reason why I wanted to go live is to keep some of y'all company, or we can keep each other company. And we can talk about, we can share updates on what's going on from where we are. And we can also look at some TikToks and news updates as well. Okay. Has it started snowing for anyone? I won't know for me. Well, I'm not expecting snow, but when it starts to rain, I won't know until, actually, I could look at the forecast. It says it's starting now. Wintry mix. I feel like they made that word up. Maybe not. Wintry mix. Lows overnight into the 20s. So it's showing a mix of rain and snow right now. So it might have already started here. And I just don't know. Okay. That's why you only add one new item at a time and you don't need to exfoliate every night. Retinol actually exfoliates your skin too. Do y'all just want to get into it? Like, I don't like, do y'all just want to, like, what I can do, I could talk about it now and just share the photos in the video in the members only. But do y'all just want to get into it? Because I don't feel like being jumped. This is supposed to be a kickback and I don't need y'all yelling at me. Okay. You can strip your skin with too many products. I did it. You look so small sitting there, Vanity. Your profile is very sharply defined. Go, girl. Now, listen, I know we got this storm going on, okay? We're going to check on our neighbors. We're going to check on our family. But most of all, we're going to protect our Zepbound and stay skinny. I didn't say it. Reindeer said it, okay? I'm just reiterating what our project manager has stated. All right. If you missed it, it's in the community tab post that I last posted. Okay. So we're gonna protect our Zepbound. Okay. And we're gonna stay skinny. So thank you, Sydney. You don't have a skincare routine. You don't wash your face. Wash your face and moisturize it. I overcomplicated it, but there's that. Has it started snowing? Okay, I read that one. I bought new PJs. Do you want to share? Are they Bugs Bunny? No, not everybody likes cartoons. Let me stop. Let me go look out the window and see if the snow has begun. How cute. Oh, I love. And this is my second Hello Kitty set. Okay. But this one is cuter than the other one. Okay. Yes. Snow has begun. All right. So actually, you know what? No, I don't want to go look. I'm gonna eat my cake. Okay. Hi, Sunshine. Sunshine has been missing the streams because YouTube be player hating. Hold on. Just so there's no confusion, let me do something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to wipe it off. I was feeling insecure about the frosting from the cake and it confusing my so I'm gonna reapply. At least that way you guys will get to see how I apply my lip gloss. All right. So it's started here, it started a drizzling here, but I actually have the window cracked because I do want it to be chilly in here while I'm streaming. I really, really don't want to get hot. If it gets too cold, I have a bathrobe, and then ultimately I can close the window. Tries to keep us apart. Absolutely. Sunshine, do you have any pajamas you want to share with us? We already have dusting of snow. We're supposed to get 12 inches by tomorrow night. The current temp is around 9 degrees. What is a person supposed to do with 9 inches of snow? I have not seen more than a couple centimeters of snow no, that's not true. Well, I would say I was in Philadelphia about 4 years ago, and it snowed significantly. So that was probably about half a foot. But a foot, I haven't seen that since I was a kid in New York. I used to walk to school in a foot of snow. Please hit the like. Reporting for duty. Yeah, I haven't seen a foot of snow since I was a kid. Okay, so let's see. Meow. Sorry, guys. Man, let me tell y'all something. This company is okay. We got some. Is that Black Panther, Andrew? I can't see. Oh my God. I don't want to get it wrong. Oh God, I'm such a dork. Oh God, I think I got it right. Andrew has some Black Panther pajamas that we're gonna share, but his face is not in the picture. Giving myself a mani. What time is it where you are, Sunshine? Are you on the West Coast? It's a little late for a mani. It's a little late. I broke it. Hold on. I broke it. Okay, there we go. All righty then. We have I think it's Black Panther. Yes, we have Black Panther and we have Hello Kitty. Okay. So thank you, Andrew, for sharing. Who else? Who's dressed about to go to work or something? Because I feel for you. I'm gonna be in your ear if you are allowed to wear headphones at work. I'm gonna be in your ear for honestly, for probably a while because I don't have anything to do tonight. I don't have anything to do. Chicago. You giving yourself a minute to say that night in Chicago? Are you like a night owl, Are you a night owl? Because it seems kind of late to be filing nails. If I don't get it done by 2 o'clock, it's not getting done. That's how I live my life. So with that being said, the stream was almost not scheduled until I asked y'all what y'all wanted to do. Because typically if I'm gonna go live, I'll schedule the stream the day before, and I didn't because I wasn't confident that I would go live. I just knew 7 o'clock was gonna be too early. Oh, speaking of earliness or early being early, I saw y'all last week talking about the show His and Hers. I just hadn't watched it, so I couldn't participate in the conversation. I have officially started the show. I'm on the first episode. John, I'm listening at work with an AirPod in. Thank you for the support, John. Now, I don't know if you was watching. I kind of gave you a bit of a chest bump right there, all right? Shout out to you in work. Now, let me stop. Thank you, John. If you have any topics you want me to cover, just let me know, or any videos that you want me to react to. I'm at work dressed in sweatpants and counting narcotics listening. Did you guys see Matt Damon and Ben Affleck? They're not even my faves, and I'm like gushing over them. They are aging so well. I don't know what was going on with Ben Affleck there for a minute, because he was looking a little old in The Accountant too. But in this last movie, it's like, oh God, what is going on with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon? Ooh. My gym closed today early, so I didn't go. I'm a nighttime gym girly now. That's why I wait till the weekends, and they close at 5 o'clock. Wasn't no way I was going to the gym before 5 p.m. Nope. Wasn't doing it. So who else is at work right now? We got John at work. Low key on the AirPod. Low key. I bet the AirPod is like probably tucked under a hat or something. Jen's at work, underdressed and underpaid. We're vouching for Jen to get a raise. Okay. Who else is at work? Holly's at work, but it's quiet. The boys are playing poker, and I'm running the front of the shop. How far? Okay, not to be all up in your business, Holly, but I'm surprised that you're still open. You work at a cigar bar, right? I'm surprised that type of place would. I mean, here in the South, places are closing early so people can get home. You know. So I'm surprised that a cigar bar would be open. I just finished it. It was really good. Yeah. I was getting raves about it, and I'm just like, I guess I'll watch it. But I love the main actor, the husband. I can't ever remember his name, but I just happened to be scrolling off Netflix, and I saw his face pop up, and I didn't even pay attention to the title of what I was clicking on. I just immediately clicked it. And I was like, oh, this is that show that they were talking about. Okay. Just so y'all know, I do this like movie and show thing. Like, I'm really about this life. So let me go ahead and tell y'all, I clocked that he had been sleeping with somebody else like 20 minutes before it was revealed in the episode. I had a feeling it was never mind. I'm sorry. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. If you haven't seen it, cover your ears, leave the stream, and come back if you plan on watching it, because I'm about to spoil it. Churches have already closed tomorrow. I didn't even know that was possible. Now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, like, yeah, that actually makes sense. I used to love Ben Affleck until he went with J-Lo twice. Didn't they just recently break up? Maybe that's why he's looking younger again. I don't know anything about their relationship. I'm just saying, like, he was looking, and then now he's looking like, The notices reviews that I read about Damon Affleck movie are bad. It depends on the type of movies that you like. I liked it. I enjoyed the movie. I did, for what it was worth. It was a Netflix original, so it's like, if you're, me personally, I don't hold the Netflix and Amazon originals to the same the same standard that I would rate or hold a theatrical release. So movies that go straight to streaming, I don't hold them to the same standard as movies that come out in theaters. So I would say one, you kind of got to be a fan of one or the other. And you have to like action. Like if you don't like action or if you don't like suspense, then it's like maybe it's not worth it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it for what it was worth. It was a Netflix original, 2 great actors. If you like them, if you don't, okay. Teyana Taylor's acting was a bit off. It was, but did she bring down the movie? No. Do she need some acting classes? Yes. Do I love her anyway? I do. I do. Oh, I'm rewinding. Got to see the Uggs, BRB. I could put them up again. Don't go, Journey. Don't go. It's not possible. I've never heard of a church. Okay. Well, I mean, but I'm just saying. I guess the storm is so bad. Maybe. I guess it's so bad that they're closing. So how many of you like? I'm jumping all over the place because I'm just going based on y'all comments. Like, how many of y'all were preparing for the storm early versus like people that was just like, nah? Or how many of y'all think it's not going to be that serious? Because I'm a worry ward. So when I found out about it on Thursday, I immediately was like, oh shit, I am not prepared at all. Like not even a little bit. So I dropped my plans to leave Sunday to come to North Carolina and came on Friday before the rain even start, which the rain isn't starting until tonight. And I tried to go get I tried to prepare a little bit, but I'm just hoping that we don't lose power because that's gonna be bad. Because I'm not prepared for that. Like not even in the slightest. I mean, I would say somewhat in the slightest, but no. Power outages would be really really bad. Okay, so his and hers. I just want to let y'all know how amazing I am. Okay, for those that have seen it. If you haven't seen it, I'm about to spoil it. So just leave and come back or whatever you got to do in like 30 seconds. But I clocked that he was sleeping with that lady. I clocked that he was sleeping with that lady before it was revealed at the end of the first episode. Okay, sure did. I think it's not going to be that serious, but we did prepare. And whenever we went to the store, like the beginning of the whole week, the whole shelf was empty. So I did a grocery pickup, but I needed to go into the store for water. All of the water was gone yesterday. I went back to the store today and they had full pallets of water. So that's why I was saying on the community tab, if you've checked your stores already, well, maybe now, I don't know, I won't say too late, but if conditions are already dangerous where you are, then I would just say, just let it go. But if you still have, safe conditions to move around and your stores are open today or tomorrow and it's safe, check again. If you're missing something, check again. Okay. Especially if you're in the path of the storm, that is expecting ice. I always have some food stash and supplies just in case the zombie apocalypse ever happens, but it's apocalypse. The way things are going. Apologists equal apocalypse. Thank you, Journey. You could have just been like, put the UGG back up to the screen. You could have just told me to do that. I would have lifted it up for you again. Okay, so now that I'm done with my cake, I can put my lippy back on. But I might layer it differently this time. Let's see. I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. To my brother that works in the salt mine said a lot of the cities are completely out of salt for roads and they're only giving it to ODOT, Department of Transportation. Wow. I would say I don't ever take these things lightly. I know that forecasts can be wrong, but and they have been before, obviously, especially with hurricanes in this area. Like there have been times I was like completely over prepared for a hurricane and nothing. I was gonna have to swim out of there prepared. And nothing happened. But these things happen. I've had family that had to be evacuated from flooded towns before. Now with ice, I have not been in an ice storm. I have been in a blackout. I was in that 2000 and something blackout across the Northeast. Y'all were there. Y'all tell me what year that was. It was like a major blackout across the Northeast that lasted like a day or two. I remember that. And I've been terrified of blackouts ever since. I know that much. check again because you may not be able to go out for a week or two. I don't know if it'll be 2 weeks, depending on where you are. If you're in Texas getting ice, yeah, it might. Texas, man, oh my gosh. I mostly prepare for emergencies with water, food, generators, etc. Yeah. I guess because I'm on the go so much, it never dawned on me. Honestly, like I'm not gonna lie, it never dawned on me. So I was like scrambling at the last minute when he told me it was gonna be bad and I wouldn't be making it to any of my doctor appointments on Monday. I was like, oh shit. So my dad flew out. Like he was flying out on Sunday. So okay, so I find out about it on Thursday. My dad's flying out on Sunday. I'm like, I'm immediately like, this is not, I don't think this is gonna be like a fly-by-night storm that, because I remember what happened in Texas last year, and that wasn't even like 2,000 miles long or whatever. So I was like, I think this is gonna be bad. So I'm telling my dad, like, did you hear that there's a state of emergency for the Carolinas? Like, there's a winter storm coming. We're expecting ice, power outages. You know, your flight may be delayed or canceled. My dad, like father, like daughter, like some people may call me a know-it-all. Well, I get it from him. Okay, can't tell the man nothing. So the next day, I'm like, you know, any flight delays or did you check? And he's like, oh no, you know, everything seems fine. Everything's going according to plan, whatever. I'm like, okay, he's not taking it seriously. I'm like, he doesn't understand. Like, okay, but I can't push him because he ain't gonna listen, right? It's gonna go in one ear and out the other. I'm trying to tell Tommy. I'm telling a few different people, and they're just like, oh, okay. Like nobody's listening. So I'm like, all right, okay. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just leave town early so I don't have to worry about getting stuck on I-95 for 2 fucking days. Okay. So I leave to come to right before I leave to come to North Carolina. He starts to get notifications that he can expect flight delays. And I'm like, and then by the time I got to North Carolina, his flight had been pushed a day earlier. So he flew out today. He flew out this morning. Lucky. Otherwise, he would have been screwed for at least another week or so. So hopefully people are making it home safely. Hopefully, you know, as we push into Sunday, at least in this part of the country, people are making their way off of the roads. Actually, in fact, when I went off camera a few minutes ago, I went to the window and I'm like, it's eerily quiet outside. It's like, it's kind of weird. Like it's strangely quiet. Now that I think about it, people are just probably getting off the roads early, or people are, you know, already home and hunkering down or whatever. The plane isn't going to leave. His flight is going to be canceled. Oh no, you didn't let the story finish. He flew out today. He's fine. He's in DR, warm as ever, living his best life without his child. The state of emergency for West Virginia. Yeah, I think there's a state of emergency for about 15 states. With all of the cancellations chaos, was she not home? Was she like flying to somewhere or flying from somewhere? Okay, let me get into the lippy combo, which is different than what I typically do. That's why I wasn't expecting it to look all white. Okay, so my lips aren't too dry. I'm going to do the Kylie Cosmetics Supple Kiss Lip Glaze for anybody that's interested. Guys and girls alike. All right. Oh, look, it's giving like super product reviewy. Okay. Super duper product reviewy. I'm using my 17. I don't even know what phone I got. It was a gift. 17 Pro Max camera. So it is, it has that interesting focus capability that I wouldn't be able to get with my MacBook. She works for the airlines on her computer. Oh, yeah. If you do any type of customer service, it's gonna be a rough week ahead, or even weekend. It's gonna be a rough weekend, rough weekend. I have a glaze from Mystery Glaze, and I have the other Kylie Lippy. And I don't know what this one is called because my vision is not good enough to see. But when I first came on, I had the glaze first, and then I put this on top, and maybe that's why I was looking so white. So I'm going to try the shimmer first. I'm going to try the shimmer first. See that? It makes my lips turn white a little bit. I'm going to try shimmer and then the glaze. See if that Don't want to mess up my nails. Girl, why are you doing your nails so late? You still didn't answer that question. Okay. And we're done. And we're done. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, my lip gloss TED Talk. The governor of West Virginia was trying to get Donald Trump to put all 55 states underneath us. You meant 50. I read it like 55. State of disaster, not emergency. My whole family said it was stupid, and I agree. To put all 50 states under a state of disaster? I've never even heard of that. As long as you tell us what color later you're forgiving. Yeah, she's just gonna paint her nails and be bougie and not see. At least I told y'all. See, I'm not like Sunshine. I'm not that bougie. I'm not that bougie. Y'all be acting like I'm that bougie, but at least I told y'all the colors of the lip combo. Sunshine didn't even tell us what color. She's gatekeeping her nail color. You know, very much so gatekeepy. Very much so gatekeepy. Are any of your other YouTube channels that y'all like to watch? Are any of them live tonight? Or are y'all just here to see me talk about nothing? Oh, where's my phone? Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay. Let me pull up my Storm Talks since y'all don't want to watch people eat. I'm expecting to see a lot of people trolling about the storm, which is unfortunate. You know, make sure you check on your people. I told Tommy we should go give the neighbors hot chocolate, but I don't really have like a way to do that. Like I don't have an efficient way to do that. I started it. That's what I was talking. I was spoiling the first episode earlier. I started the first episode. I'm actually going to finish it. Yeah, I know for a fact I'm going to finish it tomorrow, assuming, you know, there's nothing wrong with the power. Oh, make sure you guys download. Did I download? I think I might have downloaded the episodes. Oh, I don't have my iPad in front of me. And if I haven't, then I'm going to do it. I meant to download the whole season so that if for any reason I lose power, I can still watch it. Is that ghetto? Is that doing too much that I want to watch my shows? I even bought a coloring book. Just here to see you, of course. Sunshine is a bad bee. When you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Here, Jen go instigating. Oh my God. It's always Jennifer. It's always Jennifer. It's always Jennifer. I can't wear pink shaded makeup because I don't have any red in my undertones. My undertones are orange, green, yellow. I don't know what mine are. I just know that I have a neutral undertone. So what is that? Green? Is it red? Is it everything? I used to think that my undertones were warm. Can they change? Because when I was younger, I could have it used to seem like I was glowing bright red. So I just assumed that meant I had a warm undertone, but I guess that's not necessarily true. Would yours be considered warm or cool? I'm assuming that would be warm. Orange, green, yellow. Is that warm? I don't know what mine are. I just know it's neutral. Is it olive? Does neutral automatically mean olive? Are those interchangeable? I don't know. Like, whenever I've tried to figure it out, it's like, does silver jewelry look better on you or gold? Or is it both? Does this color look good on you or this color or both? And I'm just like, are your veins red or blue? I don't know. I mean, I'm not red or blue or green. I'm like, don't blue and green look the same under brown skin? Don't they look like the same color? Dang, like 6 on live and 3 of them are to do with the weather. Laugh my ass off. The others are GLP-1 YouTubers. Oh, okay. I figured a lot of people were going to be live, but I was just wondering how many channels you guys are watching at, bouncing back and forth through. I'm probably going to be here for a while, just chatting it up. Maybe at least until midnight. I think you have some red in your undertone, and that's why the pink looks great on you. Oh, so you think I do have the red? Okay. It's not, if I do, it's not as much as, I don't know if these things change. Or I don't know if your undertones change with age. But man, when I was like 15, 16, it used to seem like, especially in the summertime, like I was glowing red, like bright red under brown, especially once I was tanned. Even if I got really, really tanned, I was like burning red underneath. Like it was crazy. I don't see that effect as much anymore. But yeah. I don't think they train makeup counter reps to determine people's undertones anymore. I've been very, very afraid to go get my face done at like a Sephora because they don't tend to help me pick the right colors for my skin. So honestly, like I believe you can make any color work on you as long as you have the right foundations. Like makeup foundation, or you mean like foundation as far as like what you're wearing? Like I can wear I've heard pink is my color. Like, but I like a particular kind of pink, like a rosy, blushy kind of pink. Like I'm not necessarily into like hot pink like this. Not even necessarily like a pastel like this. But I love like a blushy like this. I love like a blush kind of rose. You can see how many pinks I have around me. I have a lot of pink. I love pink. I have a lot of pink. I even have this pink from Holly. I forgot to get into this. So this is the package that Holly sent me. She sent me, of course, because she's amazing. I'm amazing. We're amazing. We're vain. She knows me. She sent me a shaker bottle, and I believe these are protein shake samples. So I'm going to show you those in a second. But I got another cup. Just wait until Sweet Tea sees this, like another cup, and she's not drinking water. I have been, y'all, I'm telling y'all, I'm so close. Like I've been drinking water so much that I think my body is actually starting to adapt to the amount of water that I'm drinking. So it's becoming easier. Oh, surely, slowly but surely, it's becoming easier to drink the amount of water that I'm aiming for. I'm not quite there yet, but I'm getting closer. So thank you to Holly for the beautiful shaker bottle. I will be using that. Yes. Did you guys see it? Did you see how pink it was? Did you guys see how? Did you guys see how pink it was? Did you guys see it? Did you? Okay. I have to make sure you guys saw. And it has, I didn't realize this, but it has like little measurement markers. Sorry, there's a glare. It has little measurement markers on the side. And then I also got these samples, which they're samples to me. Yeah, these are protein powders. I haven't tried any of them yet because I was waiting until I got on the stream to show you guys first before I ruined all the packaging. So I have 6 protein powders to try. 1 second. Me and Tommy are fighting over the other half of the cupcake. If you forget it, I'm eating it. I'm just letting you know that, right? Okay. So I got chocolate protein brownie batter. Chocolate protein brownie batter. That actually sounds good. Oh, and it's plant-based. This was around the time I was talking about switching to a plant-based protein. So Holly was on it. She was on it, and she got me this. Protein cookie dough. That sounds good. Vanilla chai. I don't know what chai tastes like. Is that a flavor? I don't know what chai is, but vanilla chai. Mint chocolate. No, I'm just kidding. Oh no, I should have did that. Now I gotta go get it. Hold on. Oh gosh, I almost fell trying to. Listen, in no world. I'm sorry, Holly. That was me being goofy. I promise I wasn't being rude. But in no world should mint and chocolate go together. Okay. They shouldn't go together. But I don't blame you for this. This is not your doing, Holly. Like, yes, you sent it, but you didn't create this monstrosity. But I will taste it anyway. I'm gonna give it a chance, guys. Y'all know I'm a little weird. I am gonna give it a chance, but I'm just. It'll be interesting if I actually like this. Okay, it says it has only 8 ingredients. Oh, they all have different amounts. I should have read that. So this one only has 8 ingredients. The vanilla chai has 11 ingredients. The cookie dough. Wait a minute. Protein cookie dough. Oh no, I wasn't reading the flavors. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, hold on. We got to start over. I was doing this wrong. Okay, hold on. The flavor is on the front, but the recipe is on the back. Okay, let's start over from the top, people. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Let's start. All right, so from Truvani, we have, and this is not sponsored. I have chocolate. The flavor is chocolate made with 6 ingredients, but there's a recipe for chocolate protein brownie batter shake that includes the powder, some banana, milk, flax seeds, almond butter, and ice. Does that sound good? I don't know about the almond butter. Okay. All right. Moving on. This monstrosity. Okay. This is mint chocolate flavored. It's only 8 ingredients. And it has a recipe for a mint chocolate shake on here. Why would somebody put mint and chocolate together? Who knows? Vanilla chai. Is this for a tea? This one doesn't have a recipe on the back. Okay. So never mind that. Okay. So vanilla chai has 11 ingredients. And then we were at vanilla. Okay. I called this cookie dough, but no, it's vanilla. All right. And it has only 5 ingredients. And there's a recipe on the back for protein cookie dough, which I probably will not do because I don't like to eat raw dough, but I will drink it with some almond milk or some whole milk. All right. There's 2 more I'm going to go through, but let me get caught up on y'all comments. All right. Okay. The girls at Sephora are lazy now. The girls at Sephora, are they lazy or do they just not know anything? Because they can't really ever help me find the right shade of anything. So now they have AI help them do it. That's how I found my right shade of concealer. Pillow Talk Pink. I actually have a lip. I typically wear a brand of lip gloss called Pillow Talk. Was that a coincidence? Like the other pink that I typically wear is called Pillow Talk. Either the brand is called Pillow Talk or the color is called Pillow Talk. I forget which one it is. So how much water are you aiming for? I'm aiming for 90 ounces. I'm currently at like 60, 70. I have my 30-ounce tumblers and I fill them up twice, but I really want to get to 3 times. And I'm so close. Plant-based product, Truvani. Yes. I like a pink blush and lipstick in the summer and a plum or orange-based blush in the fall, winter. Pinks are considered more fun. You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about that like a couple of days ago, how I don't really have any winter or fall themed lips or lippies. All of my glosses and things are pink, like some variety of pink, some combination of pink or brown. The closest I can get is brown. And even my brown, I'm going to mix it with pink. Yes. What brand protein powder is it? It's called Truvani. Did you get those from Truvani? Yes. Holly sent me these. Okay. I know y'all are probably like talking amongst yourselves in the chat already. I'm sorry, guys. I was having a bit of a cupcake fight over here. Okay. All right. Eat it. She doesn't need it. I don't. Oh my God. I'm not going to show y'all. That's nasty, but I wiped most of the frosting off. It's from a place called Nothing Bundt, BUNDT cakes. And their cupcakes are like big. They're like that big. So we split one in half. We were fat the other day. We had our individual ones. He had a Biscoff cupcake that was delicious. It had a Biscoff cookie on the bottom and on the top. And I had a strawberry because I wanted pink. I wanted a pink cupcake. And then we split the confetti one today, and I wiped most of the frosting off. I wiped most of it off. But if he doesn't take it with him, I'm eating it. Oh, I would throw that flavor out too. You still try it. You never know. Yeah, I am gonna try it. Chai tastes like ginger. Okay. If anyone likes Thin Mint Girl Scout cookies, you will love the Clean Simple Eats mint. Can somebody please time Jennifer? Nicole. See, it's always Jen. Somebody time Nicole out because Nicole is promoting mint chocolate chip. We don't like that. We don't like that. We don't like that. I got those Shuvani samples for free a while ago, but I have never tried them. They're still in my cabinet. I wonder if I should make them with milk or water. Typically, protein powder, like especially plant-based, I typically don't mix them with the milk because the powder is already chalky. And to me, the milk just makes it too thick to swallow. So even though it may not taste as good, I mix it with water because keeping it thin just makes it go down easier. But if these actually taste good and the consistency is good, then, you know, it may not be that big of a deal. I'm going to taste them on the next stream. I'm not going to taste it tonight because I'm still enjoying the cupcake that I had. I don't want to ruin it with a protein shake. And then there's two more. I'm not sure why these two came packaged this way, but making me do extra work. Okay, let's see. Orange. There's another one. There's another one. Pumpkin spice. I might hate pumpkin spice more than mint chocolate chip, but I'm not complaining. I'm not ungrateful. I'm gonna try them all. I really am. But it's like, why do people not Holly, but like companies? Why won't y'all get rid of these flavors? Pumpkin spice needs to never exist anymore. Okay, and it has 9 ingredients. Pumpkin spice protein shake, almond milk, ice, the protein powder, banana, pumpkin puree. I gotta drink the, maybe I'm supposed to blend this. Almond butter and yogurt, vanilla extract. They just doing too much. They doing way too much. I'm gonna try it anyway though, but I'm not doing all that. I'm gonna do this with some milk or some water. Okay, but pumpkin spice and mint chocolate chip drinks need to be banished from the face of the earth. I sound so ungrateful. I promise I'm not. I'm just goofy, okay? I'm just goofy. All right, last one. Strawberry. Strawberry is my favorite protein shake flavor, okay? And this one is a sweet, the recipe is for a sweet and creamy strawberry smoothie. Frozen strawberries, protein powder, ice, coconut milk, and vanilla extract. I like the sound of that, except I don't like coconut milk, so I would probably sub the coconut milk for almond milk. It doesn't say to blend it, though. Oh, it does say in a blender. I don't have a blender. I don't have a blender. I guess I can't do the frozen strawberries. I guess I'll just have to do the regular protein powder and milk. And ice. I do like ice in my protein shake. So the best one was last, and that was by accident. I didn't realize this one was in there. Yay! I love strawberry. I have not had a, now that I think about it, how do you get a strawberry flavored protein based? I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think I've seen strawberry as a flavor for a protein, for a plant-based protein shake. That's interesting. I would like to know how this one is going to taste. I probably might actually make this one tomorrow and turn it into a short for you guys. So thank you again, Holly, for my 6 Chuvani protein shake and my shaker cup. I got another cup, y'all. I'm gonna put that down gently. I'm not gonna break it. I'm not gonna bang it, okay? Okay, thank you so much. I love coconut chocolate cookie. Forgot what it's called, but it's from Girl Scout cookies. Am I the only one that's like didn't grow up on Girl Scout cookies? I had my first Girl Scout cookie as an adult, and I can't even remember which one I had. I had a pumpkin spice coffee once. It was okay. You know, I'm the type of person that calls things nasty just because they sound nasty, like without even trying them, honestly. So I've never had pumpkin spice. It sounds disgusting. No. Okay, I've tasted it from somebody else's drink, but me personally, I would never order such a thing. I don't like pumpkin drinks of any kind. Oh, but any kind of cake or anything yum. Pumpkin cake. I don't think I've ever had such a thing. I'd try that because I like cake. I would try that. Sounds like it would give me like heartburn though. I've been eating cottage cheese sprinkled with dry ranch dressing mix this week. It is so good. I added tomatoes today. One of the Skinny Talk girls mentioned it in the videos you played last week. Shout out to Skinny Talk and shout out to the meal preps, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, y'all know I eat like a 4-year-old. So the stuff that they be eating, it be very produce heavy, and I'm just like, oh, you like the pumpkin spice? I'm gonna send it back for hubby. I mean, your husband likes the pumpkin spice. I'm gonna send it back to him. I'm gonna send it back. It's gross. How many cups is that now, Vanity? About 25. Okay, that sounded like way like overly judgmental. And I don't think it's 25. I don't even think I'm at 20 yet. I think I'm at about 12, if that. And I carry. Okay, there was a time in the very far away past, about a month ago, when I was carrying like 6 or 7 with me to my house sits. Now I just carry my usual. I carry this one, and I carry one for, this is more of a bottle. I carry one for electrolytes. And if I'm feeling froggy, I'll carry a coffee mug, but that's about it. But now that I have this one for protein shakes, yeah. How many like OGs do I have watching? Meaning like you were watching my channel somewhat back when it first started, and I was gifting myself something every 10 pounds. Well, I think for the first 10 or 20 pounds or something like that, I gifted myself a Pandora charm bracelet, and I had stopped wearing it because it just became too big. But I have 3 charms on 4 that must represent. No, I think I cheated and bought one. I think I bought 2 at once. I think this represents at least 30 pounds of weight loss, and then an additional 2 charms that were gifted. I have my, let's see if I can show y'all. Let's see if it'll show. No, it's not gonna show. That sucks. No. I was hoping I could get it to go into focus, but I can't. Yeah, it's not gonna go into focus. I have a Nightmare Before Christmas Jack Skellington charm. I have a dumbbell, a coffee cup. I have an Aries ram because Aries is the best sign of the zodiac. And then I got gifted a camera for representing my YouTube journey. And I also have a little gold Christmas tree as well, because I was gifted this charm during Christmas. But I just started wearing this bracelet again, and it's actually so big. I've been waiting until I'm done losing weight to get a new bracelet, but I figured I couldn't even do this before. I can almost oh my god, I can almost slide it on. Hold on, let's see, without me breaking it. Oh my god. How many of y'all think I can slide this on? Yeah, I can get a smaller bracelet. I'm just waiting until I'm done losing weight. I don't think I can. Can I? I can almost slide this on if I didn't have, like, if my knuckles weren't in a way. It's so close. Maybe not. Maybe I'm dragging it a little bit. But I couldn't do this before. I couldn't get this far before. I thought I was gonna be, no, I'm bigger on my waist. I thought I was gonna be able to slide. I think by the time I'm done losing weight, I'll be able to slide this off and on, like, without even having to undo it. Okay. Hey, Michelle, how are you? I haven't eaten all day. Why haven't you eaten? What are you doing? I had a really good breakfast. Hello, V, and everyone in chat, clocking in late for work. Oh my, nobody's staying home. What's going on, guys? Why are we all going out in the snow and ice? Hi, sweetie. I spoke you into existence. Guess what, sweetie? I got a new cup. I didn't even read your comment yet. I just said, so funny. Pop in, say hello, and you're showing new cup. Can somebody get sweet tea together? I did not buy this sweet tea. It was gifted to me. It's not my fault. I thought you would be happy for me. It was gifted to me by Holly. Okay, so this one is not on me, sweet tea. It's not on me. It is not on me. Oh, I didn't show y'all the rest of my pink stuff. So I have a pink keyboard as well. And then of course my bracelet is rose gold. I think that's all the pink stuff that I have. And then y'all see my pajamas and my Uggs already. Okay, let's continue. Oh, the 15 has treated you amazing. Y'all, let me tell y'all something. Oh, did I miss something? I'm sorry. Hold on. Hello, V and everyone in chat. Clocking in late for work. Sydney, did you get my notice about meeting late? What did I miss? Oh, being late. I must have missed something. Sydney, what did I miss? Oh, y'all talking about I'm so y'all were talking about the moderator. Okay. I'm like, wait, what are y'all talking about? Like, did I miss a promotion or something? Like, did she get a promotion at work or something? I'm just gonna sit here and punish myself with some water. This is why I stay out of y'all business now. This is why I stay out of y'all business now. Okay. This is why. Yeah, I get it. I understand now. I'm a little, okay. Like the stream if you haven't already. If you have any topics or videos that you would like me to cover while we are here talking about nothing, please let me know. Just drop it into the comments. Or if you'd like to come up onto the platform, up onto the channel, up onto the stream and chit chat, you can be off camera if you like. Then let me know and I will drop the link. All right. Let HR do her. I stay out y'all business. I keep telling y'all I don't work here. I don't. Y'all are your own thing. Y'all got your own thing going on. I do not work here. I don't. So let's check in with what people are saying about this storm. Okay. I think it's fascinating to see what's going on around the country. Why not? Let's see.
I'm in Tupelo, Mississippi, the birthplace of Elvis Presley.
Give me a second.
But here's a rare sight of the king himself. Today, he's covered in a thick layer of ice. Look at that on his hands there. It's pretty unusual for communities across the Deep South to see this kind of icy rain and ice accumulation. And many communities here don't really have the infrastructure to handle this kind of a storm like Winter Storm Fern. So we know that there have been salt brine mixtures that have been deployed across many of the highways in Mississippi. But as this icy rain continues, it's expected to wash away some of that. And some of this ice is expected to be what's considered crippling. We'll be here throughout the weekend and keep you updated as we learn more.
Who thinks, okay, is the salting? Okay. Is the salting actually helping though when it comes to the ice? Because I know it changes the melting point of the ice, but there's going to be so much rain over the next few days that it's just like washed away. Yeah, like all of that salt is going to be gone. Like, and I think some places started salting a little too early. So people were just like driving over it. Don't go outside if you don't have to. If it starts to get icy where you are, do not go outside if you don't have to. Wow.
I hear the train is coming. It's rolling around the bend. And I see the blood.
Come on.
I'm almost wet.
Are we doing this? Are we putting aluminum foil in our socks? Yes, yay or nay? Let's vote yay or nay on some of these storm preparation techniques. Are we yay or nay on the aluminum foil in the socks? I just see that cutting into this person's foot. What are we doing here? No.
This storm is just going
to got more than 235 million people and about 40 states, more than 40 states, from Arizona all the way to Maine, that are in the path of this potentially historic winter storm. And the scope of this system, when we look at it, it's really going to be immense. Significant snow stretching from the southwest into the northeast and up into New England. We've got crippling ice that's going to be a potential throughout the morning. That's been one of the notable.
Sweetie, where are you? Aren't you in Massachusetts? saying, is it really that bad? You saying no, Andrew? Or no to the aluminum foil? Yeah, for the southeast, southeast, across the Great Plains. You're used to this weather. Yeah, I don't think the snow is that big of a deal. I don't think the snow is, but the ice, like certain places where the power lines are gonna freeze and break, or trees are gonna fall down, then yeah. What the hell are they doing with the foil in the sink? I don't know. They didn't explain it. They put a can. Oh, you're in LA. Why did I think Michelle's in Massachusetts? You should have just came to California. Was I gonna lay on your couch? Because I would have came. Don't threaten me with a good time. Y'all know I be house sitting, so I don't mind freeloading. I buy my own groceries, okay? I do. I buy my own groceries, clean up after myself, but I will come and homeowners be home. I will be right in the guest room, minding my business, talking to y'all. It's 56 and clear skies. Oh my gosh, must be nice. Let me see where yeah, no, this is nowhere near y'all. This is nowhere near y'all on the West Coast. Y'all wouldn't know what to do if y'all got freaking ice on the West Coast. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Updates, upgrades that we've seen from this winter storm. Several counties in several states in the Southeast now under an ice storm warning, which is, in my opinion, one of the worst winter alerts to be issued. And especially in this part of the country, which features a lot of trees, especially right along the Mississippi River Valley and parts of Mississippi. And then you get into the...
No, that massive...
People gotta stop playing around. If y'all can't see it, it says they said a massive winter storm was hitting today. People better stop playing around. I'm telling you, people are not taking this seriously. And hey, if it turns out to not be that bad, but man, after I saw what happened in Texas a few years ago, I said, nah, I'm not gonna risk it.
Hey guys, I'm out here at the corner of Deer Park Road and North Market Street. It's snow, ice on the ground, slush. You can see a few cars passing by.
Her makeup is beat in that snow, let me tell you.
Looks like people are going regular speeds, but if you're out here,
blue is definitely her color. Definitely her color.
Please be careful. There's been a couple of cars on the roadway. You can see people driving right now as we speak. But if you step outside, it feels like a winter wonderland. It feels like snow, actually, but it's freezing rain. This could potentially cause some black ice. You can see the ice already starting to turn a little dark as people are starting to cross by. Like I said, I'm at the corner of Deer Park Road and North Market Street. You guys, please be careful.
Hey, it's meteorologist Drew Anderson, just outside of our station. Look at this. We got plenty of salt down. You know, part of the reason it's colored salt is...
We don't care.
A triple threat.
Reporting to y'all live from Houston, Texas. It's raining outside currently right now. And it's cold as fuck. It's so fucking cold. Oh shit. It's thundering, y'all. Oh shit. I just know.
Gotta come outside to the snow.
All this snow, dang, y'all, we got so much.
Oh,
People
no,
are ignorant.
I can't stop. I can't stop. Oh, man. Oh,
hit the curb.
Black ice. Oh, I almost hit that. I literally can't stop. Oh, can't. The car is sliding.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the car is literally going. And I'm on black ice, and it's not stopping.
Really? For really, my Nelly? For really, my Nelly? Okay. Whatever. They need to chill with the 11% tax hike, though. That was so wrong. If I go shopping in Ventura, it's cheaper. An 11% sales tax hike? Y'all need to just leave there. Oh, sidebar. I told y'all I had an attitude. I went to the grocery store today, and these organic chicken tenderloin were $15 for a pack that, like, about this size, that could feed an adult and a half. Yeah, that's true. She shouldn't be standing out there that close to the road because drivers can quickly lose control of their cars. I didn't even think of that. Honestly. Hit the curb before you hit something else. I think he was being sarcastic. Like, because at first I thought he was being serious, like, oh my god, I can't stop the car. But then he's constantly turning it. Yeah. I thought he was being serious, but he wasn't. And I'm just like,
I hope I don't slide. Oh man. Ooh, black ice. Ooh, barely. Oh man. Oh.
I think he's making fun of people that don't know how to drive on ice, which I don't think you should like necessarily should be driving on black ice, because you know you can lose traction and that's your arse. That is your art. What is this person doing?
Hey everyone, heads up, this weekend is about to get intense.
Hi boys and girls, it's Shane. We're having a winter storm out there. If you've heard about the winter storm in the South and in Arkansas, it's wild. You guys that are up north, you talk about how the South you cannot imagine how much snow we're having up there. I'm about to go out and measure it. However, I don't know how long it's going to be.
What? Not the ski mask.
This is broad daylight on a Saturday. Oh my God. Oh. So
sir,
weird.
go in the house.
Okay.
Sir, I'm going to need you to. Sir?
You can't see a thing. I know.
All
it is white right now.
Why does he have on a ski mask or ski goggles?
There's so much snow. Oh.
I'm crying out to God to help me with these hard times. So, for demonstration, I closed these doors so that I automatically open. But I live in Michigan. It's -1 outside, but -20 with the wind chill. And I just want to show you how cold that is. I'm mopping right now.
Oh, my bad. I'm just over here like reading it myself, and honestly, my eyes are getting blurry, so I can barely see it either. I'm sorry, I didn't read to y'all what the captioning was saying. He got to hit his 10K steps. You know what's so funny about that, sweet tea? I was literally like, so I wonder if the skinny talk get your 10K girlies are going to be out in the ice and in the snow getting their 10,000 steps. Who's getting their walking in? You got to tell us what it says, please. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if the 10K steps, I don't even know what to look up. Let's see if the 10K girlies are walking in the snow. No, it's not going to show. I want to see particularly during the storm. Let's see, walking during storm. Oops, not showing. Not showing. Baddie alert.
Oh, shit. Oh my God. Krusty Krab pizza
is the pizza.
Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza.
She's getting her walking.
Krab.
Oh, I didn't want it to be in the video.
Pizza.
I mean, in the live. Oh, goodness. I'll put it back up. She's walking. Let's see. Who else?
This is what 75 Hard looks like. I am walking in the Texas Winter Arc ice storm, and I'm currently walking on the grass.
This is some bullshit. I don't care what y'all say. Frozen skinnies.
But no matter if it's raining,
I walked in the snow and the cold. I'm gonna need y'all to stop.
You still have to get your workout in. And here's me doing my first workout of the day, and I almost just left. We're walking very slow, which is an outdoor walk. And I mainly stay on the grass because, of course, I don't want to hurt myself. I also lost the glove. Wait, I found it. I found my glove. Oh my God. My hands are so cold. I'm so excited. My hands freezing. I have all my ski stuff on, so I'm completely warm. I'm actually kind of getting hot. So I thought I would just share. This is what it looks like. This is where you have to push yourself, be disciplined, and go above your limits. This is what 75 Hard looks like. I am walking.
Born of cold and winter air and mountain rain combining. cold and wind.
For Nicole, it says walking through the snowstorm they've been warning us about.
Born of cold and winter air and mountain rain combining.
What are people doing? No, that one is mine. You could take the other one that's not open. Keisha bought me core water. Sorry, y'all.
This Canadian weather has me struggling to get my 10,000 steps in, so I've come up with a life hack that you need to know about. I am currently en route to my closest mall, and I'm going to go be a freaking mall walker. To look at all the nice stuff. You get to like circle the mall, see all the vibes, see what you want to buy. But like, we're not buying anything that's out of our budget, so just make that intention before you go to the mall. But I'm telling you, it is like the easiest, like 4,000 steps, 5,000 steps, just like literally circling the mall like 5 times. It actually like gets me my steps in, so would totally recommend. This Canadian weather has me struggling to get my 10,000.
Born of cold and winter.
Okay, so this one says the snowstorm can't stop this hot girl walk. First of all, y'all not about to play in my face like this, skinny talk. Y'all not about to play in my face like this, skinny talk. This is all AI. It's fake. Talking about this snow ain't gonna stop this hot girl walk.
Air and mountain rain combining. This icy force both. Born of cold and winter air and mountain combining. Born of cold and winter air and mountain rain combining.
Now this one is more like it. This one says on a cold girl walk in my living room because Dallas Fort Worth is frozen. This is more like it. This I can get down with. Yeah. No coil.
One thing about my winter walks is that my heart rate will be up because any other season I'm like, la 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 la, look at the trees, look at the birds, look at the sky. And in the winter I'm like, it's 11 degrees. Like, baby girl, move us on purpose. Like, we know what the sky looks like. We've heard the birds. Like, let's get back in the house. One thing about my winter walks is that my heart rate will be up because any other. Yo, how do I tell my husband to hurry the fuck up and poop?
Born of cold and winter air and mountain rain combining.
Oh my God, these people are killing me.
This icy force both foul and fair.
I know you want to go outside.
Sheba wants to go on a walk during historic winter storm.
Sheba, Mama put boots on you, so your feet are going to be cold. And then you're going to stop in the middle of the sidewalk and hold your paws up, which means you want me to pick you up. But can I pick you up and carry you for the whole walk? Or should we just wait till it's warmer out?
Jen, is this what your baby is like? I'm so glad I don't have to walk my dog in this weather.
When
Oh my
you go
God.
on a walk, you got to walk. It's not a carry. It's called a walk. You know? So maybe later.
Is this what Lola is like?
Maybe
Me
later.
either, Nicole. The walking app is cursed, okay? It's cursed. I stopped looking at it because every time I looked, all y'all were ahead of me. I was always last. Maybe except like once or twice. But I haven't looked at it in forever because I don't be walking. I will go do my weight training and go the fluff home. Walking into work during the winter storm this weekend. Pretty much. You don't got enough layers on. I'm sorry. You hear that wind?
This
No.
is how you can avoid falling on icy sidewalks. The simplest thing you can do is to take shorter steps or just walk real slow. If you want to take it one step further, wear shoes with more traction, or I put on my ice cleats. Black ice can be hard to see, so take your time if you think any sidewalks are going to be slippery. This is how
I've lost 42 pounds on a calorie deficit and 10K steps a day, okay? It wasn't always perfect where I was eating 10K steps a day, but I was always trying, and that's the goal.
I'm not gonna lie, these people are pissing me off. Why can't people just sit inside in their pajamas like me? These people are pissing me off. Whose idea was this? Whose idea was this?
Goal is to try and get 10K steps a day or more. Now, I was doing this rain or shine, freezing temperatures, or snowstorms. Today is one of those days where I'm going to step out.
I don't believe y'all though. Who believes them? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Y'all getting y'all cars all dressed up to make these videos, but I don't believe y'all are really out there walking. Or the people that do show themselves walking, they just walk up the block and turn right back around. They walk far enough to make the TikTok, then they go home. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it.
Out in the snow, and I'm going to attempt to hit my 10K steps. Super cold. I have a gym over here, so I can go and walk on the treadmill. It just motivates me more when I'm outside and seeing new things instead of sitting on a treadmill and seeing the same thing over and over again. Anyways, let's go out in the snowstorm and attempt to walk our 10K steps.
Oh, hell no. She look cold as it's not that serious. I ain't gonna lie. Like, and see, maybe this is why I'm not skin tea yet, because I don't want to be, I don't want it this bad. I don't want it this bad. Okay. I don't want it this bad. Oh, y'all be on their chat. Oh, okay. Yeah. I was missing out on the chats too. I don't want it this bad. Like, am I the problem? Am I the drama? Because I don't want to be skinny this bad. Like, I want it bad, but I don't want it this bad. My lazy is still taking hold of me. Actually, it's starting to get a little chilly in here. But you know what? Never fret. I have a bathrobe. I'm prepared for this shit. Okay? Because I would rather be a little chilly, just a little, instead of being hot. You guys like my bathrobe? I bought my friend this bathrobe for her birthday. And then I bought me one to match because I almost kept hers. So I was just like, you know what? Let me just buy me one. So we have matching bathrobes. Whenever we needed to go to the lobby, we would wear our bathrobes looking like a couple of hussies, I guess. Okay. I have a friend who walks outside practically every day all year round. I think her cutoff for walking outside is below 10. Present this friend, Sydney, or it's a lie. Bring this friend to the front of the class, or it's a lie. I refuse to believe it. You're not about to trick me into going out in the cold. You're not about to trick me. Hold on, but wait. There's more, Nicole. Hold on.
It is way too.
Hold on. There's more. Wait. You didn't even see it. You didn't even fully see it. Hold on. There's more. Hold on. There's more. No, let me split it. There's more, Nicole. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Like, if I get super extra cold, look. This is gonna be me tonight watching his and hers. Gotta drink my water when Sweet Tea's watching. Know what this means? I need another cup. No, I'm just kidding. I need a cup to match this. You know, gotta have the whole situation going on. You gotta pull it together. Yeah, I mean, let's continue.
Have a huge multi-million-dollar opportunity in Australia, and I promised him I would mail him this music from various artists.
The hood is everything.
Paperwork's been signed.
The hood is everything.
Money's been sent. And now I gotta go to the post office and this shit.
Make it happen, Captain.
Over in Australia, living it up.
Make it happen, Captain.
Oh no.
That's New York.
You're probably sitting on a damn beach with a koala bear in one.
Hot girls go on walks no matter what the weather.
It's a lie. Don't believe it. It's a lie. Don't go out there, girl. Don't go back. They tricked you. Go in the house.
I did it. and that makes me hot girl.
No,
Hot
absolutely
girls go
not.
on walks no matter what the weather.
Absolutely not.
Make a snowman.
Make a
Why?
snowman.
God
Do not lay on
damn.
that. Do not lay on that ground.
Move.
Hold on. Am I the only one that doesn't like the snow this much? Am I the only one that doesn't enjoy the snow this much? And I grew up in the Northeast. I don't like snow. That's why I like living in the South. I don't like snow. I don't do snow. Am I the only one that don't like snow this much? Like, people are really excited about some snow. And what's dangerous is there can be ice under the snow. But I guess when it's first falling, it's fairly safe. How long is it to be walking outside using the tunnel? About 10 hours. That's one way to do it. Philadelphia! Philly's so pretty. It's a little ghetto. My favorite hot girl walks were in the rain. That's me, Jen. Oh, hell no.
On a cold and winter air and mountain rain combining.
I'm gonna need y'all to go in the house and stay in the house. I'm gonna need y'all to go in the house and stay in the house.
I'm Coyote Peterson, and I'm about to enter the sting zone with the Tarantula Hawk.
Let's go for it.
1, 2, here we go. 3. I'm Coyote.
Focus on the prize.
Yeah, this is mad much. This is a lot. This is a lot. Okay, guys, like, can we just not? Like, can we not? Can we just not, like, to any of this? No. Okay, so I guess Sweet T's point was proven. How many of y'all are going on hot now that we have, you know, seen the ticky of the talks? How many of y'all going outside? Sweet Tea, it's all a scam. How many of y'all going outside? Now, if I wasn't in this trap of an apartment building, I might go do it for the sake of content. Like, it's actually cold. It's like actually to the point where I need to close the window because it's only cracked, and now like the later it gets, the colder it gets, and it's really starting to like really get cold in here. And I'm wearing these for anybody that didn't see them earlier. So they have fur at the top, so my feet are warm, but I have to manage, you know, when you have slides, you kick your feet in and out of them. I have to actually manage to keep them on my feet in order to stay warm. So I'm going to put the straps around my ankles because I didn't have them around before. But yeah, so how many of y'all going outside? Andrew's going outside. Andrew says, no, I'm not. Yes, you are, Andrew. My kids love it. So Michelle's going outside. Andrew's going outside. Jen is already outside. Nicole can't go outside. Sweet Tea's going outside. Sydney's not going outside. I think Sydney's going to walk inside. I'm not going to walk at all. I got access to a gym. I have access to a gym. Oh, we did not go to the package room. This building that I'm in is like freaking Fort Knox. You can't get anywhere without a key fob. And I don't want to have to wake up in the morning to let Tommy in. So he just takes the key with him. No one in these videos really look like they are going walking. No hats, small coats. That's what I'm saying. It's all a scam. I don't believe it, Jennifer. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. I don't believe it. I don't believe these people are actually walking. I don't.
My husband cheated on me with 17 men and is asking me for forgiveness. My name is Sarah. I'm 30 years old.
I'm sorry. I made a grave mistake. I take it the heat is free over there. No, the heat is not on. The heat is not on at all. The heat is not on. Yeah, let me go close the window before I actually get to the point where I need the heat. But it's typically very, very warm in here, and I turn the AC on. I don't want to turn the AC on when it's 20 degrees outside, so I just cracked the window. So I'll be right back. I'm going to share this video that I accidentally scrolled to, and yeah, I'll be right back.
Married. My husband cheated on me with 17 men and is asking me for forgiveness. My name is Sarah. I'm 30 years old, married, and I have 4 kids. 10 years ago, I married my now husband the traditional way. His family came, asked for my hand, and we got married without knowing each other. But after marrying him, I started loving him and I became obsessed with him. He was such a great man. We lived in one city, but his job was in another city. It was like a touristy city. He would go there for 25 days and come back to us, stay with us for 5 to 7 days. And we continued living like this for a while. He worked in hotel management or something like that. All I knew is that he worked in an area where it's full of tourists and hotels.
What did I
and
miss?
That's what he did. He saw tourists all day, every day. For 7 years, we lived the best life ever. We had
All I heard was my husband cheated on me with 17 men, was it 16, and asking for forgiveness. I'm sorry to say, what is correct? Shall we go back? Let's go back. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing. Let's just I'm just curious. Now I have to know. Let's just see.
my husband cheated.
I think I stopped sharing it. There's no way I'm listening to this.
My name is Sarah. I'm 30 years old.
I gotta.
I might be a lot of things. My husband cheated on me with 17
go.
men and is asking me for forgiveness. My name is Sarah. I'm 30 years old, married, and I have 4 kids. 10 years ago, I married my now husband the traditional way. His family came, asked for my hand, and we got married without knowing each other. But after marrying him, I started loving him and I became obsessed with him. He was such a great man. We lived in one city, but his job was in another city. It was like a touristy city.
She's
He would
saying
go there
was
for
past
25
tense, like
days
she
and
killed
come
him or
back to us,
something.
stay with us for 5 to 7 days, and we continued living like this for a while. He worked in hotel management or something like that. All I knew is that he worked in an area where it's full of tourists and hotels, and that's what he did. He saw tourists all day, every day. For 7 years, we lived the best life ever. We had 4 beautiful kids, and he was such a great husband and a great father. I'm a
Girl,
beautiful woman. I take care of myself, make sure my hair is good, my nails are done, and I always look good for him. I'm responsible for the kids. I do everything for them. I cook, I clean, and I take care of everything around the house. He only works and provides for us, but I'm the one taking care of everything else. 3 years ago, he came home from work out of nowhere and was like, you know what? We've never been on a vacation together with the kids. Just prepare everything and let's leave. And that's exactly what we did. The kids and I were ecstatic and so happy that we would finally take a vacation together with their dad. We went to a resort and we were having a blast.
okay, I'm gonna assume this has to be some sort of skit. Cause what the hell? When people do stuff like this, no. I was about to say, because you have to know that your husband's gonna see this, but no. There was one. There was this lady. I don't know if y'all heard of her. I can't remember her name, but there was this lady. There was this lady that she caught her husband cheating. She ran into him and his mistress at the airport, and she came on TikTok telling the story, and she turned it into like a whole series. She went through the divorce and everything. So these things can be real. Let's continue. I'm curious. I just want to know.
For the first couple of days, we were all swimming and he was playing with the kids. Everything was going perfectly fine and amazing. One day I had to go to the suite.
Does anybody know what color she's trying to cancel out with the orange? Is she trying to cancel out like a blue undertone? Because I have dark circles too, and I'm wondering if that would help me out.
To grab something. So I left him with the kids at the pool and I went inside by myself. I went inside the suite. I did what I had to do, and then I was about to leave. And subhanAllah, right by the time I got to my
Oh
husband cheated
shit,
on me.
no.
As I'm looking through his phone, I see so many notifications, different apps, and hundreds of messages between him and different women. I was so confused and didn't know what was going on. I couldn't believe myself. I'm just looking and scrolling. Nothing made sense to me at first. All the messages were flirting, disgusting, so inappropriate. There were pictures and videos and everything. I kept convincing myself and being like, you know what? No, these are just tourists, people that he's dealing with. There is nothing between them. I was in disbelief, but I continued snooping and searching through his phone. Then I see a thread between him and someone. This person had a profile picture, and their picture was a rainbow flag. I didn't expect anything when I opened the thread of messages between both of them. But then as soon as I opened it, my God, the floor literally started spinning under me. I don't
Do y'all believe her? I want to know who believes her, because I'm like, I'm torn. I don't know.
Know much about it, but I'm 100% sure the guy he's talking to is gay. And one of the last messages this guy sends my husband, he was mad at him, telling him, "Why didn't you come and see me? You didn't like it last time we were together?" There were hundreds of messages between the two of them.
So she first said messages between him and women that were disgusting, but then she found one between him and somebody that has a rainbow flag, and she's pretty sure that they're gay. So I'm assuming she meant a man. Let's continue.
They were in a full-blown relationship, talking, sending each other's pictures, videos, disturbing things that I could not even fathom opening. I was just looking at as much as I can, but couldn't open and see everything because it was just so disturbing and disgusting. And subhanallah, right at that moment, he walks in and he sees his phone in my hand. He knew it. He saw my face and knew it. I turn around and I start screaming and crying and attacking him. And he panicked and he got so scared and he broke down, literally right then and there. He was on the ground crying and begging me to listen to him. And I looked at him, I was like, explain and tell me what. I saw everything. He was like, no, listen to me. You have to hear me out. I was like, okay, what is it? He told me, hey, I'm going to tell you the whole truth. I was like, okay, I mean, what other truth? I saw everything. Then he dropped it on me like an explosive on my head. He was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was just 17 of them. He's sitting there telling me that he only had a sexual relationship with 17 men. 17 men.
Sweet Tea believes her. Nicole has the popcorn. I have popcorn too, but I don't want y'all judging me because I had a half a cupcake. I didn't eat dinner, so I'm probably gonna end up snagging. Whatever. Sweet Tea believes her. Does anybody else believe her, or are we calling cap on this?
I'm not gonna lie. I just lost it. I lost it on him and on myself. I'm like, 17? What are you talking about? So you're gay? And he was like, oh no, I'm not gay. I'm like, what do you mean? He was like, they're gay. I'm not gay. Sir, you had a sexual relationship with 17 men. What does that make you? Like, what? Just because they're openly gay and you don't identify as one, that means you're not? I lost it and I had a mental breakdown. I literally had to go to the hospital that day. And the whole time he's begging me and explaining it to me, trying to convince me why
am I so sucked into this?
I can't. I got tested that day to make sure that I was clean. And I looked at him and said, hey, you have to get tested too. He looks at me and tells me, oh, we have to do it every 6 months. I guess he wasn't a manager after all, because apparently if you have to get tested for STDs every 6 months, what does that have to do with management? It all felt like a nightmare. I couldn't believe that I was that blind or that he was that good. This man is not a manager. This man is selling himself to tourists, to men and women, and he doesn't think that he's bi or gay. He was sorry, but he was justifying everything he was doing. I don't understand. How are you gonna cheat with men and not consider yourself at least bisexual? Like, what? That happened.
Whoa, I do not. Am I using, okay, sorry, sidebar. Am I doing setting spray wrong? Because I do like 3 sprays. Right, left, center. A 4th if I'm feeling nasty. Like, what was all of that? And I don't even wear foundation yet with these acne scars. I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna show the members only. I'm gonna do the members only where I show the videos and the pictures. But I don't even wear foundation yet. I do a little bit of brow and some concealer, and I do a little powder and I set that. I'm working on the rest. Okay, I'm working on putting the face together. That was a lot of setting spray. Do y'all do that? Or y'all don't like, do y'all not wear makeup? I don't know.
3 years ago, and I still cannot get over it. He still goes to work and stays about 25
Her face is beat, by the way. I think her makeup looks really good.
days and comes back for a week. But during that week, I do not leave my room whatsoever. I don't talk to him. I don't cook for him. I don't do anything. We live 2 separate lives. I don't know where to go or what to do. Both my parents passed away, and I'm all alone. I have no family to turn to. I have 4 kids, and they love their father. And they don't know anything because they didn't tell anyone about what I found out. Nothing changed. He still does the same thing because he works and he goes for 25 days. So I'm pretty sure he's still doing the same thing. For the people that tell me to just pick up or leave, I can't.
Oh, I thought I was doing something with my lip combo. Yeah, what she is doing right here with her lip, fire. Like, I'm just getting into the lip liner in like the past few months. And I only have one color. Well, I have other colors, but I only use one color, like a dark brown, like a deep brown or medium brown. Well, she's okay. I know this is about the whole husband situation, but like her face is beat. Pat says, I'm mesmerized how she is blending her makeup. Yes, her blending is sick. Like, she did a wonderful job. Now I believe her because he said he's not gay, they're gay. That caught me off guard too. I heard this is common in traditional Middle Eastern marriages. I don't know what just happened there. I'm just saying. And yeah, she did her setting spray right. Drench it, girl. Well, I be feeling like I don't even have enough makeup for that. Okay, so maybe when I start wearing like foundation, if I start wearing foundation, because right now I just put on concealer. Just drench it. Okay, just drench it. Okay, and I feel like, you know, I'm still working on the rest. Okay. I believe she looks Arab, and that happens a lot to the ladies. Journey of Life. I was wondering if you were still watching. Seriously? Dare I ask for the tea on this? I said before and after sometimes. Oh, I'm learning, guys. Like, I'm still trying to figure out eyebrows. Like, I have naturally bushy eyebrows, and I'm still trying to, like, but they're choppy from years of threading. So like they're misshapen and I'm missing patches. So I'll be trying to fill them in, but then they end up looking thick. And then I try to like clean it, whatever. Anyway, I'm working on it. Oh, Sweet Tea knows because all the Arabs in LA. Wow. So y'all believe her. Let's see what the comments say. Nah, but I got distracted by this lip. Like, this lip combo that she's about to put on is like, it damn near changes her whole face. Like, look at this. Look, watch this. Watch and look at her look right here. And then watch how her entire face changes the second she puts on the lip. Makeup is amazing. That is crazy.
All alone. I have no family to turn to. I have 4 kids and they love their father.
Look how the lip just brought her whole face together.
About what I found out. Nothing changed. He still does the same thing because he works and he goes for 25 days. So I'm pretty sure he's still doing the same thing. For the people that tell me to just pick up or leave, I can't. I don't have the means to support my kids. I have no family, no money, nothing. I am so sad and heartbroken.
Yes, girl, with the gloss at the end. Amen. Yes, girl.
To talk to or who could help me. My husband cheated on me.
All right, let's see what the comments say. She got 26,000 comments. Let's see. This person says 17 as in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, etc. Y'all get it. My brain, since she said 17, it was just the 17 of them. I didn't tell anyone. You're supposed to start with, this is not my story. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like anybody else is calling Cap. Oh, wow, I feel so bad for her. Let's see if she has an update. I'm nosy. I don't know how long ago that video was. Girl, how long ago was that video?
I discovered I lived with my stalker under the same roof. My husband and I have been married for 9 years, and we had our ups and downs like most married couples. We always worry about our daughters getting us assaulted. My husband cheated on me with 17 men.
Okay,
He's
it's this
asking me for
one.
Forgiveness. My name is. I discovered I lived with my stalker under the same roof. My husband and I have been married for 9 years, and we had our ups and downs like most married couples. And earlier this year, I discovered that my husband has been looking at pornography. And when I confronted him,
Now I don't know.
dilemma. Should I choose myself, my freedom, and the man that loves me? Or should I choose my mom and my sister's safety and happiness?
Oh yeah, she's lying, guys. Cap. She said she had no family. She said her parents were dead in the last one. This is. She got me, y'all. She got me. Y'all are being a mess in these goddamn comments. I'm not reading that, Jen. I'm just put it on the screen for the people that want to read it. I'm not reading that out loud. I know someone who said the same thing when she left her marriage to be with a woman. She made it clear to all of us that it didn't mean she was now gay. Arabs know how to do makeup really well. I don't have that gene. Well, where are the Arabs working at Sephora? Or where are the Arabs with the makeup store so I can go get my makeup done? Journey, come on now. She's not lying about the cheating. Let's go back.
My husband cheated on me with 17 men and is asking me for forgiveness. My name is Sarah. I'm 30 years old, married, and I have 4 kids. 10 years ago, I married my now husband the traditional way. His family came after
Right?
my
That's what she said. 10 years ago, I married my husband. She also says in this video that her parents are dead and she has no family.
We
But then
always
in
were
this
stuck in a
video,
dilemma. Should I choose myself, my freedom, and the man that loves me? Or should I choose my mom and my sister's safety and happiness? My name is Hind. I'm 18 years old. And
she gave a different name. Is this an AI chat? Is this an AI page? Oh, you think she's reading other people's stories? This one says, who also came from her previous video of the 17 men? Me. I'm really confused. One video, she has no parents and she's 30. Another video, she's 18 and has a family. Can someone clarify? Based on what I saw in the other video, she says other people's stories, but she's so good at it. Oh, she's telling other people's stories. Okay, you guys are on it. Okay. Okay. She's telling other people's stories. Okay. All right. Now that I'm caught up. All right, cool.
come from a very strict conservative family. My mom, my sister, and I are very oppressed and controlled at home. The smallest, stupidest things that you could think of, we are not allowed to do. Like anything and everything. We always worry about our daughters. I discovered I lived with my stalker under the same roof. My husband and I have been married for 9 years. And we had our ups and downs like stuck. I discovered I lived with my
I'm
stalker
sorry.
under the same
My bad.
roof.
Okay, I
My
understand
husband and I
now.
have been married for 9 years.
I'm gonna hit the follow for more toxic stories. I'm sorry. I have to. Okay, I have to. I have to. All right, let's see what other random nonsense we can find now that we're down.
With that, the 2025 season.
Let's see. Oh no, I lost the hold on. Where is hold on. Sorry, y'all.
My son will be 7 next month. And he has his own damn room. And all he do is sit up here and yell. Oh.
I think I know this lady. Wait. I know my eyes are like blurry right now, but hold on. Give me a second. Wait a minute. Oh, I do know her. How did TikTok must be attached to my contacts or something, because how the hell did she pop up on my TikTok? Wow. I'm not even following her. That's weird. Interesting. This girl used to do my hair. I'm like, wait a minute. I know this lady. I'm like, what the fuck? I know this lady. She used to do my hair here in North Carolina. In fact, she will be doing my hair for my birthday. That was awkward.
Often get the opportunity to
Okay, hold on.
gaslight. Well,
Following.
we got soup dumplings.
No, I'm looking for Ashley. Where is she?
You're not fat, you're thick. No, I'm fat. And you like fat women. And that's okay.
Here we go. Let's see what Ashley got going on. Oh, she doesn't put her clips on here? Maybe not. Level up advice. Let's try that.
Let me see your feet. What's on your feet?
Because I have
TikTok gets all up in your phone stealing information. Yeah, I'm gonna fuck around and uninstall it because I'm like, there's no way I'm randomly scrolling on TikTok and a person that I know in real life just pops up. Like for a second, I thought I was seeing things like, is that her? I haven't seen her in a while, but is that her? Yeah, I know her, but I'm not following her. Why the fuck is she in my feed? What's her channel? Are you talking about Journey's Friends? Wow. Y'all want to tell me all your secrets? I promise not to keep them.
3 daughters. I'm making sure they're ready, and then I'm just like neglecting myself.
Let's start here. But what are we doing with your hair?
I am natural, but I keep it pressed.
I want you to switch up. That's a part of being motivated to want to put on makeup, to want to put on new clothing. So it's important as a woman that we switch up the look. Not that you can't. How is our weight doing? Let me see your feet. You're going to let me see your feet. You're going to come up and let me see your feet. What's on your clothing? So it's important as a woman that we switch up the look. Not that you can't be natural, but try your wig. Try your sewing. I want you to try different things. You go for another month or two wearing your natural hair and then try something else.
So with my makeup, my skin has been breaking out a lot. So I haven't been putting a lot on my face.
And are you going to a dermatologist?
No, ma'am.
If you break out a lot, try a brand like Bare Minerals or something natural, vegan.
Okay.
Can we see the nails?
Oh, the channel. I didn't share her channel name. Hold on. For the woman that was telling stories.
I'm gonna work out today. That's okay.
How do I find it?
I don't often get.
How do I find it?
I don't look
again?
like this now.
Hold on. I'm not sure how to. I just hit the follow on her, but how do I find? See, oh God, you guys are gonna put me on the spot and show that I don't know how to
beat your.
What use TikTok. No. Hold on. Let me do this.
Here's some opinions that I have that would.
Hold on. Let me stop sharing. Oh, Amar Beauty. Okay, there it is. Or is it Anhar? My eyes are blurry. I can't see. Turn off this damn light. Can't see what the hell's going on. Anhar Beauty. I don't even know how to go back and see it. My bad. My bad. My bad. Have y'all been watching anything interesting lately on YouTube, like GLP-1 related or otherwise? What's your guilty pleasure? Let me know so I can get into it. Love Ash. I do too. Y'all want to get into a little bit of Level Up? Or what have y'all been watching on YouTube lately? Somebody put me onto a new channel. Also, when you think Hada Beauty or Hada, I can't see. My eyes are like super blurry. I think it's from that light. Huda Beauty. Huda? She's Lebanese. Okay. Watch Dr. Ekberg. Oh, you know what? Now that you say that, John, I do like Dr. Ekberg, but can I tell y'all something that I experienced recently? Does anybody like Dr. Not Dr. Berg, not Dr. Fung? Who's the carnivore guy, the doctor? Hold on. What is his name? I was watching a video about him recently and it pissed me off. What is his name? The carnivore doctor. Hold on. Hold on. Ken Berry. Are y'all familiar with Dr. Ken? Dr. Ken pissed me off recently. I stopped watching his channel some time ago, but he's the guy that really goes hard for Ken Berry. Y'all know him. Thank you. He's the guy that goes really hard for carnivore, right? Now y'all know the USDA has recently updated the food pyramid, and I think they made some very good, improvements to it. Dr. Fung talked about it. He was happy with the improvements, even though he's in Canada. The rest of the world tends to, not the rest, but the rest of the Western world tends to follow the US as far as dietary guidelines. And I watched the video with Dr. Berry, Dr. Ken Berry, and he was like looking for stuff to be wrong with it. And I didn't like that. Like he was really impressive some years ago, but I think as the money started rolling in, he started to get a little goofy to me. Like he was looking for things to complain about. Like he was one of the people that when I first was doing my research on GLP-1s, he was being so negative about it. And I was just, Dr. Fung was bringing it right down the middle. He was being honest about it, but he's like, you could just fast or whatever, but GLP-1s are great. But Dr. Ken Berry, he's one of those people that once people come to you for a particular solution and you feel like you are amongst the group of few people that have the answer, any other answer is irrelevant. I don't like that. Dr. Ken Berry does say some bold things. Let's watch his video. Let's watch his video because I was not happy. I was very disappointed in him. I was disappointed in him about the, the GLP-1 stuff. I had already stopped watching his channel just because I had stopped watching the carnivore stuff. But I was very disappointed in him about his take on GLP-1s. And I'm disappointed in him and his take on the food pyramid. It's like he's looking for things to be wrong. Until I used to follow him too until he started getting on my nerves. He became a know-it-all. So it's not just me. Okay, so we're gonna do this. So thank you for the channel recommendation for Dr. Ekberg. I will show y'all Dr. Ekberg as well because he has been amazing. He has been consistent for as far as I can see. But Dr. Berry, I'm so disappointed in him. Like he's the type of person that he's the one that has all the answers. Sweet Tea's leaving us because she doesn't love us anymore. Gotta log out, friends. Stay warm. I'll come back and check if you're still around. Have fun, Sweet Tea, or stay safe, or have a good night. And we're gonna be up for a while because I have no life and I don't have anything to do. Never watched him. Okay, well, he gave a lot of good information for carnivore for people, and carnivore worked for a lot of people, not for everybody. But let's just watch this video. I was so disappointed in him. I honestly, maybe I'm being unfair because I didn't watch it straight through, but we're going to watch it. We're going to watch it now. And I'm going to put it on like 1.25 speed or something. So first of all, let's just start by this. I knew it was going to be some bullshit when I saw this thumbnail. Okay. So new food pyramid, the good, the bad, the ugly, and look at his face as if they did something that was so confusing and so wrong. I'm like, okay, is this clickbait or are you really gonna like express something that's wrong with this, right? Because I think that the fact that someone in the government can say we've gotten this wrong for decades and people have suffered for it, so let's try to move forward and get this right. I don't think that that's a bad thing. Should we put all of our faith in what the government tells us to eat? No, but the fact that somebody is willing to say, yeah, we fucked this up on some junk science for the past 50 years. We let Big Sugar get away with a lot of dumb shit. Let's try to get this right. Like, let's try to do better moving forward. The fact that somebody would even say that on a government level, I think that's important. And you take that information with it and you do with it what you will. So I saw the thumbnail and I'm like, oh God, here he go. Like he gonna be on some stupid shit. So let's see what he's talking about. Let's see what's wrong with the new food pyramid, okay? And keep in mind, he's coming from a carnivore standpoint.
And we need to talk about this. There are definitely the new dietary guidelines for 2025 have just hit, and we need to talk about this. There are definitely some improvements. There are some things that could have been done better, and there are still some crazy things in the dietary guidelines that should not be in there. Let's talk about the good, the bad, the ugly of the new 2025 dietary guidelines. So the biggest change that we immediately notice is that there's a new pyramid and that the pyramid's upside down. I'm not sure if this is a snarky reference to the South Park episode or if this is just how they decided to do it. There are two different ways to look at the pyramid image. So if you just look at it as a equilateral triangle and look at the middle, then you're still going to get the misimpression that you should focus your diet on fruits and vegetables and plant-based things.
What the fuck is he even talking about? Okay, let's back up. Maybe I'm jumping out the window. Hold on, let's back up.
There are two different ways to look at the pyramid image. So if you just look at it as a equilateral triangle and look at the middle, then you're still going to get the misimpression that you should focus your diet on fruits and vegetables and plant-based things. I would advise you to read this pyramid.
How is he getting that when the meats and the produce are fairly equal? In fact, the fruits are pushed further down because the fruits are higher in sugar. How is he getting that? Like they literally make it so that it's like somewhat balanced. Like, what the hell is he even talking about?
That you should focus your diet on triangle and look.
Okay. Am I tripping or do we see? Oh, I wish I was screen sharing from my iPad so that I could circle this stuff. Do we see that you have protein in the top left, protein, dairy, and healthy fats in the top left toward the center, fruits and vegetables in the top right toward the center? What the fuck is he talking about? So he wants you to just look from, let's say, the salmon across to the head of lettuce or cabbage and say that that means that you're supposed to be produce centered. Why is he making stuff up? Why is he making stuff up? Like, if you start from the top, the widest section of the triangle, then you see that protein and produce, maybe not the fruit side of produce, but the vegetables, meat and vegetables are balanced. I think that that's a great improvement. I have no problem. Now, I, in my diet, don't balance protein and vegetables, but I don't have any problem with that being like a starting point as a standard. Balance your protein with your vegetables. Like, one is not necessarily more important than the other. Put them both in. I've been saying for the longest time that there's people that go carnivore, there's people that go vegan. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. Yet everybody thinks they're right. Everybody, the carnivores, keto people think they're correct. The vegans and vegetarians think they're right. They're correct. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. And I think this is as close to the middle as we're going to get. Also, who is only going to look in the middle? Okay, so this is where, like, I'm sorry, this is like getting under my skin. So Sydney, this is exactly the point that I'm trying to make. Why be disingenuous and say that there's two ways to look at this? And then you cut off the whole top portion that displays protein and vegetables being balanced. And also the widest portion of the triangle, as you come to the middle, it narrows out. So have your fats, you know, balance your fats in there, but not too much. Have your fruit in there, your fructose, but not too much. Like, what is he talking about? He's just making shit up. Most people aren't only eating meat. I would agree. He's stupid and needs some kind of help. Maybe you meant. That's a vast improvement from the old pyramid. It is. And I'm willing to give credit where credit is due. Okay. The government gets a lot of shit wrong, and they got this wrong for the past 50 years, 40 years. Like, let's give some credit where credit is due. Okay. Now you can tweak this to your own liking, but let's give some credit here. Let's give some credit.
Look at the middle, then you're still going to get the misimpression that
Nobody's getting that misimpression. Like, stop. Like, oh God.
you should focus your diet on fruits and vegetables and plant-based things. I would advise you to read this pyramid just like you would read written text, from top to bottom, from left to right. If you'll read it
Okay.
in that fashion, then you'll immediately see that red meat, eggs, dairy, that should be the majority of what you eat. And then as you read across from left to right,
That's not what I got. I don't like people like this. I knew there was a reason I stopped watching Dr. Kim Berry. He has become so disingenuous just to be the person with the answers, just to be the guy with the answers. He's willing to make shit up. He said, read it like you read a book, top to bottom, left to right. So why did you cut out the whole top portion? And then when you reintroduce it, you say meat and dairy is the majority. That's not what it says. Meat and vegetables are the majority, but he has to demonize produce. I'm team eat the broccoli if you want it, don't eat it if you don't want it. You'll probably be better off having a little bit of produce than not having it at all. But like, I don't think it's the end of the world, okay? But he has demonized produce so much that he can't give it the slightest bit of credit. He's willing to lie to people in their face and say that, sorry, I just heard something bang. Scared the hell out of me. He's willing to lie and say that that image says that meat and dairy are the majority when it's not. Let's continue.
you're going to say, okay, there's some vegetables. And then you go down to the next line and there's the butter and I guess olive oil. Then you're like, okay, animal fats. And then over here, now we're into
Why did he dismiss the vegetables like that? Why did he do that?
some fruits, maybe. Notice that there's no glass of fruit juice visible. And notice that if you read it from left to right,
I think that that's impressive. Well, not impressive, but I think that that's great that they don't have a glass of orange or apple juice. That's actually wonderful. That's actually wonderful. Let's stop promoting fresh squeeze. Well, I won't say fresh squeeze. Let's stop promoting juice, okay? High fructose corn syrup. Let's how about we just stop promoting juice overall? And if you are a juicer, then we'll consider that to be different. But let's stop promoting juice.
red meat is the very first thing you see. And indeed, if you go to the realfood.gov, the official website that goes along with this food pyramid, the very first image you see is red meat when you scroll.
So, okay, great. We're allowed to eat red meat. Like we knew, Dr. Ken, like those of us that eat both or majority protein, we knew this 10 years ago because of you and other doctors. Like you don't have to oversell it with the red meat. Not everybody's going to eat red meat. Like, please, it's not that fucking deep.
Scroll down this website. So in that respect, this new dietary
Now it has to be about red meat being first and better.
guidelines is a huge improvement. Just from the first glance visual that you see, it's red meat. The second thing you should notice is that ultra processed food is invisible. It's not there at all, which I think is a vast.
That was horrible editing. Why did the camera and the mic change the sound? Was that just me? Am I hearing shit? Hold on.
Improvement. Just from the first glance visual that you see, it's red meat. The second thing you should notice is that ultra processed food is invisible. It's
Okay.
not there at all, which I think is a vast improvement over the old pyramid, which implied that, well, it's okay, you can eat it. You know.
I'm nitpicking, but why is he at a different camera angle but looking at the other camera? Is that something that people are doing now? Okay, whatever.
No, it's just grains. It's okay. It's just plant-based. They're not even present in this pyramid. Another great improvement with this pyramid is that fat is no longer demonized. It's actually present. It's visual there. There's butter right there. There's actually marbling in that red meat. There's ground beef, which contains at least 10, if not 30% fat.
Eat your fat, people. I agree with this. I've been saying this since the start of my channel. I'm not giving up my bacon.
So in that respect, that's another great improvement. There's no
What the fuck is going on with this editing here? No, okay, no, I'm sorry. Now I'm picking because he done pissed me off. Look at this shit. Look, he's not doing this right. Whoever edited this for him or filmed it is not doing this right. Look, let's go back. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna let it play.
first glance visual that you see, it's red meat. The second thing you should notice is that ultra processed food is invisible. It's not there at all, which I think is a vast improvement over the old pyramid, which implied that, well, it's okay, you can eat it, you know, it's just grains, it's okay, it's just plant-based. They're not even present in this pyramid. Another great improvement with this pyramid is that fat is no longer demonized. It's actually present, it's visual there. There's butter right there. There's actually marbling in that red meat. There's ground beef, which contains at least 10, if not 30% fat. So in that respect, that's another great improvement. There's no blatant reference to vegetable seed oils in this. Maybe some people misinterpret that little flask as canola oil, but in my mind, that's olive oil, which is one of the least bad plant oils that you can eat. So saturated fat is no longer being demonized in the actual visual image of the new pyramid. Now, when we
I think that's a wonderful improvement. I have no complaints so far.
start talking about the actual written portion of the dietary guidelines, there's still a significant problem there. As I implied earlier, if you look at the middle of this pyramid, if you don't read top to bottom, left to right, then you still get the false impression that the majority of what you eat should be plants. And
Who's getting that impression? No, who's getting that impression? Okay, first of all, it's a photo. You just look at it. You don't read it in any particular direction. Not that I can, like, not really. It's not.
I don't think that that was the message they intended. I also don't think it should be your take-home message. You should prioritize at least half of your plate needs to be filled with red meat, eggs, fish, poultry. So if you misread this pyramid and just look at the middle and consider that the most important, and then as you go toward each corner of the pyramid, those are kind of different things, but still accepted, you'll get the false impression that whole grains or bread is still a healthy part of your diet. And I don't think that's what they were implying. I think that they were trying to blatantly minimize wheat, rice, oats, and corn in this pyramid by putting it at the bottom. And they actually draw a little line between the other foods on the pyramid and the grains. And they don't do that with the red meat over in the left-hand corner or with the veg in the right-hand corner. There's no line separating that like there is with the grains. I think some people can eat a small amount of whole grains occasionally and it not be that disastrous for their health. But I do think that
I'm going to go back to see what he's talking about. Okay, so let's Google it real quick. I want to see, why is there a line? Does it matter? Let's see. Maybe they're just saying grains are optional, and if you're going to have it, have minimal amounts. Maybe they explain why they did that. Okay. So it says the new inverted 2026 food pyramid separates grains at the bottom to distinguish between healthier, nutrient-dense whole grains and refined processed carbohydrates. This design reflects a shift to limit processed foods, reduce carbohydrate intake, and prioritize high-quality protein and healthy fats. Reduced emphasis. Unlike older models, the new pyramid shifts grains from the base to the smallest point at the bottom, signaling they should be consumed in lower, more moderate amounts. Okay, targeting refined carbs. The separation highlights a distinctive. I'm like tripping balls. The separation highlights a directive to specifically reduce or avoid refined carbohydrates like white bread, pastries, and cereals, which are linked to metabolic issues. Hold on, let me look at this again. I'm not sure if AI is giving me the right explanation, because I mean, what AI is saying makes sense, but that's not what I see depicted in this picture. I'm not sure why he's making such a big deal about this line here. I'm not sure if it means anything. I don't know, but let's go back to what he was saying.
Now, I don't think that's what they were implying. I think that they were trying to blatantly minimize wheat, rice, oats, and corn in this pyramid by putting it at the bottom. And they actually draw a little line between the other foods on the pyramid and the grains. And they don't do that with the red meat over in the left-hand corner or with the veg in the right-hand corner. There's no line separating that like there is with the grains. I think some people can eat a small amount of whole grains occasionally and it not be that disastrous for their health. But I do think that if you read this pyramid from top to bottom, left to right, you will get the true impression that you need to minimize all grains in your diet. Your health will improve if you do that. One of my main problems with this new pyramid and the dietary guidelines is there's no blatant reference to 88% of Americans having at least one marker of metabolic disease. They don't really cover that at all. So in that respect, these guidelines are still evidently intended for healthy Americans, of which there's only 12% of adults. And so I think they
Sorry, I was muted. I'm gonna get like 4 messages. You're muted, V. You're muted. What? What? The guidelines are for healthy adults only? What?
really should have broken down that the average American adult is metabolically unwell and that the food pyramid is going to be a step towards reversing the chronic metabolic conditions that the majority of American adults suffer from currently. I certainly like that there's less dogmatic language villainizing saturated fat and animal.
Sydney says people like Dr. Berry, Dr. Mindy Pels, Thomas DeLauer, oh God, DeLauer, are scrambling now because GLP-1s are putting them out of business. They're scrambling to get their audiences back or establish new audiences. You know what's so, thank you for taking the time to type that out, Sydney. You know what's so crazy about that? I used to give doctors, influencers the benefit of the doubt that that's not what they were trying to do. But when the GLP-1s came along and I saw people, I won't say came along, they've been here for 2 decades now. But when the popularity started to kick up 2-3 years ago, and I saw doctors that I really, really trusted and had faith in, when I saw them demonizing and not even giving GLP-1s a chance, except Dr. Jason Fung, I knew we were at that moment. I knew we were at that moment where these doctors were putting their integrity on the line. These influencers were putting their integrity on the line. They were willing to turn people away from a viable source of weight loss or option for weight loss just to keep their audiences. And I don't respect that. I don't respect that. So I 100% agree with you, Sydney. Typically, I would give the benefit of the doubt and say, no, it's really not about that. But honestly, the people, the channels that made all the change in the world, I will give them credit, that made all the change in the world during the low carb wave, saved a lot of people's lives. Not everybody, not nearly enough, but a lot. And for at least a decade, at least a decade, definitely the past. So we're in 26. So let's go 2022 to 15. So nearly a decade. But let's just give them a whole decade. They were the only ones that had any answers for at least some people. Low carb, fasting, keto, like, yeah, these things didn't work for everybody, but they worked for a lot of people. And so these were the loudest voices and the most successful voices in the name of weight loss and type 2 diabetes reversal. Well, now that the GLP-1s are here, they are bad-mouthing them and they are not being honest with people. Now that even the government, we even have someone in the government like, hey, we messed up with telling y'all how to eat, but this like we try to get it right now. You won't even give them credit for that. So it's like they're constantly trying to say, hey, no, look at me. I got the answers. Ignore everything else going on around you. You know, technically, if everybody starts to get well, then people are going to lose money. And it's just unfortunate. I know people like all these doctors telling them what to eat, but what happened to eating a balanced meal, meat, veg, and carb? Yeah, I was on that low carb train, and I do still believe that overall, like over the course of my life, low carb was beneficial for me. Well, let me back up. I do believe that low carb was beneficial for me at a point because overall, over the course of my life, I have overeaten in excess of carbohydrates. So if you're eating in excess, which a lot of us are, then yes, I do think it is worth a shot, especially if you're a type 2 diabetic. However, if we're being effing real, right? If we're being real about just being healthy, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. Meat, veg, carb, put them all together. What do you have? Balance. It's that simple. But I do understand how a person that's 350 pounds and they have an A1C that's pre-diabetic, when you're trying to reverse that shit fast, you can't afford to be dilly-dallying in carbs. I understand that. And that's how a lot of people was able to change their lives. They cut them really, really low to get that insulin resistance under control quickly, or they fasted. That I understand. So I do believe those methods and those tools belong in the toolkit for a lot of people that are in danger. Can we just add the GLP-1s to the toolkit? Can we just add the GLP-1s to the toolkit? Like, why do we have to be this way? I'm going to eat bacon and be on a GLP-1. I'm going to try to eat less than 200 grams of carbs and be on a GLP-1 because I start getting sick and, you know, all types of stuff. If I go to 250, 300, 400, 500 grams of carbs a day, like I start getting sick, you know, and it starts to show on my body. But it's like, I don't like them. I don't like them. Sidebar, did you talk about mukbangs yet? I need to know what they are, so don't forget to talk about it. Mukbangs are when people sit in front of a camera and eat. Eat for an audience. So, but it's an enormous amount of food. I didn't talk about it because most people said they didn't like them, but I think that they're fascinating. So I can show you a little bit before we get out of here. So yeah, definitely. I forgot to end the poll. I'm sorry, that poll is still up. Let's see. I forgot to end that poll. I forgot to end that poll. Hold on. Give me a second. I don't want people still voting in it because it's irrelevant now. But yeah, we could talk about mukbangs a little bit. All right. So let's continue with Dr. What's his fucking face. I think the carb overload comes once we eat outside our house. Absolutely. But most Americans are eating out. Like they just are. It just is what it is. So it is important to be mindful of reducing a lot of that. Like the education has to be there. But is that the only answer? No. Is the answer simply cut your carbs and you'll be healthy? No. Do carbs have a place in our life? Yeah, sure. Do we eat too much of them? Yes, because we eat a lot of processed food that are made from carb-based plants, like, you know, like wheat or potatoes. So you're not wrong to say go low carb or something like that, but you have to understand that sometimes a person's problem isn't the carbs, just like sometimes a person's problem isn't the GLP-1. Like sometimes their GLP-1 ain't what's fucked up. So I try to like pull us back from now this is unrelated to the point that you were making, Jem, but on a GLP-1 tip, I try to like take us off the high horse sometimes because sometimes we act like GLP-1s are the answer to everything, just like the keto people or the carnivore people act like carbs are demonic and vegetables are demonic, and high protein, low carb is the answer to everything. And sometimes the vegan people act like protein is demonic, or meat, animal-based products are demonic, and plants are the answer to everything. GLP-1 people do the same thing. We act like GLP-1s are the answers to everything for everybody, and it's not. Like, it's just not. GLP-1s aren't going to work for everyone, because not everyone has a GLP-1 problem or a GIP problem. So we just need to, everybody just needs to calm the fuck down. Everybody needs to just calm down. We have many, many tools, and we will continue to have many, many tools. You just got to pick the tool that works for you, or the combination of tools that works for you. That's all. That's all. I think a GLP-1 can be bad for some people, not everyone, but some. And I'm one of those people. Do you want to tell us more, John? Because you took the words right out of my mouth. You took them right out of my mouth. So do you want to tell us more about why you feel a GLP-1 wouldn't or doesn't or hasn't worked for you? Yes, keep the GLP-1s, because we have already caused the damage. I agree. If they were smart, they'd do exactly that. Add the GLP-1 to their toolkit. I say yes. Give me the bacon and the GLP-1. I'm not going to pretend that that would be me pretending. I was going to say, I'm not going to pretend that my bacon obsession didn't come from the keto carnivore wave, but that would be a lie, because I've been this way since I was 2. I've been this way since I was a kid about bacon. I don't play about my bacon. So that was about to be a lie. But me being comfortable with eating it regularly did come from that wave. I grew up feeling like it was bad to have bacon, but I still had it. But I wasn't, I felt like I was doing something wrong if I had it regularly. Now, I don't necessarily feel like I'm doing something wrong, but I could use more balance in my diet. That's a valid point, John. But if they want to keep their audience, they have to accept that some people will want or need GLP-1s. And that is why who's going to reign mother effing king at the end of the day, and who's not going to lose their audience, because they're honest and they're genuine, and they understand that different strokes for different folks. There are different strokes for different folks. Dr. Jason Fung. He's the only doctor. I'm not saying he's the only doctor that has been honest about this, but he's the only one that I've heard that I respected from 7-8 years ago. He's the only one that I've heard stand on their position, which is fasting, but also say GLP-1s are great. I mean, you could do this thing and it's free, but GLP-1s are great. He's also said medications like metformin work very well for type 2 diabetics and things like that, because they help lower the blood sugar and control the insulin and things. So Dr. Jason Fung don't get all in a tizzy about pharmaceuticals. He's not quick to prescribe them if they're not needed, but he understands that different people are going to utilize different strategies. He just prefers a particular strategy for the types of patients that he sees. And that is why when all of these other goddamn creators and doctors, they are now YouTube doctors. They're now YouTube doctors. I respect them as actual doctors before, but now they're just YouTube doctors. When all of them, when their platforms dry up because they refuse to pivot, they're choosing to lie and mislead instead of pivot or be inclusive, Dr. Jason Fung is going to be one of the few that still has his audience. And he will always have my support. Dr. Ekberg video on Ozempic explains it, but it's a lot to explain. Okay. If you have the video, if you can find the video, can you give me the title, or you can email it to me? I appreciate a lot of what Dr. Berg teaches. However, he is a bit biased as well. Yes, him too. How he's low carb carnivore and thinks that most people can eat that way. Also, he has a lot of supplements to sell. Absolutely. I stopped watching Listen, the old Dr. Berg. Okay, it was Dr. Berg, Dr. Fung, Dr. Berry. Those three at a very, very effed up time in my life where my health was going downhill. Those three basically saved my life. I'm not Dr. Ekberg too. It was a lot of them, but those were the top three that really got me to where I needed to be. Like Dr. Fung with the fasting, Dr. Berg with the keto, and I never went carnivore with Dr. Ken, but the information was still valid, right? For what I was going through, the information was still valid. Those three. Only one out of those three I can even count as genuine anymore. Dr. Burgess has turned, he's been swallowed up by like product selling and his own bias. Dr. Barry has been swallowed up by his own bias. I think they got drunk on being the only ones, right? The most popular ones with the information. And now they can't handle this other option. One, because it's a pharmaceutical option and we're supposed to be anti-pharmaceutical. That's why I never shit on pharmaceuticals. I shit on shitty pharmaceuticals. I shit on overprescribing. I even shit on underprescribing, right? But I don't shit on pharmaceuticals as a whole. They do. But they're supposed to be doctors. Like, you can't carnivore keto cancer away. And some people may argue that you can, but you know, like whatever. Okay, whatever. You can't like you have to, there has to be a place for pharmaceuticals. There has to be. So I don't know. They've gotten on my nerves. They've actually gotten on my nerves, but let's continue with whatever the hell he's talking about.
Fat, it's still kind of implied, but it's much less blatant, much less obvious. The biggest problem with the new dietary guidelines is that it still includes the 10% saturated fat from daily calories limit. This is going to make registered dietitians' lives very hard trying to come up with shopping lists and daily eat this guidelines, because they're still going to have to honor that 10% of total calories from saturated fat. And if you look at the visual and read it from top to bottom, left to right, there's just no way you're going to not eat more than 10% of your total calories from saturated fat. Now, let me be very clear. I think that you should eat more than 10% of your calories from saturated fat each and every day of your life for the rest of your life. But the written part of these guidelines makes that very hard to do. So we need registered dietitian in charge of hospital food, cafeteria food for schools and preschools, the military, and for people in hospital and nursing homes. They're going to have to still cap the saturated fat intake to 10% of total daily calories. That's going to be a real problem for those people to get enough healthy animal protein and healthy animal fat in their diet. They're definitely still mentioned and talked about, but it's not the black and white end all be all, calories in, calories out, move more, eat less language that we used to get from the dietary guidelines. So in that respect, I think it's a soft improvement. It could have been done much better. And I hope in subsequent dietary guidelines, this will be laid out more blatantly. But currently, just backing away from the calorie in, calorie out language, I think is a victory for most people. Currently in these guidelines, there's still no mention of serum insulin levels or fasting insulin levels. It's still hounding and harping on the LDL cholesterol level. Now, if you've watched my videos and follow me and have looked up the research that I post in the show notes, you're well aware that having prediabetes or type 2 diabetes is 10 times more dangerous with regards to having a heart attack or a stroke than having elevated LDL cholesterol. But yet the guidelines do not make this clear. They don't mention insulin. And I think that's probably that in the 10% saturated fat cap. That's the two sins of the new dietary guidelines. They had every opportunity to mention insulin levels. Many of the people involved in crafting these are well aware.
Doctors aren't even checking insulin levels unless you're a diabetic, type 1 or type 2. They're not even checking the insulin levels of an average patient. It's not on the blood panel. When you get your blood drawn, serum insulin is not on there. Your blood glucose is on there, but serum insulin is not on there. Like, you have to specifically request that. And you know what makes this like even more annoying? They put so much work into educating people and now are treating people like they are dumb. I think the right approach is the way Dr. Fung went about it and said, hey, look at these improvements. This is great. This is great. This is great. I talked about this 10 years ago in my book, such and such, such, such. I think we're on the right path here. Why are you suddenly treating your audience like they're dumb? Like, you do know, those of us that have done the research on our own, we wasn't even paying attention to the food pyramid anymore. It's only relevant in places that have to abide by the food pyramid. Okay, hospitals, schools, we get that. We get that, okay? But it's like the average person that's going to be watching this content, they're watching this content because the government got it wrong the first time. They're watching this content because the first food pyramid was wrong. Y'all already taught us. We already know. Like, we already know to not be so gung-ho about what the government says to eat. But is this an improvement? Yes. Why is he just looking for shit to be wrong? they didn't include insulin levels. And it's just like, but we already know, like we already know the symptoms of having insulin that's too high. We already have incorporated insulin resistance into our vernacular, whether we get the testing done or not. We already know that most of us have blood sugar levels that are too high. We already know that insulin resistance leads to you know, excess adipose. We already know these things. Like, now, is it important for maybe the establishment to talk about these things? I don't know. Do they have, does the government have to tell you about insulin? Go talk to your doctor about insulin. Like, oh God, he's so fucking annoying. Okay, so I found it. We're gonna watch it after this, John. Thank you for that.
That checking your insulin level unlocks many of the secrets of your current metabolic disease, but yet they chose not to do that. It's my opinion that it was the tentacles of big food and big pharma that kept them from mentioning, hey, get your insulin level checked. And still,
Big pharma and big food kept the government from mentioning insulin when RFK got up there and said basically that big sugar and big food have gotten away with murder, and the government gave out guidelines based on junk science. You're telling me that RFK Jr. got up there and basically threw big food and big sugar under the bus to some extent, and threw the government under the bus to some extent, right? Not to say that they're perfect, but essentially threw them under the bus. But big food and big sugar was concerned about lobbying to keep insulin out of the dietary guidelines. They wasn't lobbying to keep fruit juice in there. They were lobbying to keep the government from talking about insulin. Like, what? They didn't lobby to get the government to continue to recommend breakfast cereal. They lobbied to get the government to ignore insulin.
still harping on the LDL cholesterol, because if they had in fact said, get your fasting insulin checked and stop worrying about LDL cholesterol, Big Food would have lost billions of dollars and Big Pharma would have lost billions of dollars just from those two tweaks. There's no mention in the new guidelines that for many people, fiber is a problem. Eating too many high fiber foods can lead to hyperinsulinemia or chronic gut problems or chronic joint problems. The new guidelines are silent on that, and that's...
I'm going to leave this one to y'all. Fiber. What do y'all think? Fiber can lead to basically inflammation, is what he was talking about. Let's go back a little bit. I'll run it back for the one time.
Problems or chronic joint people. Fiber is a problem. Eating too many high fiber foods can lead to hyperinsulinemia or chronic gut problems or chronic joint problems. The new guidelines are...
Eating high fiber foods can lead to chronic joint problems. I am pretty sure that is true for some people. I'm pretty sure that's true for part of the population. Why are we blanketing the whole population with joint and inflammation problems from fiber? I think that might be a reach. I think he might be reaching there. Like, I wouldn't know because I don't eat a lot of fiber and I still have inflammation. So I don't know. Y'all tell me, you fiber eaters, are you suffering from joint pain and chronic inflammation from fiber? Y'all let me know, because I have no clue.
Silent on that, and that's not a good thing. If you read the new pyramid from center to the corners, you're still going to be under the false assumption that whole grains should be a...
Didn't he? I'm sorry. I'm irritated. Center to the corners. Didn't he say read left to right, top to bottom? Now it's center to the corners. This dude.
Significant part of your diet, which they definitely should not. So my final takeaway from the 2025 dietary guidelines and the new inverted food pyramid is that it's much less bad and less wrong than the previous dietary guidelines, which were about 100 pages long. This one's about 9 pages. I reservedly approve this new food pyramid and food guidelines. It still has some significant problems, which...
Reservedly approved, dude, let it go. Just call it an improvement. Like, let it go.
Will hamper the metabolic health improvement for millions of Americans. That 88% of Americans still has some significant problems, which will hamper the metabolic health improvement for millions of Americans. That
still has some problems that will hamper the metabolic health improvement for millions of Americans, this new food pyramid is going to harm millions of Americans? That's fear mongering. He has no reason to say that. He has no reason to say that.
88% of American adults have at least one marker of metabolic disease. Why would you not say that? We need to focus on those people because they are the sickest. They're also the majority of Americans. I'm not sure why they left that part out. I'm not worried.
Yeah, but what he's leaving out is the fact that they reduce the amount of sugar and grains is enough to improve the lifespan for the majority of people that would follow these guidelines if you aren't already eating like this. Like, I would say I already eat someone like this, except the produce section, right? But I'm not shy about meat, proteins, and dairy. I'm not shy about or fats. I'm not shy about that at all. But it's like, why are you like? How is this going to make things worse? Like, how could things get worse? Just removing the sugar alone is a hell of an improvement if people actually listen to this, which I don't even think they will.
Sure why exactly they left out fasting insulin, and I'm not sure why they're still harping
Because nobody checks that. Shut up.
on LDL cholesterol. But overall, I think that if everybody in America adopted this diet by reading it left to right, top to bottom, it would reverse the chronic diseases in 50% of American adults.
So he basically just said what I said. If people actually followed this food pyramid, it would reverse or slow the progression of obesity and type 2 diabetes across the whole nation. If people actually listen to it, if the doctors talk to their, patients, tweak accordingly to necessity. If, hospitals, the military, schools, especially for the kids, if they follow this, I think things will either slow or get significantly better. So why all of the complaining? Why did we just listen to 9 minutes of complaining just for you to say if people took it at face value and actually followed this, half the country their health would get better? So all of this was for nothing. All of this complaining and picking shit apart and fasting insulin aside, if you just take it at face value, half the country would improve their health just by eating alone or just by removing the sugar and the grains alone and no longer demonizing saturated fats.
Adults. Now, if you need assistance in how to read the new dietary guidelines and this food pyramid, if you want to use this pyramid to teach your friends and family or to improve the health of yourself and your family, then consider becoming a member of our private.
Oh, and there it is. Oh, if you need help looking at a picture that says eat steak and broccoli with a little bit of butter, and you can have some orange slices if you're nasty, but have maybe, a roll a couple of times a week for dinner instead of several times a week, several times a day having bread. You need to join his app, his private community to teach you that. That makes perfect sense. Teach me how to look at a picture of a fucking steak and some lettuce. Teach me how to decipher that, Dr. Ken. Help me understand better.
Private community. There's a link down in the show notes. And I promise you will join a group of thousands of people all over the world who understand the principles of a proper human diet and will help you understand it as a equilateral.
You need help trying to read this, guys. Okay, sorry. In case you missed it, you need help trying to read this. Okay, so if you need help trying to read red meat, poultry, fish, eggs, dairy, shellfish, okay, oils, oils, avocado, butter, okay, vegetables, okay, fruit, okay, a little bit of grain, okay, nuts, seeds, and a little bit of whole grain. You need help reading that. You need help figuring out what these pictures mean. Join Dr. Ken's group. That's enough of that. I think that was incredibly fake. I think it was useless. I think he's extremely disappointing. And this is all about making money at this point. I don't think that he's putting people's health first anymore. And that's sad. It's sad to end a video like that where you're being so disingenuous. It's sad to end that video talking about if you need help looking at pictures and figuring out what the pictures mean, join my app. Okay, let's move on to Dr. Ekberg. John recommended this video. to explain why Ozempic might not be good for some people. I think that's worth talking about because I do feel like we get on a high horse about GLP-1 sometime. So let's see what Dr. Ekberg has to say about why a person may not want to use Ozempic or another GLP-1.
Know before you start a weight loss medication like Ozempic. And I've gotten tons and tons of questions, hundreds literally, where people are wondering about these weight loss drugs because they seem to work. So people say things like, I'm interested in knowing how this will affect my body. I'm a type 2 diabetic, but I had a GI reaction. Someone says, my doctor's pushing me to go on Ozempic. I'm refusing. Too many serious side effects, and the weight comes right back when discontinued. I don't want to be a guinea pig. And then Beavis and Butthead says there are 2 ways to lose weight. One's called Wegovy, and the other is called Ozempic. So these contain the active ingredient we're going to talk about today. Nothing else works, and we are all living proof. Thank God modern medicine finally got something right. So,
okay. First of them all, okay, Zepbound was not mentioned. There are other ways to lose weight, and Zepbound is king. Okay, fasting is king, but Zepbound is kingette. Zepbound is kingette, okay? I'm not gonna lie, comments like this is what I mean about a high horse. There are 2 ways to lose weight. One is called Wegovy, and the other is called Ozempic. Nothing else works, and we are all living proof. Thank God modern medicine finally got something right. It's comments like this, because y'all get down like this too. Y'all be coming at me like this too. Like, well, if anything else works, why do we need Ozempic? why do we need a GLP-1? Why do we need Zepbound? Y'all be coming at me like that. And I'm like, whoa, slow down, Turbo. Okay, can we remember that just because it's working for us doesn't mean it's the answer or the holy grail for the entire country or world. Okay, let's just slow down a second. We still have overweight children. Do we want the children on GLP-1s? We have overweight elderly. Do we want the elderly on GLP-1s? We have people that are overweight with cancer. Do we want them on GLP-1s? We don't know. We have people that are overweight but didn't, gain their weight from eating. Okay, they have disorders and diseases that have caused them to put on weight. Do we want them on a GLP-1? Right? Okay, there are people that have tried a GLP-1 and it just the side effects are too severe for them. Do we want them to stay on a GLP-1? Are they just doomed? So it's like, I know we love us the homie. We love us some homie. In fact, I'm out of refills and I'm pissed that my doctor waited to my refills got to 0 to tell me to come in for vitals and shit. Now we're in the middle of a storm. So I'm hoping I get my refills on time. So I know we rock with the homie. Zepbound in particular, tirzepatide in particular. I know we rock with the homie, but comments like this are a little narrow-minded and give a bit of tunnel vision. Like, we have to remember that there are people outside of the GLP-1 community that won't have access due to financial reasons, or maybe there's some sort of medical issue that they have where they can't even be on a GLP-1. So let's just be mindful of other people, okay? And we can't also say nothing else works. There are things that work for other people, okay? It's not just about us, even though we're a little vain over here. Yes, we are. Okay, we're a little vain. I'm back. Have you heard of Dr. Eric Westman? The girl, Allie McWowie, followed his diet and lost like 200 pounds. I have heard of Dr. Eric Westman. I love Dr. Eric Westman. There are lots of doctors. I love so there's a couple of is it Westman or Wiseman? Because there's a few people with similar names. There's a few Erics for one. There's a few Erics. And then there's is it Westman or Wiseman? Or are those 2 different people? I don't know, but yes, I believe I know who you're talking about. So let me shut up and get back to what Dr. Ekberg is talking about.
did Beavis and Butthead get this right? We're going to talk about weight loss medications that contain something called semaglutide. And we're going to talk about the results people are getting, about the mechanism, because that's critical to understand what it does and what else it does. And because when we understand the mechanism, we can figure out if it's a good idea. Typical results based on data they've gathered are that after 1 year, 63% of people have lost at least 5% of their body weight, which means if you weigh 200 pounds or 200 kilos, whichever unit, you can do the math, you're down to 190. And 27% lost at least 10%, meaning you've gone from 200 to 180. So we would probably have to say that, yes, this works. There are some benefits in terms of weight loss, and like we will talk about also diabetes and insulin resistance. But does it work better than blank? That's the question. I think there are some people who can be helped by this, who have really stubborn weight where nothing else has worked, but does it work better than other things that we could do, such as fasting and low carb? Because
I think this is a fair presentation. He's going to explain what it does, how it works, and then compare it to some other options. Now I just have to gloat a little bit. Tirzepatide is not on the chopping block here. I cannot speak for semaglutide because I ain't tried it. So semaglutide is on the chopping block here. Tirzepatide is not on the chopping block. Okay, so let's continue.
very clear that a lot of people using this have never really seriously tried fasting or low carb. But then the question is, can you do this for a while and then get off? Is this something you do for 3 months or 6 months or a year and then you're done and your body has restored its balance and you can just go on with life? Also, does it keep working? If you do take it long term, do the effects stay the same or does it kind of taper off? But most
I asked this question recently and I didn't get an answer. So I asked this question on the last stream. Do we know what happens with the effects of a GLP-1 after, let's say, 5, 6, 7, 10 years as far as weight loss? They've been around for a couple of decades for type 2 diabetes, but do we know, like, if the effects from weight loss continue, right? Not do you keep losing weight forever, but are you able to maintain the weight loss even if you keep taking it over a decade? Like, do we know the answer to that?
Most importantly, even if it works, are there some consequences? The active component is called semaglutide, and that's what we call a GLP-1 agonist. An agonist works the same as an antagonist works the opposite. And GLP-1 stands for glucagon-like peptide 1. That's a hormone that the body makes itself. So this semaglutide works the same. It has the same effect as this GLP-1 agonist. And this is a hormone that the body releases at the end of a meal. So when we have eaten, we've given the body some resources, this is one way that the body recognizes, hey, we are full, we're satisfied. So it signals that to the body. It signals fullness. But it also signals that, hey, we got a bunch of food, let's release some insulin so we can take care of this food, so we can bring the blood sugar down and process it, get it into the cell, and start some metabolic processes. So both of these are excellent for controlling type 2 diabetes because the insulin will bring down blood glucose, but when we signal fullness, we end up eating less. So even though it raises insulin, it actually works for weight loss and diabetes control. But we really have to understand a few more things that it does. It reduces the rate and amount of gastric emptying. So the food sits in the stomach for a long, long time. And this is part of why we don't just get the signal of fullness, but we feel full for a good bit longer. And this also has a lot to do with the side effects, which we'll come back to. It decreases gastric motility. So the stomach normally churns and mixes pretty much ongoing to mix the food with the digestive juices. And that's part of digestion, of breaking down the food and extracting nutrients. And furthermore, this GLP-1 reduces the acid secretion. So we're going to have less stomach acid. And we need to understand all these, and we'll go through these in detail. Now, these drugs have been called blockbuster drugs because they're some of the most popular drugs.
Okay, so for anybody that's just joining, we're watching Dr. Eckberg explain why someone may need to reconsider being on a GLP-1, particularly semaglutide. And this was recommended, this video was recommended by John, who said, I think a GLP-1 can be bad for some people, not everyone, but some, and I'm one of those people. So he said this video explains why he might not be a good candidate, or someone like him might not be a good candidate for a GLP-1. So that's why we're watching this. Like the stream if you haven't already.
Around. There's 60,000 prescriptions written every week for these, even though they're very, very expensive. And the reason is, of course, it works. And it increases insulin, it decreases blood glucose, and it decreases appetite. So this means that you can lose weight with no responsibility, or with much less responsibility than you might otherwise have to. And for a lot of people, they continue to eat the standard American diet, lots of sugar, lots of...
I'm not sure what he means by less responsibility. Maybe he's going to explain that. Because if he's saying the usual, oh, you don't have to do any work and you can just lose weight, I'm not going to pretend that some people don't brag about that. Yes, they do. But is that technically true for, like, is that the standard? No. I don't think so. But is it technically true that there are some people that change nothing and still lose the weight? Yes. So I want to push back against the no responsibility. I don't know about no responsibility. Does it reduce your responsibility? I don't even like that word. Sure. Like, is it easier than other methods? Yes. Is that a bad thing? I'm going to say no. But let's see what he has to say.
Processed food and grain and tons of carbs, and they still get results. So in other words, you can have your cake and eat it too. And what could be better than that? So of course, it's very popular. And I found a story. Some people had shared their experience, and we're going to call it.
Yeah, but I don't like this representation. Like, I feel like it's irresponsible to put on display that some people don't change their lifestyles and still get results. I feel like those people should be drowned out by the people that actually still have to put in the work. And when you are a respected doctor, I feel like you should be able to tell the difference, right? Like, you shouldn't be looking at it like, oh, this is just a cheat code, because that's essentially what he's saying. And I really think he means well. I just don't think that that's, if somebody's thinking about being on a GLP-1, you're not really being unbiased when you pretty much sell it like a cheat code. That's a bias speaking, right? That's how I feel about it.
The Smiths, even though they were actually called something else in the article, they were very affluent, they were successful, but they rather pay attention to their careers than their health. They were in their 50s, they had type 2 diabetes, they were both overweight, and they said that because of Ozempic, they had changed their relationship to food. They had lost 15 pounds in several months' time, and the A1C had gotten very much under control from a pre-diabetic or diabetic range to a normal range. And the article quoted them saying things like, I can eat half a sandwich and be so full, I need to stop. I'll put the other half away for later. They would say, hey, what's for dinner? And the answer would be, I don't care. Let's just have a few bites of cereal. And the husband would say things like, well, I won't follow a diet. I won't count carbs or watch the amount of sugar I eat. I just...
Yeah, but people say that already. Like, I'm gonna let him finish, but let's not pretend that there are plenty of people that don't do low carb because of this. There are plenty of people that don't count calories because of the same reason. There are plenty of people that don't fast because of the same reason. They just don't want to. They just don't want to do it. So it's like, if those same people that already don't want to do those things just so happen to get on a GLP-1 and get results despite doing those things or not wanting to do those things, I don't think they should be the example that we're using, right? Like, why are we making the people that don't want to change anything about their lives, why are we making them the example, them the standard? I don't like that.
Won't do those things. So here's the thing I want to point out, that they said they had changed their relationship to food, but in my mind, they hadn't changed anything. They had just taken a chemical, they had taken a medication that went in and interfered and simply blunted their response to food. They flattened their desire, but they hadn't learned anything. They hadn't really changed anything. They still ate the same stuff. Now, for some people, they still have success doing that. For other people, they have to take some other measures, such as exercise and some dietary changes.
Exactly. So let's make those people the example. So if you are, this is what I'm talking about. If you are aware that there are some people that have to take additional measures or just simply want to take additional measures. Maybe somebody wants to change their diet, and because their brain chemistry is so screwed up from a bad diet, and the cravings and everything, once they have that under control, now they can make the changes that they've been wanting to make the entire time. Let's make those people the example.
On top of the medication. So here's a key point. This medication actually appeared to help people with weight and diabetic markers such as blood sugar and A1C. And that's a great thing. But blood sugar and insulin resistance is not everything there is about health. It's the majority of people have that problem, but because you reverse it doesn't mean you cover 100% of your health issues. We are a nation, a planet at this point, who is overfed and undernourished. And if you are nutrient deficient and you're eating 3,500 calories of depleted food, of nutrient deficient processed foods, which we do in the US on average, it's like 3,700 or something. And then you take a medication that suppresses your appetite, and now you eat 2,000 calories of nutrient deficient depleted food. How is that going to make you healthier? Yes, you're going to fix what your insulin resistance gets a little better, but are you getting healthier? Just because you fix one problem doesn't mean it's all gone. You solve one thing and you create several new ones. And
this is why we have to be careful about the high horse of GLP-1s, okay? Because he's not wrong. I don't like that this is the focus of his point, but he's not incorrect. This is why we have to be very careful about acting like GLP-1s are the answer to everything, because if you get on a GLP-1 and you don't eat, you're not helping anything. If you get on a GLP-1 and your diet remains crappy, plus you're under eating, you're not helping anything. But let's not pretend that a person that's 100 pounds overweight, okay, if they can get 70 of those pounds off, let's not pretend that that person isn't healthier for doing that, whether they change their diet or not. They should change their diet if they had a poor diet, but let's not act like the sheer loss of weight isn't significant as well, as far as just simply pushing your health in the right direction. Like, nobody is saying that GLP-1s are 100% of the answer. And I think it's disingenuous to try to make a point like, well, you're not fixing everything. We know that. Well, some of us, we know that. We know that.
if you fix the insulin resistance, that might take care of you. It might look much better in the next several months to a few years. But what happens after that? What happens over a few decades? So let's look a little bit further on if this is a good idea. And let's look at how normal physiology operates. So in your body, you have something called the autonomic nervous system. That's the part of your brain and nervous system that handles everything behind the scenes for you. It processes billions of bits of information every second, which is 1,000,000 times more than your conscious mind processes. So there's a tons of information that is processed on your behalf. Everything is fine-tuned and regulated. And the autonomic nervous system supervises your endocrine system, your hormones. And your hormones are they handle behavior and mood and so forth, but also.
What do y'all think? I feel like he's over explaining this part a little bit, but y'all can let me know. Is this, I'm not going to skip it or anything. I just think that he's dragging this part out and over explaining it a bit, but let me know if this is useful or not.
There are hormones that affect your digestive system, like GLP-1 that we're talking about. And humans, just like every other animal on the planet, have certain needs. We need certain resources. And therefore, because of the need, our autonomic nervous system, our hormones, create a desire called appetite. And every animal on the planet go out to eat every day. They try to find something. It's not because they don't have anything better to do. It's because they need some resources. And then once we find something, now we start eating, and there's a whole slew of steps involved to get this process completed. We start chewing it, to breaking it down into smaller pieces. We release some saliva with enzymes to start breaking it down. Then we have gastric juices like acid, hydrochloric acid, that activate peptides that are enzymes that break down protein. Then, like we said, we have motility first. The stomach starts churning and mixing, and then it starts moving through the digestive tract, and it completes the digestive process. And the stomach will empty. It will move things through at a certain rate. So it needs to be in the stomach for a certain amount of time. And when the body is done with that, with the churning and the digestive juices, then it moves it on out. And now the rest of the digestive system, the small intestine, the large intestine, can finish the absorption of the nutrients, and we can turn all these resources into energy and tissue, into new body parts. And I just want to emphasize that all of these steps have been in place in every mammal on the planet for eons. And there's nothing random about it. Every step has its purpose, and it's there to complete the process of getting resources into the body. And
I see where this is going. At least I think I do. So because this is the way that the body naturally functions, we shouldn't disrupt that. Let him say it first, just in case I might be wrong. And then I'm going to point out the major flaw with trying to lay it out this way.
Assimilating them appropriately. And now we go add semaglutide, which will decrease the response of the autonomic nervous system. So the body still needs the same amount of resources, but we have no desire to go and acquire them. We don't care whether we get the resources or not. We're just not going to get hungry. Then this medication also reduces the gastric juices, which means that now we have less acid, and that acid acts as an immune barrier. If you ingest some bacteria, they're basically supposed to die in that acid vat. But if we don't make the juices, now we've lost at least part of that immune barrier. We also cannot digest proteins very well. The proteins that are supposed to become the building blocks, the tissues of the body, without the acid, we're not activating the pepsin, which starts breaking down protein. We reduce the motility. The stomach doesn't move and churn. It doesn't mix. It just sits there. So now, without that churning and mixing, we are losing an important aspect of digestion and breaking down that food. And the semaglutide also reduces the stomach emptying. So the food basically just sits there for a long, long time. And this has a lot to do with the side effects that they're observing. And these are pretty substantial. So it's not like 1 or 2% here and there that experience.
Okay. All of these different things get interrupted if you add the GLP-1 in. Okay, let's continue.
Experience these side effects. About 20% of people will have nausea. And depending on the dose, if it's a higher dose, as much as 40% of people will get nauseous. We also have vomiting. 9% of people would vomit, and we have diarrhea in 8% of people. So these numbers are pretty substantial. But if you watch the headline lately, there's been some much more serious side effects, and that is called gastroparesis. And there are lots of people who report gastroparesis, which is basically a paralysis of the stomach. Not only does it move slowly or move a little bit, it stops altogether. They put food in there and it just sits there. And one lady reported that she went to a restaurant, she had one bite and started throwing up. And they took her to the emergency
One lady, for real. We're going to make a point about one lady. Okay.
room, and they checked out her
Just
stomach.
trying to let him get
and
through
the
his
food from
point.
the previous day was still in the stomach. That can't be good. And in other people, they find that even years later, after they have discontinued these drugs, some of these side effects still remain, that they still have gastroparesis, they still have vomiting years and years later. Now, no one really knows why some of these effects go on for a long, long time and why they might become even permanent. But I want to share something with you, a way that we want to think about these things, and we want to question the things that we're doing. And it has to do with half-life. So every hormone the body makes has a half-life. The body has a plan for this hormone.
Remember, he's supposed to be answering the question, is this a good idea? And I'm like trying so hard to let him finish his point, but he's like dragging it out. And I like Dr. Ekberg. Like, this doesn't change my opinion of him, but
it's only supposed to last so long. And when we compare the body's own, the GLP-1, to the man-made version of the GLP-1, they're dramatically different. The body's version has a half-life of 2 minutes. That means after 2 minutes, only half of the initial release is there. After 4 minutes, 25% is left, and so forth. So after 10 minutes, the effect is mostly gone. So the body is planning for this to only work a very, very short time in terms of slowing down the secretion of stomach acid and gastric emptying and appetite suppression and so forth. But when we compare that to the man-made version, how many minutes would you think that the half-life is of that? Well, how about 1 week? That's a lot of minutes. So we have something where the body intended it to last a very short time, to basically gone in 10 minutes. And now we put something in that has a virtually permanent effect. So the appetite suppression and the gastric acid suppression and the slowing of the stomach, now we have something that is always there. And if we have something that suppresses function ongoing, that's obviously very, very different than the plan the body had in mind. And then they're giving you some helpful hints for managing these side effects, of course. So
he hasn't answered the question yet.
They say, eat bland food, eat low-fat foods that are low in fiber. Things like crackers, toast, and white rice. Yeah, that'll really solve the problem. So eating things that have even less nutrient, even less resources, how's that going to get you healthy? So this medication comes with a lot of side effects, but here's what we also need to understand about side effects, that when we use that word in our standard language, then it means an undesired effect that has resulted in a symptom, something that we notice, something manifest. But I want to try to give you another understanding of side effect, the way I look at it. So my definition is that a side effect is any...
My definition, wait a goddamn minute. No. You doing all of this splaining, Dr. Ekberg. Now, I like you. But you're doing all this splaining and then going to say my definition? No. Just give us the facts. Just come on. Just come on with it. Just come on with it so I can make the point that I wanted to make.
Disruption of normal physiology. That if the body normally has its way of doing things, we give it resources, it uses those resources, it has a plan, there's a mechanism for everything. Now, anything foreign, any medication, any chemical that we take that changes that balance is going to have a consequence or a side effect, whether we notice it or not. Now, a lot of people probably think that
No
I'm
shit.
anti-medication, which I'm not. I'm only against most of it, or rather, the way most of it is being used.
No, that's so funny that he said that, because that's exactly what that sounded like. Wait, so are you like anti-pharmaceutical or something? Like no shit. If you take a foreign substance, it's gonna affect you in some sort of way, like maybe negatively and positively. You just have to decide as the patient, does the reward outweigh the risk, right? So if you have a medication that can reverse, maybe that's too extreme. I was gonna say reverse a heart attack, right? But like let's say I think so. I'll use my mom as an example. She was having a heart attack, and the medical team wanted to do an intervention that had a 50-50 chance of reversing the heart attack or killing her. I think that those odds are like, you know, it's a toss up, and some people may feel, you know, uncomfortable with taking that chance or in favor of taking that chance, right? Well, if you have a 98% chance of reversing the heart attack and a 2% chance of it killing you, I'd say the odds are in your favor. Now, could you be a part of that 2%? Sure. But it's like, when it comes to a medication, why can't we just talk about evaluating whether or not the reward outweighs the risk, right? So, for example, I would say, like, for me, metformin. I never became a type 2 diabetic, but I was pre-diabetic. My PCP recommended metformin alongside my GLP-1 to aid in the weight loss, because metformin can also aid with weight loss. But the side effects of metformin were so severe that I didn't feel like it was worth experiencing those side effects in order to get just a tiny bit more weight loss. Like, I was fine with just the GLP-1. So we have to be able to weigh those things for ourselves along with our providers. Why are we just saying, but there's going to be side effects? We know that. It's up to us to decide whether or not it's worth the risk, whether or not the reward is worth the risk. It doesn't sound like this doctor's comments are based on his actual patient's experience or people who he has described GLP-1s. These sound like things that he has read. That's exactly what it sounds like. When he brought up the gastroparesis, I was like, let it go. just let it die. Just let it die. Just let it die. Okay, I'll let him continue though.
Used. So I'm all for using medication for emergencies where they can save life, where there is a crisis, where something has gone out of control, they can save lives. But we have to understand that most health problems are lifestyle problems. It's things that we have created ourselves, knowingly or unknowingly. And the only way to deal with a lifestyle problem is to make a lifestyle change. So a few more things about this semaglutide.
No, that's one way. That's probably the main way. It's a huge way, but it's not the only way. Like, I'm not willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, no, I'm not willing to do that. I'm willing to take a GLP-1 and work out. I'm willing to take a GLP-1 and eat less sugar. I'm willing to take a GLP-1 and drink water. Like, what? No.
Glutide, that they say that rebound is common or even expected. So
mind you, he never answered the question about whether or not this was a good idea, but let's continue.
What that means is that over time, there is a lessening effect. The body tries to defend itself against this chemical, so the appetite suppression might not be the same all the time.
You mean tolerance? Like with every other medication? Like with an antibiotic? Like with anything we take ever, the longer you take it, the less effective it is? I mean, we know that though. Now, I don't know what that means for us that is taking it for weight loss. I don't know if that means that over a decade, our weight starts to creep back up, even though we're on a 15 milligram. I don't know if that's what that means. Because if it is, then that's something to be concerned about. But like, if you're just saying that over time, if you had about 80% food noise, you go down to about 35% food noise, I think that that's fair. I think that that's fair. But hopefully along the way, you have made those lifestyle changes so that you can deal with some of that rebounding food noise or rebounding appetite. Because the goal as I've said before, the objective is to not never be hungry again, or to not never eat again. That's not the objective. The objective is to use the tool to address the insulin and get the weight off. Over the long haul, though, we are supposed to be making lifestyle changes so that if we are at the highest dose, or whatever dose we are at, or whatever, we lose access, that we do have some tools that can kind of follow us through the rest of our lives and keep this weight off. The goal isn't to have a crushed appetite forever. Like, that's a misconception. Sulfur burps are back. Oh, poor baby. I only listened to Nadolski after he got hate for the compound hate.
And also, more importantly, if you stop this medication, then you will start gaining weight again.
That's for any weight loss intervention. If you fast for weight loss and then you stop fasting, the weight will come back. Or if you stop fasting and go back to the way you eating the way you did to gain weight in the first place, the weight will come back. If you do bariatric surgery and you go back to eating the way that you did before you got surgery, you will regain the weight and you will reverse your surgery and regain the weight. If you take a GLP-1 for weight loss and you don't change anything about your lifestyle, well, let's just say, let's leave the lifestyle out of it. If you take a GLP-1 for weight loss and it makes you eat less, and then you get off of it and you start eating more because your appetite is back, which I will say hormonally, that would be extremely difficult to control, at least at first. Yeah, if you stop doing what worked, you're going to gain the weight back. That goes for anything, okay? That goes for anything.
The body will bounce right back unless you have made such powerful changes in your lifestyle that you control it with food and exercise, and you eat real food. So basically, this is a lifetime medication. Once you get on it, expect it to go on forever, pretty much. Also, a lot of people will still need to make lifestyle changes. Like we talked about before, some people can be lazy and keep eating garbage and get some results. But for a lot of people with stubborn weight, then they will still need to make lifestyle changes. Some other issues that they mention is that a lot of times this is covered by insurance and it's very expensive. So insurance may not be interested in covering this year after year after year, especially not without raising premiums. And if you pay this out of pocket, some of the numbers that I saw was like $1,000 a month. And it sometimes baffles me how incredibly intelligent the human species is. And yet we are clever enough to be really, really stupid. That
okay, here we go.
We have completely parted ways with nature. We're the only species who have separated ourselves completely from nature to create artificial environments and artificial foods. And in doing that, we are basically creating all disease, the vast majority of the disease that we're suffering.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hold it no more. Do you see how much explaining he's doing just to get to the point of, like, he's not saying it, but essentially the point he's trying to make is like why you shouldn't be on Ozempic? Like, I don't feel like his stance is very balanced at all, because I'm still waiting for he asked the question, well, is this a good idea? He never answered it. He could have said this is a good idea for some people and not others. Like, oh man.
From today, we have created. And then we develop so-called healthcare systems, which are really sick care and symptom treatment systems.
We know that.
And we spend not a little bit of money, but virtually all the money we have left, trillions and trillions of dollars. And what are we doing? We're covering up and treating symptoms. We're not addressing root causes. We create disease and then we spend trillions in just treating the effects of that.
We know
and when
that.
we treat symptoms instead of root causes, of addressing root causes, we're allowing the problem to continue and we actually make it worse.
We
But
know
we all
that.
have different perspectives. And what I'm sharing here is just my perspective. I'm not pointing fingers or saying that anyone's doing anything wrong. You always have your choice. And you can either eat crap and take medications, and then from age 40.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Like, why? Why are we doing that? Oh God, let's just finish it. Oh God.
Or 50 or so, then like a lot of people, you might develop fatigue and
Already
brain
got
fog.
that.
You might get some chronic
Already
pain,
got that.
Maybe start developing poor
Already
sleep.
got that.
You might have some reduced mobility.
Already got that.
And like a lot of people, you start developing type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular
Got that,
disease,
luckily.
and neuropathy. So the majority of population will experience a reduced quality of life and be on multiple medications from age 40 or 50. This is your choice. There's nothing wrong with that. If that model works for you, if that's all the best that you want, then go for it. But you do have another choice, and that is to be a health champion. That's what I'm always talking about.
Wait a
on this
goddamn
channel.
minute. Get back to no. All right, let me let him finish.
And that means that you address the root cause. You understand that this body is only adapting to insult, that we're doing things through our lifestyle, that the world has changed more in 50 years than the previous 50,000. And if we understand what that impact is on the body, now we can start addressing root causes. We can start honoring and supporting our bodies and our physiology and start eating real food, which in my opinion, my experience, is low carb, high fat. And it doesn't mean everyone needs to be keto. It doesn't mean everyone needs to be
Oops, I'm sorry, hold on.
So let's look a little how we can start addressing root cause. Eat good fat. And most people are eating way too much carbohydrates, and nobody should have their diet based on carbohydrates and grains. And we have to eat food that has nutrients that provide the resources. And in doing that, we're going to create a balance, a natural balance between hunger and satiety. We have this delicate, infinite intelligence that can regulate every physiological process. It drives the nervous system.
Okay, he's not saying anything. Okay, I just wanted to see if he was going to get back to the point of why it would or would not be a good idea. Okay, thank you, John, for the recommendation. But John, I must say, now I know I'm a bit animated. Okay, that's not toward you. That's toward the content. But I will say, I still don't understand what made you feel like, for you in particular, it would not be a good idea. Do you have like a condition that would make those symptoms like worse? Or if you care to explain it to me, not really, you don't have to like go into your medical history or anything, but I'm not really, I didn't really hear, he didn't really answer. Like all he did was explain the side effects that some people go through. And he explained how the medication works. Now, what I was going to say was, but he never answered the question when he asked whether or not this was a good idea. I thought he was leaning towards saying no. I thought he was leaning towards saying no because he talked about all of the side effects and all of the things that the human body does. Okay, so he said, is it a good idea? He never answered it. Okay, he talked about the normal physiology. And then he talked about what happens and what gets interrupted when you start taking this medication. But the problem, okay, I'm not even saying he's wrong. He never said whether or not it was a good idea based on those things. But the problem that I have with laying it out this way, you would have to be talking to the type 2 diabetics that take this medication as well. But he's not. He's only talking to the people that take it for weight loss. But if you have a person, a normal weight person that is a type 2 diabetic, or let's say even slightly overweight, normal to slightly overweight, or you have an excessively overweight person to obese person taking the exact same medication, don't the same rules apply whether they're taking it for type 2 diabetes or weight loss? The medication works exactly the same. The side effects are exactly the same. Like if we're just giving a blanketed statement about side effects, if we're just giving a blanketed statement about warnings, if we're just giving a blanketed statement about physiology, it has to apply to both groups of people. But he's not telling the type 2 diabetic, he's not warning the type 2 diabetics. He's not asking, is this a good idea for the type 2 diabetics? Because he's already admitted that it was a good medication for type 2 diabetes. But if a person does not have type 2 diabetes and wants to take the exact same medication, suddenly they should be concerned. Suddenly they have to be worried. Suddenly you got to question whether this is a good idea or not. That same diabetic is going to get the same, is going to get the same slowed gastrointestinal emptying. That type 2 diabetic that's normal or slightly overweight is going to be at risk for some of the same symptoms and side effects. And they still might experience the weight loss. So just because the weight loss wasn't their motivation, it's okay for them to take it. But it works exactly the same. You get the insulin stimulation for the type 2 diabetic. You get the insulin stimulation for the person that doesn't have type 2 diabetes and takes it for weight loss. It works exactly the same. But this video is a warning for people that want to take it for weight loss. That kind of makes his entire point moot if he's going to be disingenuous about it. And I'm just going to say that for my verdict, this was not as bad as I don't think this was about sales here. So not as bad as Dr. How do I keep forgetting his name? Dr. Kamberi. I think that what I think that Dr. Ekberg is misleading with facts, right? I don't think he's lying or he is intentionally misleading like Dr. Berry, but he's only telling part of the story, if that makes sense. Like he's not giving the full picture, which can be misleading, okay? And like I said, he never answered the question on whether or not it was a good idea. It was left up to interpretation, which, okay, fine, but be honest about the fact that you're being one-sided about this. Like he's being very one-sided about this. He's overemphasizing things that only a small portion of people actually experience. And I'm not saying that makes it any better. I'm just saying, like, where is the question? Like, okay, well, is this a good idea for you? Not is this a good idea overall? Because that's what GLP-1 people be doing. We be saying it's a good idea overall, and I say no. Is it a good idea for the individual? And the answer is sometimes yes, sometimes maybe, sometimes no. That is a balanced approach to this topic. And I don't feel like he was being balanced at all. And that was for everybody I'm talking to, not just John. Okay. Is this the doctor that Nadolski already corrected on his IG? Or was that another bald doctor? I don't know. He pays his staff Zep. Did I read that right? My eyes are blurry. Hold on, let me turn the slide again. He pays his staff what? He pays for his staff Zep. Well, I'm in the wrong business then. John says, I think the reason for my weight gain is from lifestyle choices, and a pill won't fix that. And I need to be healthy by lifestyle choices. Okay, I see. No problem with that. Thank you for sharing, John. And he does believe the cost is too high. Well, yeah, I would like it to be lower, but realistically speaking, yeah. I'd love to see the day of $200 at Bound. Like, I'd like to see sidebar. Okay. Y'all gonna keep me up late. Okay. I'm gonna get to your comments, but listen to me, guys. Listen, Linda. My compound people, I might have to cut out this portion. Somebody left me a comment the other day saying that they pay $199 for their first month of compound and then $399 after that for compound. Y'all are out here paying $400 for compound when you can just, not to say that $50 isn't a lot of money. It is, because I was happy when they took $50 off from the $500. But now we're at a bit of a weird place where it's like, y'all let me know how y'all feel about this, but why are we choosing $400 compound over $450 brand? And if it's really just that $50 is too much of a stretch, then okay, I'll let it go. But just out of curiosity, why are we doing that? And I don't have a problem with compound. I don't. I've had both, and I know there's a difference. Some people say there isn't. I say there is. Why? You guys let me know. For the vials, it's way too expensive for many people. Now, you said this before I made my point, but that's exactly my point. The vials are $450 now. They're $450. People are paying $400 for compound. Like, some people may be getting it for $200 every month. Okay, so if you're getting it for $200 every month, I get that. But if you're paying $400 for compound, you cannot tell me the vials are too expensive. Sorry, you can't. A lot of doctors won't prescribe compound GLP-1s because they aren't regulated and the formulations they're selling haven't been tested. Yep. IDK for now, my tirzepatide 7.5 is working great, thankfully. A GLP-1 isn't going to have the same effect as fasting and eating healthy, getting good sleep, and exercise. For me, it's not supposed to. And I actually believe, we talked about this in the last stream, John, maybe you missed it. In the last stream, we talked about what was the most superior method of weight loss. I say fasting, but I'm a GLP-1 girly because I find a GLP-1 to be easier than fasting. I just incorporate both. But I do feel that fasting alone is superior. It's just difficult. It's just extremely unnecessarily difficult. And does that make a GLP-1 better? No, it just means, like, one, I'm going to get additional things from a GLP-1 that I'm not going to get from fasting, just like there are things from fasting that I'm not going to get from a GLP-1. So I may as well put them together. That has been the stance since the start of my channel. Just put them together. If you like fasting and you like GLP-1s, you don't have to choose. Just put them together. If you don't want to go the pharmaceutical route, you have so many other options that are viable. I agree with what you're saying. I agree, but it's a misconception that a GLP-1 means you don't have to change your lifestyle. And I think that's where Dr. Ekberg is misleading people, because he's giving the people that don't change their lifestyle, he's giving them a microphone. And it's like, so he's becoming their mouthpiece. He's making them the example. And that's not fair, because some of us have worked really effing hard. Some of us have worked really effing hard to change or improve our relationship with food. Some of us have gone to therapy. Some of us have talked with dietitians. Some of us have put in work as far as exercise. Like it's not fair to make a GLP-1 seem like a magic pill in a bottle. I actually have a video with the thumbnail saying no magic pill. So I understand where you're coming from. And I think, you know, addressing lifestyle is wonderful and you are on the right path, but that's no reason to be dismissive of a pharmaceutical intervention for a lot of people. Hi, sis girl. I love it when you catch me live. Thank you so much for the compliment. I'll send you the IG from the Nadolski. Okay, I'll check it. Ooh, I don't know my password. Let me see. Ooh, I don't know my password. See if I'm logged in on my computer already. Nope. I'll be able to see it on my phone, but I won't be able to pull it up on my computer because I don't know my Instagram password. Okay. So sorry guys. You know what? It might be these lights above me as well. Sounds good, John. You have to do what you know works for you. We are all different. I agree. I fought all my life. Yay, I can zoom in. I fought all my life to do the exact same thing and worked my ass off for years. Never made it below 145 and actually kept it off for more than 5 years. 50 pounds lost 2 times in my life. Yeah, I don't think it has to be a versus, you know. GLP-1s worked along with all the things I was doing. It's just I'm able to keep it off and then some because I'm 130. Is that 1 or 2? 2 today from 216. Yeah, I don't listen. One thing I don't do is like over explain or try to justify my use of a GLP-1. I don't think it's necessary. Just like I don't think a person has to justify not being on a GLP-1. Like I think we subconsciously or like unintentionally, we do this like either or versus thing. Like, well, I just feel like this way is going to work better for me. And that way is just like taking the easy way out. And then there's people on the other side that's like, yeah, but I tried it the way that you're talking about. And yes, that works, but I needed more help. So that's why I had to do it this way. And it's just like, we're both right. Everybody's right. Okay. Like we're all correct. Right. Because at the end of the day, the actual answer is what works for you. Okay. So if you lose 80 pounds via bariatric surgery, that was the correct answer for you. If you lose 80 pounds with lifestyle changes, diet and exercise, eat less, move more, that is the correct answer for you. If you lose 120 pounds with a GLP-1, that is the correct answer for you. And if you're like me and you're a little like, I was about to say something bad, but whatever. If you're like me and you do a little bit of everything, I'm correct too. We all sitting in a room of correctness. Okay. The people that are incorrect are the people that are telling you to ice out options. Do I need to say it again a little louder for those in the back? I'll wait. Clavicle check. Let it sink in. Okay. The people that are incorrect are the ones that are telling you to ice out options or hint, hint, wink, wink, insinuating, because that's what Dr. Ekberg was doing. He didn't say it, but he insinuated that you should ice out a particular option because of whatever reason, because it's a pharmaceutical. Okay. Anybody that's telling you to poo-poo options that may not hurt you, they're the ones that's wrong. I feel like we should keep an open mind to multiple options. Okay. We should keep an open mind, guys. That's all I'm saying. All right. Keep an open mind. Bariatric surgery was never an option for me. Never. It was never an option. I was not interested in that. I wasn't. Lipo was an option, but not at 240 pounds. What you getting fat lipo for? Like, sorry, not sorry. What you getting fat lipo for? What you getting fat tummy tucks for? No, like, no. So I just like, don't make me have to like put tirzepatide over my knee and, give tirzepatide a hard time because, people are being narrow-minded about just simple traditional wisdom about put less food in your mouth and move your body. Okay. I know a lot of us have tried that and it didn't work, but it does work for some people. Okay. And technically, if we combine that with the hormonal intervention, technically it does work. We just, our hormones are broken. So it's kind of hard to fight the cravings. And we've been given, misinformation about calories and all of these different things. So it's just like, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. Okay. What's good for me is taking my shot and minding my business. Clock that T-Gen. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm gonna take my shot. I'm not gonna mind my business though. I ain't gonna lie. I can't mind my business because I'm the content creator. So I can't mind my business. I can't mind my business. Like, when it comes up, we have to talk about it. But I will say that I do think the GLP-1 people be trying to shit on, like, just regular people shit. Like regular people stuff. Like, you know what? I'm just going to change what I'm eating. Like John said, I'm just going to change what I'm eating. I'm going to change my lifestyle. I think that's going to work for me. I think that we are very bitter about the fact that we didn't sustain results from that. So it's like, yeah, but I don't know. Like, we as a collective, like, some of us are bitter about that. We are. I be seeing it play out. Like, people be real upset. And even I be trolling a little bit about Eat Less, Move More. And the reason why I do that is because Eat Less, Move More is an incomplete thought. It's technically true, but there's missing information there, right? There's other stuff you have to do. It's not just Eat Less, Move More. There's context that's missing, right? So I think that's where you got to take what the government says with a grain of salt. The government doesn't give context very well. They give guidelines. Guidelines don't always have context. So you got to do a bit more in research to figure out the context and apply it in a way that works for you. Okay. You sound like Oprah in The Color Purple. All my life I had to fight. Amen. Amen. And yes, I'm as serious as she was sounding in the movie. I thought Jen was saying what's hood. I did, being real ghetto. I thought she was saying what's hood is. What's hood is. What's hood is. Yeah, I thought that's what she was saying. Okay. So that was a good video. I wouldn't, that doesn't change my perspective of Dr. Ekberg though. Was it Ekberg? Damn, how did I forget his name that fast? Yeah, Dr. Ekberg. That doesn't change my perception of him at all. It's just, I don't think he sees his own bias. I think he's very biased. I do. And it's clear that he's biased because he's, I won't say anti-pharmaceutical because he said he's not, but he's team limited pharmaceutical intervention. So that is a bias that he has. He's going to always side-eye pharmaceutical intervention, and fine. I just think you should be less one-sided about delivering the information because people are going to use pharmaceuticals whether you want them to or not. They're going to do it, so you may as well just provide the information fairly and evenly and let them decide. Don't be one-sided and be like, but it's up to you, when people trust you in your judgment. That's, it's a little, don't be one-sided and be like, well, but it's up to you. Or at least be like me and say you're being one-sided. I got it at Bound Bias. I am biased against semaglutide, and I ain't even tried it. I'm very honest about that, but I'm not going to let semaglutide be thrown under the bus necessarily anyway, because, I keep it hood once a week. Very ghetto, very bougetto, very bougetto. Okay. So Sydney has emailed me, a bald guy. Let's see it wants me to log in, Sydney. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see if I know my password. Oh, let's see if I know my password. Let's see. Whoops. Oh, damn it. Make sure I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on. Okay, I'm not. Ooh. Damn. I'm messing this up bad. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Oh, it worked. Let's hit save. Save info. We're lucky, guys. It's not the end of the world. We're lucky here. We made it. Okay, hold on. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, Diary of a CEO, huh? I like that. I like that podcast. All right, this is Dr. Nadolsky. I like him. I like him. I don't really listen to any YouTube doctors anymore. Every now and again, I'll tap into Dr. Jason Fung if someone recommends a video, or honestly, any of the doctors. The only way I'm listening to them is if somebody recommends them. I don't really follow these channels anymore. But let's see what Dr. Nadolsky is talking about. Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry.
Should have been.
It's being used for weight loss, where people just say, here, jab yourself with this and you're going to lose weight. And it works. They will absolutely lose weight. But again, the concern being that you're going to lose a lot of lean mass at the same time. This is a drug that's going to...
I thought we watched this interview. Didn't we watch this interview? And y'all were like super annoyed by it?
help you learn to control carbohydrates, because that's the one macronutrient that people are addicted to. So my view is use these drugs to help people cure their cravings for carbohydrates.
Then when I stop taking it, isn't it going to come back?
Well, so that's it then. So then you use it in two different ways. One, you use a much lower dose than is currently used, what we could call a microdose, if you will. So use a lower dose and you cycle it on and off. Go 90 days on the drug at a low dose while receiving coaching or counseling on how to use a low carb diet, because they will find it easier than ever to control their carb consumption. Then at the end of 90 days, wean them off the drug and say, let's see if these habits have stuck. Very often they have. Some people will find that it lasts for a while and the cravings start to come back. All right, well, let's cycle you back on and try again.
Then goes on to say that these drugs work by helping people reduce their carbohydrate cravings, their sugar cravings, because that's the one macronutrient that people are addicted to. That's not true. Many types of foods have addictive-like properties to them, and it's not just carbohydrate. Most people don't go and eat pure sugar. Most people don't eat pure carbohydrate. Most people really are drawn towards foods that contain both fat and carbohydrate, sugar, salty, and it's a mouthfeel. It's a certain type of food that contains all of those things engineered to make us want more. In fact, I get lots of patients telling me, no, they can actually eat more carbohydrate because they enjoy the pure carbohydrate of fruit and actually lentils and things like that. They're a little bit healthier for us because they're fewer in calories, but higher in carbohydrates, but are more satiating and filling. The other thing he says is that he wants people to do microdosing. Now, microdosing shouldn't be used for weight loss purposes. We already know there's dose-dependent effects on weight loss. So the low doses don't help with weight loss unless they're a very hyper or super responder to the medicine. I do have some patients that are on the lowest dose of the medicine, let's say tirzepatide 2.5 milligrams, and they lose a ton of their weight, sometimes 50% of their weight. That's very rare, by the way. But most people will need very high doses. And then cycling off, of course, we know that cycling off, I've done many videos on this, coming off the medicine, most people will regain their weight. There are some people that can come off, and then if they need to go back on, they can. But most people, low doses and cycling on and off is not going to work for them for weight loss.
I agree. I don't see anything wrong with what he said. Was there some pushback or something? Or we were just watching this dude get pretty much his bald head smacked? Sunshine probably fell asleep. Sweet Tea did say goodbye earlier. She said she'd check back in later if we're still here. But y'all, I mean, it is going on 1 a.m. on the East Coast, so I expect y'all to start falling asleep soon, okay? But thank y'all for rocking out with me. So, I mean, I agree. I think he explained this well. It is a combination of salt, sugar, and fat. There's actually a book called Salt, Sugar, and Fat. So I don't see no problem with what he said at all.
Jillian Michaels is in the news again for recommending against extremely effective anti-obesity medicine. She says these drugs have serious side effects and the results are not lasting. This is the case of tell me you know nothing about these obesity medicines without saying you know nothing about these obesity medicines.
Exactly.
There's a common myth about these obesity medicines that they're a quick fix, they're a crutch, that they're a band-aid, that you stop them and you regain the weight. It's absolutely true that if you stop.
Sidebar. I'm going to be a horrible example here. And I'm going to go get me some chips. Do I want Doritos, Cool Ranch, or do I want spicy popcorn? You be the judge. You decide. I do have some Chester's cheese puffs or something, puff corn. I think I have those as well, but that wasn't really what I was in the mood for. You guys vote. I know it's late. I know I shouldn't, but I'm gonna. I don't care. This is a kickback. We're having a kickback. Y'all already effed up because y'all didn't put on pajamas. Y'all already came at work and busy and cooking and doing nails and doing stuff. Y'all already came to the kickback, not kicked back. Y'all came to the kickback busy, okay? So I'm gonna have me some chips. Do I want Cool Ranch Doritos? Since I couldn't have the other half of Tommy's cupcake, our cupcake, okay? Do I want Cool Ranch Doritos or do I want hot spicy popcorn? You guys choose. Who's Baldy? You talking about me? Jen, are you behind in the stream? I'm confused. Hit the like if you love vanity. Stop. I love to watch Nadolski handing out smackdowns. Okay. I dig it.
Then you will gain.
You know what? I probably would like to. I need to follow his Instagram. I probably would like this because it's short form versus the actual long form videos.
Weight back. However, these medicines are meant to be taken chronically, just like any other therapy for a chronic disease. Take hypertension, for example. If your blood pressure normalizes with a blood pressure medicine, you don't just stop the blood pressure medicine, you stay on it. The same with obesity medicine. You lower your weight with the obesity medicine and you continue on it because that's what's keeping your weight.
Well, Jen, we know Jen doesn't get a vote. We know Jen's gonna say, fuck them chips, fuck them cookies, fuck that cake.
A lot of people, such as Jillian Michaels, like.
We know that. Okay, you don't get a vote. So John says Doritos. Just got off of work. I'm glad we were able to keep you company during work. And Journey says popcorn yellow. Oh, it says yellow striped smile. Popcorn, spicy popcorn. So we got 1 and 1. Isn't weigh-in tomorrow? I've been ruined my weigh-in. Shall we sidebar Dr. Nadolski? I'm gonna have to take you off the screen for this. I didn't want to tell you guys, but I've been constipated since Tuesday. Maybe I should have landed that a little softer. Maybe I should have given a TMI warning. So yes, I am going to weigh in tomorrow, even though y'all are anti-weighing in when you haven't pooped. I'm going to do it for tracking's sake, but I don't think I'm going to count tomorrow's weight. I mean, it'll count as far as it'll be recorded, but I'm not going to take it seriously. I have been constipated since Tuesday. I just started taking Miralax today. Something happened Monday. I was traveling home Monday. I stopped at the gym and I had the extreme bubble guts. I had such loose bowels. It was crazy on Monday. And then Tuesday, I wasn't paying attention. Wednesday, I really wasn't paying attention. It wasn't until Thursday, I was like, I haven't gone to the bathroom since Monday. And I was like, and then Friday, I was like, oh, okay, I'm not taking my supplements. So I started my fiber gummies and my magnesium, and then I still didn't go. So today I took Miralax and I finally went. But I'm pretty sure that there's more to come. Okay, TMI, I'm sorry. TMI. Okay. I wouldn't weigh in. See, I wouldn't weigh in until after I got to see. I know y'all have told me this before, but I'm trying to be honest about my weigh-ins, poop or no poop. I'm trying to be honest about them. Sometimes on a GLP-1, you don't poop. Okay. And I wasn't paying attention. I can even show you on Monday, I put my poop sticker on the calendar like I said I was going to. I have a poop sticker on the calendar. I have a poop sticker because I was like, okay, yes, poop sticker. Like, yes, I remember Jen said to do the poop stickers. Okay, so I have a poop sticker on my calendar. But then I just forgot for like the rest of the week. I just forgot. I really did. I just forgot. Jillian Michaels is another person who is losing audience and money. Of course, yes. She was one of the people I tried to give the benefit of the doubt to because I low-key got a soft spot for Jillian, but she's another one. She is another one. Here we go. What? About what? I've been drinking water at least, but the water hasn't been enough. The water has not been enough. Typically, I stay regular by taking a magnesium complex daily and fiber gummies daily, but I haven't been taking my supplements. I don't know why I had like a bad bowel day on Monday. Like it was really bad. And then it just stopped. Like it just stopped. Sweet Tea, somebody was just asking where you went. Sweet Tea's back this Tuesday. I'm sure there's lots more to come. There is. What have you been eating? Let me see. Let me look at my my food log. Wait, you want to know what I ate to have the runs? Remember, last weekend I had the I don't give a fuck eat weekend. So I'm pretty sure I was being punished from eating out all last weekend. I had the donuts. Remember that? I had donuts, coffee, Chinese food, pizza. I had a crappy weekend of eating. So by Monday I had the runs. And then after that, I just didn't go again. Until today. I did go today. So what was I eating? What was I eating? So I'm assuming you mean what was I eating from Tuesday on? I think I was logging. Let me see. I think I was logging. Let's see. So Tuesday, I had coffee, some chicken wings, and some pasta, like macaroni pasta with meat. Hamburger Helper, I guess. I had that. I had some of that. No. What did I have Wednesday? So wait, hold on. So Tuesday. Shit, hold on. Tuesday. Okay, so we talked about the chicken wings with my dad. So I let him buy me chicken wings once, and it was on Tuesday. Okay, so I had chicken wings that one day. I told him take it down to once a week instead of every day. Because I couldn't tell him to stop completely. So I had 1,000 calories on Tuesday, so I was under by 400 to 500. And then on Wednesday, I had a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, an iced coffee, and I had yogurt. And I still didn't go to the bathroom. Wait, no, I'm reading this wrong. Hold on. Yeah, no. That was Wednesday. Okay, I'm sorry. So we did Tuesday, we did Wednesday. Still didn't go to the bathroom. Shot day was on Monday evening, by the way. Shot day was on Monday evening after I had the runs. So I had the runs, and then I took my shot, and then I stopped going to the bathroom. And then Thursday, I had coffee, cream, sugar, eggs, bacon, protein shake, and I had some more of the Hamburger Helper that was left over. And then, so Thursday, that was about 1,200 calories. And then Friday, which was yesterday, I had coffee. I had an egg white breakfast burrito. Oh, because I was traveling. Okay. I was traveling, so I stopped at a Wawa, not a Sheetz. I stopped at a Wawa, and I got a egg wrap thingy, egg and bacon wrap. I had the cupcake that I told y'all about from Nothing But Cakes. I had that. So I overate yesterday. So I had the cupcake, I had the egg wrap on my way here, and then I cooked dinner. I made fried chicken, yellow rice, and I made some gluten-free Cheddar Bay biscuits. No veg, leave me alone. And that was it. So I mean, it's the way that I usually eat. Like no veg, limited fruit, or no veg. Did I have fruit? No, I didn't have any fruit. Protein shakes, chicken, bacon, eggs, mostly protein and dairy. It's the same old. It's the same old. And I ate out twice. I had the egg burrito and I had the chicken wings earlier in the week. All right. So let me see what y'all saying. Listen, I used to appreciate Jillian. I have at least 5 or 6 of her exercise DVDs. She was my favorite trainer on The Biggest Loser. Aw, I have a soft spot for her. What does Jillian sell? Diet or workouts? I think it was a workout routine. Yeah, Sweet Tea did say she would check back out. Chinese, didn't hear that one. That was from the weekend before. I had chicken wings from the Chinese restaurant the weekend before. We talked about it in the video, in the live stream that I did. We talked about the Italian pizza and we talked about the Chinese food. And I was eating a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts and stuff. And yeah, I had a bad Monday. But after I took my shot, for some reason, I stopped going to the bathroom. If you look at soy sauce and the amount of sodium in it, you wouldn't want to eat Chinese food anymore. I don't eat soy sauce. My food doesn't have soy sauce, but yes, it's a lot of sodium either way. But no, I don't eat soy sauce. Why did you automatically say soy sauce? But just because I said Chinese. Okay. That's a pretty good week, V. Do you not like fruit either? No, I do. I typically eat apple slices with peanut butter, but I just didn't have it this week. Like I just didn't have it on hand. That's all. And I do actually have some fruit now. I have bananas and oranges. I don't like the bananas, but I do eat the oranges. I do like grapes. I like watermelon. I like fruit. I just don't eat it often because I don't crave it often. So I mostly ate bacon, eggs, and chicken in the past week. As far as like, I didn't have a lot of junk food until I had that cupcake yesterday. Let me see. Chicken wings, hamburger helper. The hamburger helper has a lot of sodium too. But so remember I was leaving to go home and I was like, okay, I'm not going to have fast food. I'm not going to have fast food. And Andrew was like, yes, you're not going to have fast food. Don't stop for fast food. I got to, my town and I wanted fast food, but I didn't do it. I did not do it. Okay. So I went to the grocery store instead and I needed something that I could cook quick. So I got ground beef and yes, very processed, very high in sodium, but I got me a box of the 4-cheese lasagna hamburger helper, which I hadn't had in honestly probably like over a year. So I had that. The beef was the protein and obviously the pasta and the sauce is just processed nonsense. But the reason I wanted that is one, because it was going to be done in about 30 to 45 minutes. And I could eat it multiple days throughout the week. So I ate that at least twice in the past week. And there really wasn't, I'm not seeing any junk food. Hold on. Cause I track my junk food too. I had a cupcake yesterday, which was a lot of calories. It was like 400 calories. It was a big cupcake from Nothing But Cakes. Oh, I didn't include the Red Hot chips. And you know what? I had popcorn at some point, but I don't see that in here either. Because I was just telling y'all I wanted popcorn. I had popcorn at some point, but I don't see that in here. So, I didn't have a lot of junk food in the past week, but none of this explains why I'm constipated though. Honestly, like this, and I've been drinking a ton of water. Actually, let me not say a ton. Let me not drag it. Let me go back real quick. Hold on. Let me go back. I wouldn't say a ton. I think I'm averaging 60 ounces a day. I tracked my hunger. Wasn't hungry on Tuesday, but I still ate because I needed to get my calories. I was tired Wednesday. I'm averaging 50, 60 ounces of water. I'm trying to get to 90. I didn't track my water for yesterday and I didn't track it for today. So yeah. Oh shit. Sounds like you stayed in your calorie deficit. Yeah, I actually wasn't even, it's starting to get easier to track. Like honestly, since I've adjusted my calories to being in a calorie deficit, it's been easier to eat and not feel like I'm overeating. The only day that I overate so far was yesterday. And today I did not eat dinner. Today I had bacon and eggs and sausage. I actually had some French toast sticks today. I typically don't eat that, but Tommy was eating it and I would have just picked off his plate. So I had some. And I had half that cupcake. That was all I had today because I was mostly resting. And then I cooked Tommy dinner, but I didn't cook myself dinner because I was getting ready to talk to y'all. Fiber and water will help. Yes. So typically I'm taking fiber gummies daily, but I haven't been. Simply no particular reason, just because I've had it packed away and I haven't had easy access to it. So I need to get my organizer, my pill organizer. I need to get that back to where I have access to my supplements daily. Miralax, I don't know who I got this idea from, but I doubled my Miralax today because I hadn't gone since Monday. So I was like, okay, it's an emergency. And mind you, I didn't even start to feel any type of pain until today. Like, it was like, oh my God, like it's starting to hurt. So I doubled my Miralax today. I've never done that before. Somebody gave me that idea weeks ago. No. The diarrhea, don't say diarrhea. Don't make me say diarrhea over and over. So the hamburger helper came after the diarrhea, like a day after, or no, it was that night. So I was traveling. So I had a crappy weekend, right? I was in Raleigh and I was like, you know what? I don't care. I'm eating what I want. Remember, I was talking about the donuts in the air fryer. So I ate out for the whole weekend. And then by Monday afternoon, I had the runs. Then Monday evening, I took my shot and had the hamburger helper. No more bathroom. Tuesday, I had the hamburger helper. Or did I have the hamburger helper on Tuesday? I'm sorry. Did I have it on Monday or Tuesday? Let me check back. Yeah, I had it on Monday and Tuesday. Okay. So I had the runs before the hamburger helper. I had the hamburger helper in the evening. The runs were in the early afternoon, late morning time. For some reason, it was just like really bad and then nothing. Like once I took my shot, it was just like nothing, like straight constipation. Are you only getting fiber from gummies? Yes, I think. What else has fiber? Vegetables. I mean, I've always had a low fiber diet. So even before being on the GLP-1, a few times a year, I would get constipated. It's been worse since being on GLP-1, but honestly, I've been regular for months. I haven't had a serious issue of constipation. It's January, December, November. I can't remember the last time I was constipated or even complained to y'all about constipation. It's been months because I was taking my magnesium and my fiber gummies daily. Magnesium, fiber gummy. I haven't even had to take Miralax in like 4 or 5 months, if that. So this is the first time where I've gone days and like that's why I wasn't paying attention, because I typically go daily and multiple times a day without a problem. So I don't know. I guess I should have seen it coming because it did my movements did start to change a little bit. So there were some signs that constipation was coming, but I was still going. So I was just like, okay, well, what the hell ever. Yeah, I mean, it'll work itself out. Or I'll work it out. I'll take my next dose of Miralax tomorrow. And once this has passed, like once my stomach is not upset anymore and all of that, then I think I will be regular again. But this is the first time in months that I've been constipated. Why did I bring that up? Oh, because we were talking about weigh-in. So y'all are very vain. Y'all are extremely vain. And y'all don't believe in weighing in while constipated. But I'm just trying to be consistent, y'all. I don't need y'all being like, what happened? Because you did that to me last week, Jen. You was like, did you give us a weigh-in? And I was like, oh, wait, I did it. So I don't need y'all being like, what happened to that last weigh-in? Oh, no, we're missing a weigh-in. We're missing a weigh-in. Okay? Still HRTR. I'm not, I don't know. Oh, you meant here. Still here? Is that what you meant? I sometimes get the runs when I fast more than 36 to 40 hours. I wasn't fasting, but that has happened to me before. Yes, that has happened to me before. I heard you can hold 10 pounds of poop. I doubt that I have 10 pounds to let go of after a week, but I'd say at least 2 or 1. Well, let's weigh in and see. I've been cheating lately with my weigh-ins. Like I've been giving middle of the week weigh-ins for the members. So I will weigh in tomorrow. We know it's going to be a little skewed because I'm constipated, but then I will weigh in again Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and we'll see what has changed. It probably will be a pound or so. I can see that. now y'all got John over here being vain too. Okay, he's a part of the vain crew. He says, I weigh in every day around the same time, but I use the bathroom first. I always have that luxury. I weigh in first whether I go to the bathroom or not. I weigh in first thing in the morning, whether I go, because I don't know what time of day I'm gonna go. It's unpredictable. So I'm my lightest in the morning. So that's when I weigh in. I'm my lightest when I first wake up. So that's when I weigh in. And I ain't gonna lie, for the past like 2-3 months, I've been weighing in pajamas. Like, y'all, I don't, if I got pajamas on, I'm not about to strip to get on the scale. I've been doing that for years. I'm over it. Like, now that I've gotten at least 75 pounds off, I am not worried about the little couple ounces that my pajamas, my Hello Kitty pajamas are gonna cause. Now, I won't hold my phone in my hand and I won't have on shoes, but this little thing here with the matching pants, yeah, it's staying on. Or if it's shorts, it's staying on. It's staying on. I was pissed I had to change my scale batteries and gained a pound the next. Oh, Jen, my scale does do athlete mode, but I chose not to use it because I read the description and it was really talking about how it's for people that have like really, really high intensity lifestyles. And people that have like a high percentage of muscle, they just need a different formulation for the calculations. So I figured I'm just going to keep it on its regular settings so that it's calculating things according to, you know, an average person or something like that. I don't want to mislead things by making it seem like I have a higher percentage of muscle than I actually have. When I fasted for 10 days, I had the runs. It was crazy and smelled like something died. You know what? Ironically, I haven't had that problem when I started going today. I thought it was going to be really bad. TMI, people, TMI. But I really thought the smell was going to be horrendous because I've had that experience before and it really wasn't. And I don't know if it's because I didn't eat a lot of fried food this past week, or I'm not going to say I ate clean. I will just say I ate less processed. It was processed, but it was less processed. So you would think after 4 days, it would have been like everybody evacuate the apartment. But it really wasn't. It really wasn't. And I was just like, oh, that was close. Like, whew, wipe sprout, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna do my weigh-in tomorrow, but I'm gonna just roll my eyes at the scale. For those that don't know, technically none of y'all would know this, I don't think. Or I can't remember the last weigh-in I shared with the members. Hold on. My last weigh-in was 167.1. I think the last one I shared with the members was 167.9. So listen to this, y'all. Listen to this. What date are we on? Hold on. Listen to this. So my last official weigh-in was on the 18th, right? That was on the 18th. That was on Sunday. I had the runs on the 19th, Monday. Then I weighed in again on the 20th. So on the 18th, I weighed in at 169.3. Then I had the runs, and then I weighed in the following day at 167.9. So I'm assuming going to the bathroom helped. But this is on Tuesday. I weighed in again on Thursday. Now, by this point, I haven't gone to the bathroom in 2 days. Y'all know that scale was down again to 167.1. The scale was down again. Now, do I think that's going to be the case for tomorrow? No, because I'm officially in pain, which means I'm officially backed up. Now, I did start going again because of the Miralax, but like I'm officially backed up. But 2 days after for 2 days after not going, the scale was down 28 pounds. Weird. Buck naked and scale has to be on the right spot on the floor. You should try it when you get your DEXA scan. Try what? Oh, yes. I did consider that. The one time I like, if to consider the accuracy, once I have a DEXA scan to compare it to, I will try the athlete mode to see if it's worth it. I have no interest in getting a DEXA scan, to be honest. I don't think you need one though, unless you are concerned about visceral fat still or your muscle composition, because it will tell you if you have too little muscle. So if you're concerned about that, then sure. But you know, I still have a significant amount of body fat, and I would like to know my proportions. I would like to know how much of this fucking abdominal fat is still visceral fat, and I would like to know how much muscle I'm maintaining. That's how I do it. Same spot, I hop on and off 3 times regardless. I pick up my scale, I move it around, I wear pajamas. That little couple ounces, I be tired in the morning. Y'all leave me alone. When I weigh in at the doctor's now, I keep my shoes on. Last time I weighed in, I had on UGG boots, jeans, and a bulky sweater. Yes, that actually happened to me when I lost the first 25 pounds. I was mad as hell because I weighed in before I went to the doctor. And then by the time I went in to weigh in, it was like a 3-pound difference because I had on Uggs, jeans, and a sweater. I was just like, yeah, okay, fine. We could count it, but it's a lie. It's a lie, God damn it. It's a lie. But yeah, I'm keeping my shoes on at the doctor. I ain't got to kick my shoes. I'm skinny now. I ain't got to kick my shoes off. But at my home scale, I'm still vain. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. But them doctor's numbers don't matter to me. I don't wear anything when I weigh in. Yeah, I gave up on that. I got lazy. I was just like, man, F this. Like once I passed 65 pounds, I was like, man, that little extra couple ounces for my pajamas do not faze me. It don't. If all my weed wasn't frozen, I'd eat tonight, but I'm going to fast until sometime tomorrow because the hunger is not that bad. I'm 23 hours in. Okay. Good luck with the rest of your fast. I'm feeling snacky right now. It's almost shot day. Today is Saturday. Shot day is in 2 days. So it's day 5 for me, or if day 0 is Monday, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, today's day 5 for me. So it makes sense that I'm getting a little snacky on this particular day, or even hungry. But the constipation is really truly getting in the way of my desire to eat a whole meal. Like I don't even want to put no more food on top of this. I did eat breakfast, but I was like, man, that's it. I'm done for the rest of the day. I'm Zada done Zada. Did you put the meat in the fridge to thaw? Yes, you can thaw your meat in the fridge so it can be ready when you're ready to cook something. So yeah, I will weigh in tomorrow. I will share the weigh-in with everyone, but the middle of the week weigh-in, to see what happens after I started using the bathroom, that will be for members. So if you're interested in getting sneak peek weigh-ins and updates and photos, please consider becoming a member. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Also, skincare. Yeah, we have to do a members only stream about how I can't even show y'all on the camera, but let me see if I have a picture of my skin at its worst. Nope, I don't. Not on this phone. I was tracking it on my other phone. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to show you the before and afters of when my skin was complete. I started this channel with clear skin. Now I'm covered in acne scars, covered in the acne scars. And my face today is the clearest that it's been in weeks, but this is a result of me removing a ton of products from my skincare routine. There shouldn't be a ton of products in my routine. That's how you know I was fucking up. But I became a product junkie. I got a little product happy, got a little acid happy, got a little exfoliation happy. And I'm going to show you what happens when you do not carefully add things into your routine, when you switch your products too frequently, when you overuse products, when you use too many products at once, when you use too many different products in a week. I'm going to show you what happens, okay? I'm not ruling out anything hormonal or anything like that. I'm still going to see a dermatologist, but I was down bad. And this is the clearest that my skin has been. I mean, I was getting acne from the chin all the way up to the sides of my cheeks. Like it was coming all the way up here. And I even have like a zit or two today, but it was cystic acne all up and down the sides of my face and chin. And yeah, I was starting to wonder if the 10 milligram was causing this. I would not rule that out. We'll see what happens when I go down to the 7.5. But so far, just me changing up my routine or reducing the amount of products and the frequency in which I use certain products has helped. So there's one more thing I want to go over before I get out of here, because I really can stay up all night because I ain't got shit to do tomorrow. But I want to go over Delilah's last video. I think it's her last video. Okay. About a skin condition that she's been diagnosed with that I have that I've briefly touched on. Briefly, just briefly. Okay, let's do this. Sorry, guys. Let's do this. Let's go over Delilah's last stream. So she's talking about a skin condition that she recently got diagnosed with. And I have the same condition. I've shown you guys my scars before, but for anybody new, I have a skin condition called HS that causes boils to form in my armpits. And I have significant scarring from previous outbreaks. Okay. Now, I'm not going to explain to you what it is because then you're going to have to listen to Delilah explain it and then you're going to hear it twice. So I'm going to let her explain it and then I'm just going to interject where I feel the need to, because she's also going to go over how GLP-1s are now being looked at for helping this condition. And I think they might be on to something here. So let's share this. And I'm going to give it, oh, I already liked it. Okay. So let's get into this. I'm going to speed her up just a little bit.
In your room in here, and my arm is the biggest part of, well, this part, right? Look, look, fully wearing it, fully.
I think she's wearing David's sweater, by the way, or jacket.
And it goes all the way down, right? Why does it fit me? Why does it fit me now? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know how to feel about this. Even at my lowest adult weight, but even then, his clothes didn't fit me. This is his t-shirt. I just needed anything to put on. So here we are. Here we are. Now that we've gotten that out of the way. Hi, I'm Delilah. Nice to meet you. If you're new here, hi, welcome. So today's video is a little bit different because I was just officially diagnosed with, I'm not going to say this right,
I do this too. It's damn near hydradenitis. It's damn near impossible to say.
Hydradenitis. Supraretiva. Hold please.
Hi there, Lala.
What up, Copilot? Can you help me again pronounce the word HS, the disease?
Absolutely. Let's tackle it. That would be hydradenitis suppurativa. Bit of a mouthful, right?
What? Hydradenitis suppurativa. Let's spin the block on that one.
Hold please.
Hi there, Lala.
What up, Copilot? Can you help me again pronounce the word HS, the disease?
Absolutely. Let's tackle it. That would be hydradenitis suppurativa. Bit of a mouthful, right? It's pronounced something like hydradenitis suppurativa. It's a tricky.
Oh, I said it right. I said it somewhere right the first time. Nope, never mind.
You want, but you got this.
I appreciate your help today. I will talk with you later. Bye-bye.
Not Copilot is her bestie. I'm dead, Delilah.
Okay, that. From here on out, we will just refer to it as HS. This just happened on Monday of last week. Today is Tuesday. 8 days ago? 8 days ago. And I want to say this right away, in case someone needs to hear this the same way that I did. This is not your fault. You are not dirty. You did not cause this by doing hygiene wrong. My dermatologist is amazing. She looked at me and said something that truly stopped me in my tracks. HS is systemic. It's inflammatory and it often runs in families. She specifically told me there is zero that I could have done differently to not have flare-ups. So that means all these years, I'm 44 years old. For me, this began somewhere around the age of 10 or 11. Most people will start to see this develop in them, usually after puberty into their early 20s, right?
It started in my early 20s for me. And I did not get diagnosed right away. I was at a really bad point in my life, like health-wise. Like I had gained probably like 20 pounds in a matter of a few months. My diet was piss poor. I'm talking about Domino's pizza several times a week, tons of drinking. I had just turned 21, okay? Rapid weight gain, tons of junk food. Like it was piss poor. I don't even think I cooked at this time in my life. And like my sleep was horrible and my energy was horrible and I felt terrible all the time. And then suddenly I got this boil under my arm that was so painful. I never forget it. It formed right here. So I couldn't really put my arm down, and I was a bartender. I couldn't really wear a bra either. So it was impossible to work around. So I went to the emergency room like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning because I just couldn't take the pain anymore. And they drained it for me, but they also told me that it was bacteria related. Like they told me it was Staphylococcus, some type of skin bacteria thing, right? They didn't do any tests to determine that. They just said that's what they thought it was. So they told me, I even had a person tell me to put a little bleach in my bath water, peroxide in water, wash, a washcloth with peroxide in water. Like they were telling you to do things to kill the bacteria, right? Turns out that was all incorrect.
I'm just an overachiever, and I started.
That's why she's talking about hygiene, because for some reason, when this issue comes up, it gets treated as if it's a bacteria infection, and you don't know that it's not that until you go see a dermatologist.
Yeah.
Or if you have a PCP that's familiar with it, and then they tell you.
And all these years, I thought, what am I doing wrong? I was embarrassed. I was ashamed. I was scared to tell my mother that these things were happening to me, and I should be seen by a doctor. However, there were times when they would happen on the sides of my breasts. Now, rewind. HS is an inflammatory disorder. So let me give you a quick little rundown of what HS really is. It isn't just a skin issue. It's when your immune system and inflammation pathways go a little sideways, causing hair follicles to get blocked and inflamed deep under the skin. They cause things like boils, abscesses, lesions. They can be very painful. They can burst. When they burst, it feels incredible because the pain that you felt after they have bursts is gone suddenly. And suddenly you feel relief. But it's hard to clean up. It's hard to keep from continuing to drain. And sometimes they get so big and painful and they're in uncomfortable spots that you have to see a doctor to have them lanced. I have in my past 1, 2, 3, at least 4 different times had to have one lanced. The very first time I was around 10, 11 years old. You guys know I was already very well developed at that age. I had already B and C size breasts, right? Cup size breasts. And I had a lesion on the side of my breast. And it was so incredibly painful to wear a bra, to touch it, anything. It was bright red and purple. It made me cry. Like I could not handle the pain so much that I had to tell my mom. And again, you have to remember, I was very, very ashamed and very embarrassed to tell her. But I went up to her and I let her know what was happening. I did have other ones on my body that I didn't address because they didn't feel like this one did. So, it was like a Friday, late day. Doctors weren't open, so she took me to the ER. And I will never forget, okay, in slang Spanish, breasts is chichis, right? So my mom said to the intake nurse, she has a hole in her chichi. I will never forget seeing the discharge letter that literally, they wrote word for word, my mother said, hole in chichi. And I will never forget that, ever. That's how I know how old I was when, at the very least, I can remember my very first, painful outbreak or flare-up. And that led me down a road for the rest of my life, having these instances where these things would happen. They tend to happen in places that cause friction on your body, like under your armpits, on the sides of your breast, underneath your breasts, on your back of your thighs, the inside of your thighs, even up towards where your pubic region begins, even up into your pubic regions, and your butt. And you're in pain, right? You're in pain. I don't know that they will always be painful because now, when I think back, they haven't always been painful. So they can get very painful. They're not always. So those painful lumps, they're not pimples. I always thought they were just pimples. And then when I realized that they weren't pimples, that day they told me it was a boil. And from then forward, they told me, you treat boils this way. Hot compresses, and they would have me put 50% hot or warm water and 50% hydrogen peroxide. Mix it together, put in a toallita, so a little washcloth or whatever, and put it into the water, get it soaked up with the water, exprimir it. I don't know how to say exprimir in English, but
Wring
when
it
you
out.
get like your cloth and then you go like that, and then the water comes out or the liquid goes out. This is exprimir. I don't know what that is in English, but whatever that word is.
Oh,
Right?
that's
So
so
you do that, and then you apply that to your boils of your body, right? They're really inflammatory lesions that can swell, tunnel, rupture, and scar. Because this inflammation is coming from the inside of the body, it tends to come back. Even if you're very clean, careful, and doing everything right. So from then forward, I applied these hot compresses for the next 40 years. For me, this diagnosis really connected the dots, going all the way back to childhood. The flare-ups, the shame, trying to hide it, blaming myself. If I would just wash better, if I would just use a different kind of body soap or body wash, maybe I'm not drying it right, maybe I'm not scrubbing hard enough. Finding out that this is systemic and even often genetic changed my perception of it completely.
So I'm going to pause right there, and I'm going to share some photos from Google to show you what she's describing, which for me are hard to look at. I'm not going to lie. I get squeamish. Even though this is a condition that I have, it doesn't change how squeamish I get. So I'm gonna share some photos just to give you guys a visual of what we're talking about. Okay, so give me just a second. Okay, so I looked up HS tunneling. Okay, hold on. It moved to a different page. Hold on. Stop screen, share screen. Okay. All right. I don't need you to read this, but I'm just going to explain what the pictures show. So the first one shows an abscess forming around the hair follicle, right? Because this is, where the inflammation happens that turns into a boil. Then it shows tunnels and scarring. So this is when like the tunnel would be this section here, right? Where that, I don't know what you call it. Let me see. So it says abscesses are widely spread and may become connected by tunnels. Tunnels, also known as tracts, can start forming deep in the skin, though they're not always visible on the surface. Scars begin to form on the surface and within the deeper tissue. So that's what you're seeing there. So that's what caused this scar that I have right here. It used to be much, and this is a smaller one, but it used to be much more significant. Like it's been several years. So it's flared up and healed several times over. That's why it looks this way. But I don't know if you can see, but like even by the shape, you can tell where it starts to connect and form that tunnel under the skin. But it used to be like significantly more visible on the surface. And then it says stage 3, severe scarring. Large areas of the body are covered by abscesses and scarring with widespread tunneling beneath the skin, connecting multiple abscesses. So this is what I would say I was experiencing by the time it was flaring up, like, the second, third, and fourth time. Like the severe stage 3 is what I was experiencing. Let me go back to Delili, Delilah. Delili, Delilah, Delili, Delilah.
It wasn't my failure. I was just missing a diagnosis. So the first thing that my dermatologist asked me, you are on a GLP-1, correct? Yes, I am. I'm on Mounjaro. She said, how long have you been on it? Been on it since July.
Sorry, before she gets into the GLP-1 thing, so let me follow up with what actually happened. So she talked about going to the emergency room and having it lanced. So that's what I did the first time, and they drained it and it was relief. And they told me to do all the things to keep the skin free from bacteria. And I was always so afraid of like spreading it to other parts of my body because I never got them around my breast or groin or butt or back of the thighs. It was only under the arms and like right where you know, the armpit kind of connects. And in both arms, right? So no other treatment ideas or anything. Then it flared up again. I went to the emergency room again and got it drained. I think I did this about 2 or 3 times before I finally decided to just go to my PCP. Now, when I went to my PCP, like I said, the scarring was, it was still fresh, but you could tell that based on the surface of the skin, you could tell that that tunneling and tracking was happening. And she basically said, well, based on that tracking, that's like when the abscess starts to track like that, that's a sign of a condition called HS. What's that? So she proceeds to explain it to me. And she's like, the problem is there's no treatment for it. This was about roughly 10 years ago. She said, there's no treatment for it. All you can do is try to, manage it basically, right? Like you're once you have them, you're going to have them forever. They're going to flare up and you basically just have to live with it. She told me there was no treatment, my PCP. She didn't tell me anything about, going to see a dermatologist, a skin specialist, right? And honestly, 10 years ago, I didn't really know anything about seeing a dermatologist. So she just said there was no treatment. And then when I went to do the research, that was pretty much what I found. There's no treatment. Like there's nothing they can do. There's no medication. There's no anything. Like there was no medication. There was no prescription she could give me. There was no intervention that she could give me. Okay. I just knew it wasn't this whole bacteria issue that I was being told from the emergency rooms. Okay. So I didn't have to do that stuff anymore. I just had to live with it. So I did a little more research and I found out that it was inflammation based and it was more prevalent in people with obesity. This was the first time that I took losing weight seriously. One, because of the constant flare-ups, right? Now, I didn't get this from my doctor. I just got this from my research that it was more likely in people with obesity and type 2 diabetes, which I did have obesity. And I didn't have type 2 diabetes, but I knew I had a poor, high inflammatory diet. And then my energy was through the floor. My sleep was through the floor. Everything was just so bad that I figured I had to do something. That's when I got into fasting. That's when I got into keto. And also when I say Dr. Fung and Dr. Berg and all of these different people, when I say they saved me, I took everything so seriously because I was having this skin issue. Fast forward to about 3 years ago, I started to see commercials for HS medication, very first time. But I didn't pursue that. I did have flare-ups off and on throughout the years. And I found out that fasting or going low carb, like, I'm not gonna lie, flare-ups became how I could determine that my diet was too high in carb. Okay, or my diet was simply too poor. Because when I would overeat on sugar or overeat a high carb, poor carbs, right? Not vegetables and stuff like that. I'm talking pizza, French fries and all of that, soda, juice, whatever. Whenever I would overeat that stuff for weeks, I would have a flare up. Whenever I would slow down and fast, or at least drop the amount of, that junk food that I was eating, I didn't have to go to the hospital to get it drained. It would just literally deflate on its own. Like it would deflate into nothing. Like it would go back into hiding. So for years, for like 6-7 years, I'd eat out of control. Remember, I told you I was yo-yo dieting. I'd eat out of control. I'd get a flare up. I'd do a little fasting to clear it up. And then I just go back to what I was doing. I did this over and over and over and over and over again. It wasn't until probably a year or two ago, I had a flare up and I did some more research and now there was more information about going to a dermatologist. So I went to a dermatologist and they recommended the benzoyl peroxide acne wash to keep the skin clear. Because it is, to some extent, because the hair follicle is like getting inflamed, that is to some extent like acne adjacent, right? So, but it's not really bacteria based. So I guess that's what the difference would be. So he recommended the acne wash and then he gave me like a prescription anti-inflammatory cream or some sort of acne medication. And I use that. Now, since being on a GLP-1, here's the part that we're going to get to with Delilah. Since being on a GLP-1, I have not heard any reference to GLP-1s in this condition, but I have heard references to GLP-1s and inflammation. Since being on GLP-1, I've had one flare-up in 18 months, when this would typically happen like 2 to 3 times a year, maybe 4 times a year. If I was really like ODing with the food, more. I've had maybe one flare-up, maybe one. That's it. So we're going to hear what Delilah has to say about using a GLP-1 and how that relates to HS, the skin condition. Sweet Tea says, that looks painful. I'm so sorry, V. I missed the live from Delilah. It was actually an upload. It's still there on her channel. We're just looking over it. And thank you. Like honestly, it's extremely painful. And the scarring is hard to live with. Like I'm never gonna get rid of this scar. Like it was worse, but I'm never gonna get rid of this. This one down here, this one over here. And when it flares up, it comes back in the exact same spot. Exactly. I haven't had any new breakouts or flare-ups, which is great. I haven't had any new tunnels form, but the tunnels that have formed, the scar tissue that has formed, it's permanent. Like unless I wanted to do some sort of skin surgery to reduce this scarring, the scar tissue, but I don't think it's worth it. Like ain't nobody looking under my arms also like this. So, but thank you. I think she works for Delta. Okay, y'all talking about Delilah's work. Sorry. What was the time period between those reoccurrences? It was happening at first. It was happening like monthly, every other month. Like I would go get it drained, and then like a few weeks later, like it for about 6 months, I didn't even wear a bra because they were flaring up like every few weeks. So I was free tittying it at work. I didn't have no choice, and it was embarrassing. It was, but I could not wear a bra. I could not wear a bra. And it wasn't because I was getting them under my bra line. It's because it would be right here. And now you have to remember me 80 pounds, 75 pounds ago, or let's say 50 pounds ago, this would pit, like my breasts were a lot larger. So as soon as I put on a bra, it would pinch. Oh my God. Like it would pinch and it would be so horrible. So for about 6 months, I just didn't wear a bra. I couldn't wear a bra anywhere because it would flare up. I couldn't go get it drained because it wasn't filling with fluid anymore. It was just like, I don't even know how to explain it. It was like inflamed tissue. The tissue was getting inflamed. Like the tissue under my skin was getting inflamed, and it would like poke out through like the lesion in my skin. So there's nothing there to drain. There's nothing there to lance. There's no fluid. It's just inflamed tissue under the skin. And it would pinch and it would hurt. So I just couldn't wear a bra. And it was happening every few weeks until I finally decided to lose weight. So I'm not saying it's necessarily diet related, but it is a higher occurrence in people that are obese. People that are obese suffer from a high level of inflammation. So I'm just saying 1 + 1, because it wasn't until I started fasting and doing low carb and losing the weight and lowering the inflammation that the flare-ups slowed down. The longer I was consistent with, I won't even say a proper diet, because fasting will let you get away with, an improper diet. So the more consistent I was with fasting, the lower my inflammation was, the less I was likely to have a flare-up. So I went from every few weeks to like 3 or 4 times a year to like 1 time in the past 18 months. Do I think I'll never have a flare-up again? No. If for some reason, God forbid, I was to like slip into a depression and responded to everything by eating, even on the GLP-1, I would have a flare-up. I would have a flare-up. So, but it's so painful that's for me, it's a sign to get my shit together. It's a sign to get my shit together. Okay, so let's continue.
19th of 2024. She said, okay, that's amazing. That's exactly what I want to hear. Anybody who comes into my office and has HS, the very first thing that I tell them is go on a GLP-1. If you're not already on one, options like Wegovy, Ozempic, Mounjaro, Zepbound are amazing for this. They're amazing for this disease because they help with inflammation in the body. So they should be helping to reduce your flare-ups. Have you noticed any reduction in your flare-ups since you began? And I told her, I'll be honest with you, I have not noticed. I really couldn't tell you because they've been so sporadic throughout my life. I don't suffer with them every day, all day, for years. I do suffer with them and they'll last a month, 2 months, 6 months even, and then they'll go away for a while and then I kind of forget that they existed until they come back again. And they often come back in the same spots over and over and over. And that's exactly why the conversation around GLP-1s and HS really matters. If HS is driven by inflammation and possibly insulin resistance, then treatments that calm those systems down deserve some real attention.
Exactly. So because remember, 10 years ago, the answer that I got is we don't know what causes it. There are no treatment options. Okay. Over time, I was able to discern the insulin resistance connection and the inflammation connection. So fasting and diet changes is what worked for me. But if that got out of control again, then I would have a flare up. Now, with being on a GLP-1, I think that it's possible. I won't even say likely, but I would not be surprised if in the next 4 or 5 years, if it even takes that long, they start pushing GLP-1s for HS due to the anti-inflammatory capabilities of being on a GLP-1. I don't know if that's necessarily I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna work necessarily, because I don't want to say I don't know if it's worth it for a condition with no treatment options other than lifestyle changes, which no doctor is gonna say. No, not one single doctor, not even a dermatologist. When I told him how I've controlled it over the years was through diet changes, like whenever it got really bad, he completely ignored me. Great guy. But when I introduced diet changes, he didn't even, it completely went in one ear, out the other. So it's like, see, this is why you got to do your own research and do what works for you. But I had a really horrible flare up and I needed something quick. I needed him he gave me a pain, like he gave me something for the pain, an anti-inflammatory injection. And then he gave me to make it smaller, which also helped with the pain. And then he gave me something topical to help, reduce it the rest of the way. So any type of treatment that's going to help with inflammation or insulin resistance, fasting, diet change, and GLP-1s, I think people have a good shot.
She told me the first thing that she tells them to do is to go on one of these GLP-1s, and that is the first line of defense now. She believes that sometime in the near future, these medications will become FDA approved for HS.
Potentially, but I wouldn't say first line of defense. First line of defense would be your diet changing. Honestly, because if the issue is, if you're obese, right, and you're inflamed, GLP-1 is not the first line of defense for HS, for inflammation. Like that's a line, but it's not the first line. I would have to disagree with her. I think her doctor is getting a little excited there, but let's continue.
In the meantime, there is only one FDA approved medication. Well, one type of FDA approved medications, that is biologics, things like Humira or Cosentyx. Now, the issue with those is they are biologics that weaken your immune system. But I told her, before she even mentioned the biologics, I told her, great, all I need, when she told me that it was an inflammatory disease, I said, great, all I need is another inflammatory disease, right? Because I have this autoimmune inflammatory disease that nobody has been able to figure out what it is yet. We just know that it exists within me, but they don't know what it is. On top of that, I also have PCOS, the inflammatory type. And I have ankylosing spondylitis, which is an inflammatory arthritis, normally reduced to your spine, right? So it starts in your spine, but it can really affect anywhere, but it is mostly confined to the spine. She said, are you on this medication? And I said, no, I'm not. They did offer to have me start it, but my insurance wouldn't pay for it because it's something like $10,000 an injection. They wanted me to try other things first. So I'm basically doing a step program to even figure out whether or not they'll approve it. But for now, no, I'm not. Plus, I kind of didn't want to add something that would possibly weaken my immune system even further than what it already is, right? For now, what we are doing, now what I'm being instructed to do is a few times a week, 2 to 3 times a week, from now on, I need to be washing with Hibiclens in the body parts that I'm inflicted by, right? That I tend to get flare-ups. So this is not something that she recommends to do every day because it is not very good for your skin to kill all of the good bacteria on top of the bad bacteria. So this is to be used sparingly 2 to 3 times a week. And this stupid little bottle is $16. It's only 8 fluid ounces. I got it on sale for 12, right? Wow, 12. Still a lot, still expensive. Then I now have a
Sorry. I do benzoyl peroxide wash probably like once a month under my arms, if that. Like just as a touch up, and I do salicylic. I think I should do it once a week, but I probably do salicylic under my arms probably like twice a month. And I'll do I just recently started doing glycolic acid under my arms probably once a month. So I'm probably exfoliating under my arms maybe 3 out of the 4 weeks in a month. And I alternate between salicylic and glycolic. And as far as an acne wash, I'll use a benzoyl peroxide wash.
Prescription medication or prescription medicated wipe. You guys, this thing, look how little they are. No flipping joke. This is a normal size cotton round, to do your makeup removal, whatever. This normal size cotton round, look at the difference. It is smaller than the flipping cotton round. This right here, I am to be applying to the hot spots once to twice daily for the HS to help kill the infection, right? Especially because I am in an active flare right now. And I'm over here like, the one that she wrote the prescription for isn't even made anymore. It's been discontinued. And those little tiny things, I don't know how the heebie-jeebies I'm supposed to get everywhere. I just told you, the most common places people get these are in your armpits, under and around your breasts, in between your thighs, or even around the pubic area, right? Then the buttocks and the back of the thighs. How in the heebie-jeebies is that tiny little round? Even if this were the proper size, right? How is this supposed to? There's only 60 flipping pads in there. I have to figure out how to use one for my entire body. I am not a little person. I am 220 plus pounds.
On our way to being skinty.
Okay. Anyhow.
Sorry, I can let it slide.
So I'm really just sharing this story as somebody who is newly diagnosed and actively learning about what this really means. This is not medical advice. I'm not claiming that this is a cure. This is part of a bigger conversation that patients have been having even before the research is catching up. So if you've lived with HS undiagnosed, misdiagnosed, or you were blamed for it, I promise you, I understand. I understand, because that day in the hospital back then, I was told I just need to wash better. I need to try harder. And then when I had the one on my back lanced, similar sentiments were spewed at me. I am not a light-skinned person. I am obviously brown, and I would scrub my skin until I turned raw and pink. I really hope that this helps you feel a little less alone. And if you're dealing with similar, I hope that it also allows you to be able to bring up this discussion with your doctor, because when I was in an active flare before it started getting painful this last time, I started doing some research. And I had never considered it before. I just always thought doctors know, right? And so that's just what I thought. So I looked it up and I started doing research. And then it started hurting. Oh, on top of these, also, I have a prescription bottle filled with doxycycline, which is usually what they provide or what they write as a prescription for you when you get this. I have them like as backup just in case. And whenever I have another flare up, I need to take them from 5 to 7 days every time something like this happens to stop the possibility of an infection, which will then cause the excruciating pain. So I do have that backup over there. I forgot to bring it out here, but I even have a bottle of it at my computer because I was going through this, right? And then it started becoming painful. So I couldn't get in to see my dermatologist for almost 2 months. And, you know, the end of the year, everybody's trying to scramble in and all of this. And I didn't know what it was yet. I didn't know that there was anything that could really be done or said or anything for this, but I was in pain. So I called my dermatologist, made an appointment, made the first one that they can give me. This was going on around November, and I couldn't get in until January 12th. Then I called or I had a visit with a telehealth doctor where I brought up my past, right? Because I'd never ever brought up my past before because I didn't know that that was helpful. I didn't know that that was something that would pertain to this. So I brought it up, and she looked at me and she said, "Have you ever heard of HS?" I told her, actually, I just started researching it within the last few hours, and I don't know a lot, but from what I can tell, I really feel like that's what I'm dealing with. And she said, I believe that that is what you're dealing with, but you need to be formally diagnosed in person to see. I guess they fall into a spectrum, right? There's like, let's call it light, medium, bad. I don't know the spectrum. I didn't ask. My doctor just told me that I didn't have I wasn't suffering a really bad flare up, at least currently, right? It's something around 5+ lesions or boils in the same area that would constitute it being thought of as it being, you know, a bad case. I did have 7 or 8 of them, but they were spread out through my body. So they're not considered because they weren't all in one space. So it wasn't considered severe. So here we are. And I'm just like, okay, let's rock and roll. Let's figure out how I can take care of this. And hopefully my medication will continue to be of use for this diagnosis, because it's not fun dealing with inflammatory disorders at all. You guys remember I used to have between my hand right here, you can see it's still a little there, like right here, you see it's a little smushy still. Right here, I used to have a big like welt, right?
My bad.
It was like, it would stick out like that, like my finger, right? Like my finger was a welt. And
So I think that's all of her commentary on the HS. If you would like to finish the video or see her rave about wearing David's clothes, you can go to Delilah's channel and watch the whole video. And hit the like while you are over there. So I just wanted to share that, since I did mention HS before on the channel, and I have shared the scars before. This is actually the first person that I know of, like, I guess that's, you know, that I can communicate with. That's like, oh my God, I know exactly how that feels. And it is horrendous. But I will say, I didn't even think about it till she mentioned it. Since being on the GLP-1, I think I've been on the GLP-1 for 18 months. Maybe going on 19, I have only had one flare up. And that was the one flare up where I actually went to the dermatologist and they gave me, you know, an anti-inflammatory for it. And I was on my way. So I'm looking forward to see where that research goes. I must say, in 10 years, I went from not being able to find anything. Oh, we don't know what this is. There's no treatment. You just got to live with it. We just know it's called HS. We don't know why you get it. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know what to do. Nothing. Went from that to there's at least, you know, some treatment options, and maybe it's related to inflammation and insulin resistance, and you can do this and you can do that, you can do this. Okay. So shout out to Delilah for that video. It was definitely very informative. It is 2 o'clock here, and I'm going to go watch some TV. Maybe fall asleep on the couch. Who knows? But thank y'all for rocking out with me. I know we were all over the place talking about every and anything under the sun, and I did not get to have my chips. So there was no winner of the Doritos or the popcorn. Okay. Like, I guess Jennifer is the winner of no chips. Okay. I guess she won. There's a wild winter wonderland snow happening right now in my area. The estimated snowfall total has been raised 12 to 13 inches. Mother effer. Dare I look outside? It says wintry mix. And it's a storm watch in effect, or storm warning in effect until Monday morning. It's 19 degrees here. It probably feels, I was going to say feels like 7, but it actually feels like 10. This is not going to be good. And it's going to continue all into tomorrow. Oh, this is going to be so gross. Okay. As we wrap up. All right. Oh, thank you, Sydney. Me and Hello Kitty, we thank you. Well, thank you, Sydney, for joining us. All right. Shout out to everybody like the stream on your way out. Even though this was all over the place, I will leave it up. If anybody wants to catch the playback and skip around and see what they missed, if you see any ads, it wasn't me, it was YouTube, because I'm not going to turn on monetization for this because we was just chopping it up and kicking it. And any music that was in the TikToks, they're just going to make me have to cut it out anyway. So I ain't about to do all of that. But I will say, everyone, please stay safe during the storm. Check on your friends. Check on your family. Check on your neighbors. Make sure your pets are inside. Okay. Do not go outside if you don't have to, right? Snuggle up, make some coffee, make some cocoa. But if you do have to go outside, thank you for your service. I mean, I don't care what your job is. You're doing something that's helping somebody. All right. So whatever your job is, if you got to be out there, drive safe. Wherever you're trying to get to, there's no freaking rush, people. And you Northeasterners, I know y'all get a lot of snow, but suffer with the rest of us and slow down, okay? Just slow down on your way down the steps. Slow down on your way down the road. Don't slam on the brakes and don't slam on the gas, all right? All right, good, I'm the food police. Yes, you are, and you ruin my life all the time. I don't understand why. I don't understand why you must ruin things for me, but you do. All right, so slow down, check on each other, be safe, stay warm. And guess I'm just privileged to like snuggle up. Oh, and if you lose power, well, in case, people lose power, make sure you charge all of your devices. Make sure you put gas in your car. Hopefully it's not too late to get gas with the way y'all about to be under a foot of snow. Like, man, help shovel something. If you got any elderly people in your neighborhood, see if they need any help shoveling their driveways and stuff like that. All right. Cause some kids ain't shit. Help each other out. That's all I'm trying to say. Right. And I think I'm going to take the neighbors some hot chocolate tomorrow. All right. So, not going to leave the house for a couple of days. Popcorn. Yes. All right. I got gluten-free Oreos. I haven't bought snacks from the grocery store in a hot minute, but I got gluten-free Oreos. Let me show y'all. I'm going to rebel against the food police. I got these. I just tasted these for the first time the other day. I couldn't walk past them in the store. These Smart Food Cheetos combination, flaming hot flavored popcorn. Jen, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, Jen. Look. It's delicious. I need bad clips, but I don't have any. It's delicious. It literally tastes like the flaming hot Cheetos. It's the same flaming hotness, but on popcorn. I ain't shoveling no sauce, so they're on their own. Help the old folks out. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I gotta tell you, help some people out, right? All right. I'm in an apartment building that's only at like half occupancy, and I don't know nobody here. So I'm gonna just I don't know who lives where. So I kind of gotta wait for Tommy, but it's interesting because the people that work for the company that owns this building, they also live in the properties as well. So the doors we're gonna be knocking on is probably gonna be his freaking coworkers at that. Wait, the popcorn is flavored like flaming hot Cheetos. Yes, it's Smart Food. The white cheddar popcorn. My flaming hot. Okay, so now that y'all know that, do y'all vote for this or the Doritos? Which, okay, I'm only gonna have like a little bit. I'm gonna have like a little bit. No, Sydney. Tommy thinks the same thing. He's like, okay, so I had flaming hot potato chips like a day or so ago. And then he saw me eating flaming hot popcorn. And he's like, you must want flaming hot poop. And I'm like, it doesn't come out flaming hot. Something's wrong with your digestion if your poops are coming out spicy, hot and spicy. I don't have a hot and spicy session. I don't have them problems. I don't have a fiery butt. Okay. TMI, thanks to Sydney, since she put it out there, but I don't have them problems. It comes out normal. It's not red and it's not hot. Gotta like fan. Okay. I'm sorry. That was too much. Okay. All right. I didn't get to go. Oh, my phone's dying. Okay. It's fine. I'm getting off of here. I didn't get to go over the sleep statistics of my Oura Ring, but I'm really digging this thing. I was supposed to wait until I was completely done losing weight John says Doritos still. I like the Flamin' Hot Doritos, but I don't have any. I have the Cool Ranch. Maybe I can combine the two. I'm a big person. Haha. I'm a big chip combiner as well. But I'm not gonna eat them tonight. I'll save them for tomorrow. But back to this before I get out of here. I'm digging the Oura Ring. I will share some sleep statistics with y'all next week when we go live. I will weigh in tomorrow. We know I'm backed up. I'm still going to step on a scale so you can see the trend before and after, and I will share it with y'all. All right. If you want to see the middle of the week weigh in, then you'll have to become a member for that. All right. You'll have to give us an Oura Ring review at some point. Okay, I just got it. Like I just started using this thing on Monday. So I will be able to do that as well when I give y'all the statistics. All right. So everybody stay safe, stay warm. Consider some meal options that you are comfortable, not reheating, so you can prep some things in case you lose power. And I will see y'all. I mean, why not? I may see y'all again before next weekend because, it's a storm. Like if y'all gonna be home or whatever, or at work listening to me, I may as well run my mouth. All right. So we'll see what happens. And good night to all of you. Good night, John. Good night, Sydney. Stay warm, everybody. Sydney says, good night, Jen, the Food Police, Sweet Tea, Journey of Life, everybody that was here earlier, and Reindeer on the playback, because I know you will be here. All right. I love you all, and I will see y'all next time. Bye. And bye, Delilah. I got to remove her from my screen share. All right. Good night, y'all. Bye. Bye. Stay safe.